Looking at the letter in his hand, Lear frowned. There was less than a month left before Mina's deadline for studying magic. The letter sent from Kalia at this time. With a slight sigh, Lear opened the letter. Our counselor Lear, it's been a while since we last met. I wonder how you are doing in Soros. I don't think you bullied Mina, did you? There is only 1 month left until our appointment, and I am looking forward to the day when you become my son-in-law. I am writing to you this time to invite you to come to Kalia for the inauguration ceremony of the councillors. This matter has been dragging on for a long time, and other members of parliament have also had some opinions. You are a special executive of the Church of War, but also a member of parliament. I hope you won't refuse. Recently I received a request from the Blood King to come to Kalia to build the Blood Temple, and their people are already on the way. Since you are on good terms with the Blood King, you should also guarantee this matter, right? I would feel relieved if you could bring your blood cult subordinates with you. And remember to bring Mina along, your mother-in-law, Lorena. The content of the letter was not long, just inviting Lear to go to Kalia for the enthronement ceremony of members of parliament. After reading the contents of the letter, the corners of Lear's eyes twitched slightly. Why didn't he realize that the Speaker of the Arcane Parliament was so out of touch before? Words like son-in-law and mother-in-law are used casually, and they really don't consider themselves outsiders at all. Shaking his head slightly, Lear looked at the words on the letter, and his brows furrowed when he read the last part again. Not long ago, he did start arranging people to go to Kalia to build the Blood Temple. Not only Kalia, but also Pharaoh Fortress had people arranged to go there. This is an order issued by the Blood King. Now is it natural for Lorena to know these things? After all, he has informed the other party, but Lorena's words, if you can bring your blood cult subordinates with you, I will feel relieved. Lorena said, bring your blood cult followers with you. The subordinates of the blood cult should belong to the Blood King, but Lelina asked him to bring them over. I don't know if it's a writing error, or, Lear fell into deep thought. Could it be that Lorena knew his identity? After a long silence, he put the letter away. If Lorena knew his identity and deliberately wrote a letter like this and sent it to him, then the meaning of this letter would be different. I hope you don't refuse. The meaning of this sentence can be understood as, you'd better not refuse. After all, I already know your identity. It seems like it's time to go to Kalia. Lear shook his head helplessly. He was not afraid of being exposed by Lorena. Since the other party could write such a letter and send it to him, she naturally had no intention of directly exposing his identity. But how did he get exposed? Could it be that he was exposed the last time he went to look for Lorena with the Blood King? Consciousness returned to the Blood King's city. I in the room. Mina leaned on the chair like a salted fish. Lear looked at Mina and coughed lightly. You continue your research. I may take you to Kalia in a few days. Ah. Mina, who had just laid down, sat up straight. I received a letter from Speaker Lorena, and I need to go to Kalia to hold a ceremony to enthrone members of parliament. Lear explained. How can that be? You said you would let me go. Mina was immediately anxious. She knew without a second thought that she would be caught and put in solitary confinement by her mother if she returned to Kalia. I did say I would let you go, but only if you can complete your research on the spell. Lear waved his hand. Mina gritted her teeth. This was indeed the agreement and she couldn't refute it. I will research out some magic, she said viciously. You don't have much time. I'll only give you a week. Lear shrugged. I will go to Kalia in a week and take you with me. You don't have to think about running away. I will take Milia with me and she will seal your power. Lear added. 1 week. Just 1 week. Mina clenched her fists. She decided that she must research the spell within this week no matter what. A week later, Mina slumped over the table with a dejected look on her face, dark circles under her eyes. Facts have proved that some things cannot be accomplished just by hard work. Even though Mina didn't rest for a week, she still failed to figure out the spell. Lear appeared in the room, looked at the decadent Mina, and coughed lightly. It seems that you have failed. Mina did not respond to Lear's words. Then you should have a good rest. I will take you away the day after tomorrow. Lear said again, and then left without paying any attention to Mina. Back in the Pope's chamber, Lear began to pack his luggage. Dybel had already been told about leaving. Although he still had the responsibility of supervising the war trial, after Dybel mentioned Lorena's invitation to him, Dybel agreed and did not stop him. The war trial is now progressing steadily. With the addition of a large number of players from other legal professions, the war trial has become much more stable. The cooperation of various professions has reduced casualties to an extremely low level. As for the tragic situation of the war trial in the previous life's plot, that will take a long time. The war trial cannot be ended in a few months. Now it is just some appetizers. Lear plans to go to Korea, and when he returns, he should be able to catch up with the most dangerous period of the war trial. End of this chapter. Lear didn't know much about Kalia. After all, he was a war knight in his previous life. However, there was one thing Lear knew: the NPCs in the kingdom of Kalia were all very arrogant. They only respect people with knowledge, and those they despise most are Nox's war followers, warlike barbarians. That's what they called the travelers from Nox. The carriage slowly drove into the territory of the kingdom of Kalia. This time, Lear did not bring too many people with him, only him, Milia, Mina, and a coachman from the church. As for the followers of the blood cult mentioned in Larina's letter, Lear pretended not to have seen it. Knowing the customs of Kalia, Lear used a carriage without any markings as he did not want to cause too much commotion. Mina sat in the car, holding her chin and looking weakly at the scene outside the window. Lear wanted to take her back to Kalia, and she had no way to resist. Milia appeared and gave her a morning star sealing spell, and she became obedient. The carriage arrived at the border gate of Kalia. Some magic puppets stood on the city wall, and under the wall were several mage apprentices guarding. These mages are different from ordinary mages. They wear armor and have long swords on their waists. There are many schools of magic in Kalia. The most common ones are fire, frost, and arcane schools. In addition, there are some spell combat schools that focus on enchantment spells. These mages are often of low skill and find it difficult to study advanced spells. They can only learn some simple enchantment spells and use them with weapons to fight. They were assigned to perform guard duties in various cities. Most of them were mage apprentices. Their status in Kalia was not high, only slightly better than that of ordinary people. After paying the toll, carriages entered the checkpoint one by one, and soon it was Lear's turn. "What is your purpose in coming to Kalia?" asked the guarding mage apprentice. "I was invited." Lear drew aside the curtains and replied simply. The guard took a look at Lear. He was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. He looked like a nobleman. After hearing Lear's reply, he was stunned for a moment, then he thought of something. Half a month ago, news came from the royal city that a new member of parliament will enter the border of Kalia, so please be respectful. Are you Senator Lear? The guard stood up respectfully. "I am Lear. Do you know me?" Lear replied with a smile. "Her Majesty the Queen has already informed us in advance. Please follow me. We have prepared accommodation for you." The guard bowed his head quickly. "No, I want to reach the royal city as soon as possible." Lear shook his head and refused the guard's arrangement. "Mr. Congressman, okay, let them go." Lear interrupted the guard, his eyes inadvertently looking inside the past eye in the distance. A wizard in armor hurried away when he saw him. When the guard saw that Lear was determined to leave, they did not dare to stop him and had to let him go. The carriage slowly drove into the pass, which was actually a small town. Many passing merchants and adventurers would stop there to replenish supplies and rest, but Lear did not plan to stay. The carriage left the pass and headed towards the royal city of Kalia. Inside the checkpoint, in a conspicuous building, a middle-aged man with a big beard was playing with the gold coins and gems in the treasure chest on the table. That he was the border baron of Kalia, responsible for governing the border from Nox to Kalia. Although his title was not high, he lived a comfortable life. The merchants and travelers who passed by every day could bring him huge profits and all kinds of rare treasures. Just as his eyes were shining as he looked at the jewels in the treasure chest, there was a hurried knock on the door. He frowned, glanced at the door, closed the treasure chest unhappily, turned around and put it into the secret compartment of the painting on the wall, and finally covered the wall with the painting. "Come in." After doing all this, he sat back in the chair. The gate was opened, and the guard walked in and saluted respectfully. "Lord Connolly, the Senator Lear you asked me to monitor has passed the checkpoint." "What? When?" Baron Connery stood up suddenly from his chair. "Just now," the guard replied. "Is he living in the accommodation we arranged for him?" Connery asked again. Senator Lear left directly without stopping at the checkpoint. The guard shook his head. "Left?" Connery sat back in his chair, his expression uncertain. After a long while, he waved his hand. "Okay, I get it. You can go down first." The guard obediently took his leave. After the guard left, Connery stood up again and walked to the secret compartment in the wall. He took down the painting, opened the secret compartment, and took out a parchment scroll. The carriage moved along the road and soon night fell. "Why don't we stay in the town we just stayed in?" Mina got off the carriage reluctantly. Lear was setting up the tent and didn't answer Mina's question. Miria also came down. She looked at Lear and asked, "Is there any problem with that level?" She vaguely felt something was wrong. As the goddess of the morning star, as her power recovered, she could sense some danger even without practicing astrology, maybe. Lear nodded that he sensed hostility from the guards at the previous checkpoint, just like when he returned to the Pharaoh fortress from the royal city of Brafel. There were people who didn't want him to return to the Pharaoh fortress, and it seemed that there were also people in Kalia who didn't want him to arrive in the royal city. Maybe it has something to do with Kalia's coup and the game's plot. Lear shook his head. He didn't care about it. He just didn't want any blind insects to disturb him. Fighting in a town is troublesome, but if you are in the wild, destroying the bodies and traces will be easy. Soon the tents were set up. Miria and Mina lived together, and Lear lived in the carriage. After a simple dinner, Lear returned to the carriage. It was a dim night, and on the road, a dark shadow was slowly moving forward. After seeing the faint fire not far away, Connery's face showed a hint of cruelty. The sixth member of parliament, appointed by Queen Larina herself. When Lalina announced the news a few months ago, the entire Arcane Council was alarmed. One counselor is nothing, but he is too young and only a high-level wizard. To become a counselor, there are two conditions: either become an extraordinary wizard or create a spell recognized by more than half of the counselors. Maya relied on the latter. Her gradeless spell Arcane Shock was recognized by all members of parliament. Moreover, Maya had outstanding talent and was the youngest high-level wizard in the parliament, so she became a member of parliament. But Larina took out two of Lear's spells. The arcane cannon was excellent, and the extinguishment was also shocking, but these were only mid-level spells after all, and were completely different from the arcane shock. Members of parliament represent the authority of parliament, and two spells alone are not enough. Everyone thinks that Lear is a gigolo supported by Larina. After all, Larina's husband has been dead for a long time, and Larina has not looked for other men for all these years. Now that a man suddenly appears, it is hard not to think so. So Lear was excluded, and even though no one else was in Kalia, he was still hated by all members of the Arcane Council. If Lear knew his current reputation in the Arcane Council, he probably would not accept Larina's invitation to come to Kalia. At this moment, he was looking into the distance outside the carriage window, and a figure was slowly approaching. Connery walked straight to the front of the carriage and locked his mental power on Lear, who was in the carriage. "My friend, visiting you late at night can be troublesome." Lear got off the carriage and smiled at the man in front of him. "Are you Lear? Larina's pretty boy?" Connery looked grim, hearing the other party's words. Lear was stunned. "Pretty boy? Ha, Larina's plan has been discovered by Congressman Joseph, and the speaker's re-election is coming soon. Larina made you a new congressman in order to get an extra vote to secure her own position, right?" Connolly added. Lear raised his eyebrows. Even though he didn't know Kalia very well, he could roughly guess some of the situation. The election of the Speaker of the Arcane Parliament seems to be a voting system, and each member has one vote? Is that why Lalina invited him to Kalia? But what does pretty boy mean? Seeing that Lear did not reply, Connery became more convinced. He took out a parchment scroll, and the next second, a huge magic circle fell, covering the surrounding open space. Looking at the magic circle on the ground, Lear's expression was a little strange. This magic circle was the same as the one Mina had used in the Pope's Hall before. "You have been affected by the magic seal of the extraordinary magic circle, and your own magic power has entered a forbidden state. The system prompt appears before your eyes." "Ha, you should be in a panic. This is the scroll of the extraordinary magic circle given to me by Lord Joseph. Your magic power has been sealed within the range of the magic circle." Connery did not notice Lear's expression and spoke to himself. "I won't let you go to the royal city. Larina is not worthy of being the Speaker of the Parliament. Since she is the queen of the royal family, she should be a good queen. The Parliament is not something she can interfere with. You are not qualified to be the sixth member of Parliament." Looking at the somewhat neurotic wizard in front of him, Lear shook his head helplessly. "So, you are here to kill me? Was it the order of Counselor Joseph?" "There's no need for the dead to know too much," Connery said coldly. He took out his staff, his hands shaking slightly. This was his first time killing someone. As long as he killed Lear and helped Senator Joseph become the new speaker, he could get a promotion instead of staying on this border as a border baron. This is what he has always dreamed of. The arcane light flickered on the staff, and just when Connery was about to tear the pretty boy in front of him into pieces, the arcane magic condensed on the staff in his hand suddenly dissipated. Connery was stunned for a moment, and strangely tried to activate his magic power again, but the magic power only condensed for a short while before dissipating. Connery continued in defiance, but the effect remained the same. "Don't waste your energy. I have countered all your spells. You can't use any spells below the extraordinary level." Lear interrupted Connery's actions. "What? Lorena didn't seem to tell you the real reason why she invited me to join the council." Lear straightened his collar. "Do you know who I am? Aren't you the pretty boy that Lorena has her eyes on? Otherwise, how could you be appointed as a member of parliament with only 2 mid-level spells?" Connery said disdainfully. "It seems that Lorena really didn't tell you." Lear smiled, and a faint purple rhythm rippled around him. "Do you know the spell of arcane counter? Arcane counterattack?" Connery frowned. "This is a gradeless spell that I taught Lorena. It releases a counter field. Within the range of the field, any spell that is not higher than its own level cannot be released." Lear explained. Listening to Lear's answer, Connery opened his mouth. The counter field was ridiculous, but when he thought about it carefully, panic began to show in his eyes. He kept urging the magic power in his body to condense on the staff, but no matter how hard he tried, the magic power could not form a spell rune. "How is this possible? Why can't I cast my spells?" Connery roared in disbelief. He was a high-level wizard. Lear walked towards the other person step by step. Connery stepped back subconsciously and said, "Don't come over here, you." Lear came in front of Connery and grabbed his staff. Under Connery's horrified gaze, the wooden staff was crushed into pieces and the gem on the top of the staff was also broken. "You?" Connery sat down on the ground looking at the cowardly wizard in front of him. Lear shook his head. He was obviously an academic wizard who came out of the Arcane Academy and only learned spells but had no experience in real combat. That's why it seemed so unbearable when faced with such a situation. "You can't kill me, I'm a baron of the kingdom," Connery shouted in panic. "I won't kill you as long as you answer my questions." Lear smiled. "What do you want to know?" Connery said tremblingly. "What is the current situation of the Arcane Parliament?" "What is the election of the new speaker?" asked Lear. "Every 5 years the Parliament holds an election for the speaker, and this election is in a month." "Did Lorena get support?" Lear asked again. "Except Princess Maya and Senator Irwin, the other 3 councillors do not support it." "So Lorena wanted him to be a member of Parliament in order to win him over and maintain her position?" Lear nodded. "Is the election of the speaker entirely decided by the members of Parliament?" Lear asked again. "No, the votes of the councillors account for a larger proportion, and other mages above the beginner level will also participate in the election." "Well then, let me ask you one last question. How did Lorena introduce me to the Arcane Council?" Hearing this question, Connolly hesitated for a moment. "Chairwoman Lorena said that you are an outstanding and handsome young wizard." Hearing this answer, Lear raised his eyebrows and did not ask any more questions. He turned around and returned to the carriage. Connery breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he thought it was over, a pair of bright red eyes lit up in the darkness behind him. End of this chapter. 10 days later, in the royal city of Kalia, the carriage slowly drove towards the crowded city gate. "Are you here for the blood cult as well?" "Who isn't?" "I didn't expect that the blood cult would also reach a cooperation with the Arcane Council and build a temple in the royal city of Kalia. I heard that the blood temple will also be built in the Pharaoh fortress on the border of the kingdom of Briefville. It turns out that the blood cult is an important force in this version of the game." The carriage was crowded with people, and discussions could be heard from time to time, a large number of whom were players. The blood cult believers arranged by Lear had arrived at the royal city of Kalia in advance, and the news of the establishment of the temple had also spread. The team moved forward slowly, and soon it was Lear's carriage's turn. Walking into the city gate. In the house at the city gate, the mage in charge of recording glanced at Lear in the carriage and asked, "Name?" "Lear Stewart." Lear answered calmly. "What are you doing in the royal city of Kalia?" "Come to attend the enthronement ceremony of members of Parliament." Lear replied. The wizard listened to Lear's words and took notes in the book on the table. As he was writing, he stopped and then he suddenly raised his head. You? The wizard pointed at Lear, his eyes widened, and he was speechless for a moment. I am Lear Stewart, the 6th member of Parliament. Any questions? Lear smiled slightly, without any change in his expression. It's okay, Mr. Congressman, welcome to the royal city of Kalia. I will notify the Parliament immediately. The gatekeeper wizard quickly stood up and bowed respectfully to Lear. He turned around and was about to go find his boss when the door to the next room was pushed open. A woman with long azure blue hair came out. She was about 20 years old, holding a thick spell book in her hand and a rapier on her waist. Just by looking at the gorgeous scabbard, you can tell that this sword is worth a lot of money. Captain Helen. The gatekeeping wizard called out the woman's name. Helen ignored the wizard's call and looked at Lear in the carriage. Are you Lear? She looked at Lear with a scrutinizing gaze. If you are talking about the 6th senator appointed by Lorena, that would be me. Lear answered casually. Hearing Lear's words, Helen raised her eyebrows and said after a long silence, I am the commander of the Korea Arcane Legion, Helen Field. Your Excellency, the speaker has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me. Helen nodded to Lear respectfully. Lear could feel that the woman in front of him seemed to have some opinions about him, but she did not say it out loud. The carriage was allowed to pass and entered the royal city of Kalia. Unlike the royal city of Soros, the architectural style of Kalia was particularly exquisite and artistic, and most of the pedestrians walking on the road were also wearing long robes and formal dresses. Helen walked out of the room in the tower, and just as she was about to call a carriage to take Lear to the Arcane Council, Lear interrupted her. If you don't mind, Miss Helen, why don't you take my carriage? Hearing Lear's call, Helen hesitated for a moment, and finally walked towards Lear's carriage. The carriage door opened, and just as Helen was about to get in, she saw Mina sitting opposite Lear. Are you, Princess Mina? She asked in surprise. Long time no see, Helen. Mina turned her head and nodded weakly. Your Highness, how could you, Miss Helen, please come up first to discuss some things. Lear interrupted their conversation. Helen got into the carriage and sat next to Mina. The carriage continued to move forward, and after Helen pointed out the direction, she began to talk to Mina like old friends. Lear looked at Mina. Based on his mental perception, he felt that the other party was a high-level magician, probably only one step away from the extraordinary class. To be able to achieve such achievements at the age of 20-something can be said to be an outstanding talent. Mina, your magic? Helen sensed Mina's physical condition. She banned it. Mina glanced at Milia, who was sitting next to Lear. Helen also turned her head and was a little surprised when she saw Milia's face clearly. It was the first time she saw such beauty. Speaker Lorena made a deal with me and entrusted Mina to me. In order to prevent Mina from escaping, I had no choice but to seal her arcane laws. Lear explained calmly. Helen opened her mouth. She knew that Mina was still wanted, but Mina was an extraordinary wizard after all. How could she imprison an extraordinary wizard? Mina did not refute Lear's explanation. They had already arrived at the royal city of Kalia and could not escape now. She was afraid that her mother had already known about it when they entered the royal city. Kalia Arcane Academy, Parliament Tower. In the hall, Lorena sat lazily in the main seat. Below her were her daughter, Erwin, and 3 other extraordinary wizards from the council. Speaker Lorena, you'd better give us a reasonable explanation about the blood cult, said the gorgeously dressed red-haired wizard with a serious look. What explanation do you need? Joseph, I am the Speaker of the Parliament and the Queen of Kalia. I don't think I need to explain to you anything I do. Lorena replied coldly. Joseph was stunned by what Lorena said. After a while, he said, but I am a member of the Parliament. Shouldn't you consult with us before making a decision? Discuss? Lorena sneered. Discuss what? The Blood Temple is built in the royal city. The Parliament only governs the Arcane Academy in Kalia. Joseph, all affairs of the royal city of Kalia are coordinated by the royal family. Since when can the members of the Parliament interfere with the decisions of the royal family? Lorena's words once again left Joseph speechless. The kingdom of Kalia was founded by the royal family of Kalia, and so was the Arcane Council. Initially, it was to spread the belief in arcane, so the council was established to coordinate all arcane academies in the country, but later, with the development of the Arcane Council, mages who graduated from the Arcane Academy under the Arcane Council went to various parts of the kingdom to serve, which gradually increased the influence of the Arcane Council. The royal family of Kalia seemed to be nothing more than a royal family in name only, and the situation became even more serious after the death of the previous speaker of the Arcane Council and King of Kalia. But even so, Parliament is still Parliament and has no right to interfere in the affairs of the kingdom. Senator Joseph, you just need to manage your fire mage army. You don't need to interfere in the affairs of the kingdom. Lalina added. Just as the two were talking, there was a knock on the door of the conference room. Come in. Lorena raised her head and looked towards the door. A wizard pushed the door open and walked in, saluted towards Lalina and said, Your Excellency Speaker, Commander Helen has arrived at the Parliament with Senator Lear. Is Lear here? I see. I will go to greet him. A smile appeared on Lorena's face. When they heard the name Lear, the expressions of the other members of the hall changed. Maya and Erwin both smiled, while the other three councillors, led by Joseph, frowned. Mr. Speaker, since Councillor Lear is here, do you mind if we go take a look together? Joseph said immediately. His expression was uncertain. He had already prepared a means for tomorrow, asking Baron Connolly at the border to kill Lear, and he even paid a precious scroll of extraordinary level magic sealing magic circle for it. But even so, Lear still came. The opponent was just a high-level wizard. Connery was also a high-level wizard, and he had the help of the demon sealing scroll, but he still failed. If you want to see it, of course you can. Lorena smiled, stood up and walked out of the hall. The rest followed closely behind. Lear followed Helen into the Arcane Academy. The Arcane Academy in the royal city of Kalia is the headquarters. The mages who study here all start at the beginner level. And these are not just ordinary beginner levels, but beginner levels that are close to the intermediate level, just like junior high school, and college in the previous life. The Kalia Arcane Academy is the highest institution of learning, and only outstanding students from the local area will be admitted. Lear had never been to the royal city of Kalia in his previous life. He followed behind Helen. From time to time, magic students along the way greeted Helen, and some people's eyes fell on him. Senior Helen, is this handsome guy your boyfriend? A female student looked at the two of them with shining eyes. No, this is Senator Lear, who was newly appointed by Speaker Lorena. You should show respect to him. Helen retorted unhappily, and then revealed Lear's identity. Member of the Congress? After a brief silence, the female student exclaimed, Is this gentleman the Senator Lear who created the flame extinguishing technique and the arcane cannon? So young. He's handsome too. The crowd began to talk. Lear raised his eyebrows. This feeling reminded him of the days when he studied at the Arcane Academy in Brayfield. As the crowd talked, more students gathered around. After learning of Lear's identity, they all showed surprised expressions and some looked at him with hostility. Seeing this, Helen sighed. She evacuated the crowd and walked out with Lear. It seems you are quite popular. Helen glanced at Lear. Really? Lear smiled. Of course. Your arcane cannon has now become a must-learn spell for mid-level wizards, as well as the fire extinguishment spell. Helen nodded. Just because of this? Lear shrugged. Just? Helen shook her head. You may not know what your two spells mean. The power of the arcane cannon is enough to rival ordinary high-level spells. As for the flame extinguishing spell, do you know how many mages there are in the academy who major in fire magic? Because of your fire extinguishing technique, those intermediate and beginner fire mages have gone from being the most powerful group of students to the bottom of the academy now. Helen is not shy about expressing her admiration for Lear's magic. Lear raised his eyebrows. This also means that those fire mages have already hated me. You are quite self-aware. Helen smiled. It seems that it's not just those fire mages. There seem to be many people in the Parliament who are hostile to me? Lear suddenly said. Hearing this, Helen was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lear deeply. It seems that you also investigated the Parliament before coming here. You are right. The fire mages in the Academy hate you, and many mages in the Parliament don't like you either. After all, you are the only man that Speaker Lorena has taken a fancy to in all these years. Lear didn't say anything, but just responded with an awkward smile. The two walked forward and came to the tallest tower in the deepest part of the academy. The tower of the Arcane Parliament is the tallest building Lear has ever seen. Although it is not as tall as the skyscrapers with dozens or hundreds of floors in his previous life, it is already very tall in the world of law. The lavender arcane light at the top of the tower continued to spread outward, and the arcane protective shield spread out from the top of the tower, covering the entire royal city of Kalia. After taking a look at the tower, Lear withdrew his gaze and followed Helen into the tower. As soon as he entered the tower, Lear felt several powerful mental forces spying on him. In the center of the tower is a statue of the goddess of Arcane, surrounded by spiral staircases. The interior area is very large. In addition to the stairs, Lear can also see many other rooms. In front of the stairs, Lorena and the people from the Arcane Council were waiting there. Maya in the crowd was delighted to see Lear, and then she saw Mina behind Lear. Her eyes lit up and she trotted over her sister. She grabbed Mina's hand, as if she was afraid that Mina would run away again. Joseph and other congressmen also saw Mina. Is that Princess Mina? Why are you with this new counselor? You're finally here. Lorena walked forward and smiled at Lear. The speaker has already invited me, how can I refuse? Lear smiled. Welcome, Special Executive Lear, and welcome to join the Arcane Council. I assure you that the Arcane Council will be no worse than the Church of War. Lorena said with a smile. Hearing this, Lear raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the other party was saying something else. Speaker Lorena, what do you think is going on with the Church of War? Could this person be related to the Church of War? Joseph felt something was wrong and asked, Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you. Lorena patted her forehead, turned around and explained with a smile, This is Lil Stewart. He is a high-level wizard, but he is also a war knight. What? Except for Maya and others who knew Lear's identity, everyone else was stunned. Speaker Lorena, this joke is not funny. Joseph said with a stiff expression, I'm not kidding, Senator Joseph. Lorena shook her head. Senator Lear possesses the power of both the law of war and the law of arcane. Not only that, he is also the special executive officer of the War Church and has the power to monitor all the War Church believers, including the War Pope. Well, Counselor Lear is a war knight of extraordinary level. Lorena calmly revealed Lear's identity, and the entire first floor of the tower fell into silence. Looking at this strange atmosphere, Lear always felt like he was being dragged into something pretentious. End of this chapter. Helen was shocked. She turned her head to look at Lear beside her. She had no idea that the young man in front of her was an extraordinary strong man. The other party even has the power to monitor the War Pope? What kind of status does he have in the War Church? Not only Helen, but Joseph and others also looked at Lear with a different look in an instant. I'm Lear Stewart, a war knight, well, and a wizard. Lear stepped forward. What a joke! As soon as Lear finished speaking, Joseph stood up with an angry look on his face. Chairman Lorena, you didn't say that this new counselor is also a member of the Church of War. Maybe I forgot. It's not too late to tell you now, right? Lorena shrugged. She knew why Joseph was so angry. She had long known about the other party's factional activities in the Arcane Council. Joseph has won over 3 other senators besides Maya and Erwin, as well as many other high-level wizards. His next move is probably to bring her down. Originally, Joseph had an absolute advantage, but after Lear appeared here, Joseph's advantage was greatly weakened. After all, Lear was an extraordinary professional, and in the eyes of the members of the parliament, Lear was obviously on her side. I cannot accept a barbarian who believes in war joining the parliament. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, you said that he possesses the power of both the laws of war and the laws of arcane. This is ridiculous. On the other hand, the congressman with long hair also expressed his rejection of Lear. Why is it ridiculous? Lorena looked to the other side. Ian Clinton, another member of the parliament, is an extraordinary wizard who specializes in frost magic and leads the parliament's Frost Wizard Corps. As we all know, a person can only believe in one law. Mr. Speaker, you have to follow common sense even when you are joking. Master Ian said as a matter of course. Lorena smiled and did not refute the other party, but looked at Lear. Lear felt helpless. The next second, the magic of arcane and the rhythm of war spread around his body at the same time. This should prove it. Lorena smiled and turned her gaze back to Master Ian. How is this possible? Ian looked incredulous. I've heard that the son of the Duke of Stuart, a border family of Brayfield, is a dual law professional. I didn't expect it to be true. The last member of parliament who had been silent came out. Lear cast his gaze over there. This is a woman, wearing a dark purple wizard robe and a wide-brimmed wizard hat. She is very beautiful and has a teardrop mole at the corner of her right eye. Although she is called a wizard, to Lear she seems more like a seductive and corrupt witch. I'm the wizard Bridget Layton, nice to meet you. The woman smiled at Lear, her every move full of feminine charm. Lear also smiled slightly, but had no intention of talking to the other party. Joseph reacted at this time. He looked at Lelina with an unpleasant expression and said, "No matter what, the people of the Church of War should not interfere in the affairs of the Parliament." Chairwoman Lorena, I seriously suspect that this man's desire to join the Parliament is just a conspiracy of the Church of War. Conspiracy? Lear looked at Joseph. Master, I can't pretend I didn't hear you saying that. Barbarians from the Church of War. Admit it, what is your conspiracy to join the Parliament? Joseph continued to speak forcefully. You can deceive the speaker, but you can't deceive me. As he spoke, he even took out his staff, and terrifying magical fluctuations spread throughout the hall on the first floor of the tower. Joseph actually planned to take action directly in front of Lorena and a group of congressmen. People of the Church of War, if you know what's good for you, get out of the Parliament. I can pretend that you have never been here. Joseph shouted, and flames condensed in front of the staff. Senator Joseph, what exactly do you want to do? Seeing this, Helen quickly stood in front of Lear. Helen, get out of the way, or I won't show mercy. Joseph said coldly, even planning to attack Helen as well. The others watched the scene without making any move, and Lorena did not move either. She knew Lear's strength and wished that Lear would beat Joseph up on the spot. Lear glanced at the indifferent Lorena. It was obvious that Lorena asked him to come to Kalia to ask for his help. He used his mental power to transmit his voice. I didn't come to Kalia to solve your problems. I'm sorry, as long as you are willing to help me, I can agree to any request you make. Lelina replied with some embarrassment. Hearing this, Lear raised his eyebrows. You said this, do you need me to kill him directly? Better not. If you kill Joseph like this, the other members of the council won't accommodate you. What a trouble. Lear curled his lips and looked at the flames in the AIR.AN extraordinary level of fire spell. Blazing Nova is a single target spell known for its terrifying high temperature and fire destructive power. Lear could feel the terrifying temperature, but his face remained expressionless. Why are you so opposed to my joining Parliament? He asked, as if asking a question or talking to himself. The Church of War and the Arcane Council are not hostile to each other. They are now in a cooperative relationship. That is the oracle issued by the goddesses. I am a war knight and a mage, recognized by both goddesses. Neither the Church of War nor the Arcane Council should exclude those who practice the law of the gods. You said my joining the council was a conspiracy? The goddess of Arcane will not grant the power of arcane law to a conspirator. Lear spoke slowly, as if he treated Joseph's fire spell as AIR.AS. Lear spoke. Joseph's expression became more and more ugly. His claim that Lear had a conspiracy was not true at all. If you think about it carefully, it is true the power of law professionals comes from the gods. The fact that Lear possesses the power of war and arcane at the same time means that he may have been recognized by two goddesses. Could such a person be a conspirator? Joseph understood this, but he couldn't admit it. What nonsense! Joseph roared, and the spell in his hand had already been condensed. Lear stopped talking and took out the night rose. The gorgeous rapier carried a dark aura. Joseph's face changed and he wanted to take the lead in attacking, but before he could do anything, Lear disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already behind Joseph. No one saw Lear's action clearly, and the dark rapier pierced Joseph's shoulder. Ah! A scream rang out. Joseph looked down at the rapier that had pierced his shoulder, gritted his teeth, and the spell in his hand burst out directly. At the moment of the explosion, a lavender light flashed, and Joseph's figure disappeared on the spot. It has to be said that the extraordinary level wizard still has some means. The extraordinary spell Blazing Nova was not completed according to the proper spell route, but was directly detonated. The gathered magic power burst out and turned into a large-scale fire destruction. The faces of the others changed as they watched this scene. If the extraordinary spell got out of control, the explosive power would become even greater. Everyone released spell shields, and Helen quickly ran to Milia and Mina, protecting the two women. The horrific flames raged on the first floor of the tower, destroying all the rooms and furnishings on that floor. When the flames spread to the walls lit up and blocked the spread of the flames. Joseph flashed to a distance and released a magic shield to block the invasion of flames. Lear's speed was beyond his expectations, but the extraordinary wizard was no pushover. He faced the uncontrolled explosion of magic from blazing nova at such a close distance. Now Lear was probably seriously injured if not dead. How can a war knight be compared with a noble wizard? Joseph looked at the place where he had just stood with a grim face. The flames were still raging, and there was thick smoke and dust. He covered the wound on his chest and walked to Lorena and others. "Speaker Lorena," he asked for it. "This barbarian from the Church of War that you found really has evil intentions and even tried to assassinate me," Joseph said angrily. "He's dead now, but we still have to ask the Church of War for an explanation." After hearing what Joseph said, the others had different expressions. It was obvious that Joseph wanted to kill Lear, but he seemed to be portraying himself as a victim. Lorena glanced at Joseph and said, "You'd better be able to withstand his anger." "What?" Joseph didn't understand what Lorena meant. The other two counselors also turned their heads. Mage Bridget glanced at Lorena, then seemed to understand something and looked sharply towards the place where the fire was burning. For some reason, the flames seemed to be pulled together, condensing into a whirlwind, and finally turning into a firestorm. The firestorm slowly spread to both sides, and Lear slowly walked out of the storm. He was still in the suit, and even his hair was not messy. The explosion just now seemed to have no effect on him at all. You. Joseph looked at Lear, his eyes full of disbelief. Ian and Bridget on the side also looked serious. Even if they were at the center of the explosion, they could not guarantee that they would be safe and sound, but the war knight in front of them did it. "Do you think I'm dead?" Lear looked at Joseph, his eyes no longer cold as before, but filled with murderous intent. Lear would never show mercy to someone who wanted to kill him. He raised the rapier in his hand, and the next second his figure disappeared again. The terrifying speed shocked everyone present again. They had not noticed Lear's attack on Joseph just now, but now they experienced such speed again, and all the mages felt their scalps tingling. The mage is a very powerful profession, but its disadvantages are that it is fragile and lacks the ability to move continuously. What they fear most are professionals with agility skills. Faced with extreme speed, many mages are simply unable to resist, especially during assassinations. Resist the fire ring. Seeing this, Joseph used the fire magician's control skills without hesitation. As an experienced extraordinary wizard, he knew exactly what to do when facing a dexterity professional who could restrain him. Lear rushed in front of Joseph, a fiery red halo spread out, and his body was uncontrollably pushed away for some distance. Lear retreated back along the force of the fire ring, and Joseph took the opportunity to use magic again. High-level spell, Fire Cage. A cage of fire appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Lear. High-level spell, Pyroblast. A huge fireball appeared out of nowhere and flew directly towards Lil. Joseph's connection between spells was very smooth, and his combat awareness was also excellent, which made Lear feel like he was piking with a wizard in his previous life. Ordinary war knights really don't have any good way to break this combo, but Lear is not an ordinary war knight. Whether it is the power of the law of blood or the power of the law of the morning star, Lear can easily break through the cage of fire, but Lear did not do so. The lavender light gathered in front of Lear, and he chose to use magic to fight magic. He doesn't know many spells, and the only one that can compare with Pyroblast is Arcane Blast. As long as there is enough magic power, the power of Arcane Blast will not be inferior to any spell of the same level. Arcane energy appeared out of nowhere, and a huge amount of magic power poured in, raising the power of the arcane impact to the limit of the high level. The terrifying arcane light wave rushed towards the Pyroblast. Everyone was watching this scene. At the same time, a faint arcane ripple spread out. The arcane counterattack was activated, creating a gap in the flame cage. The next second, Lear's figure disappeared again, and at this time, Pyroblast and Arcane Blast collided with each other. Boom! With a loud bang, the flames scattered and burst, blocking all vision. What? Before everyone could recover from the collision of the two spells, another scream rang out. Not far away, Lear stood in front of Joseph, and swung the rapier in his hand, directly cutting Joseph's shoulder. "Stop!" Wizard Ian on the side shouted, and a terrifying chill broke out and flew towards Joseph in an instant. The next moment, the thick ice froze Joseph, but Ian was still a step too late, and Joseph's right hand holding the staff was directly cut off. The night rose pierced the ice, making a crisp sound, but could not penetrate any further. High-level spell, Ice Barrier, seals the target in ice, ignoring all damage for 10 seconds. The wizard's all-purpose life-saving spell, Ian rushed in front of Lear and blocked Joseph behind him. Do you want to try my sword too? Lear looked at the long-haired wizard in front of him, seeing Lear's indifferent eyes. Ian stepped back subconsciously, looked at Joseph in the ice and then at Joseph's broken arm. He gritted his teeth and said, Sir Lear, I apologize to you for Joseph's behavior. You have already cut off one of his arms. How about we just let this go? I will not let someone live who wants to kill me. We are willing to make compensation. We are willing to pay an extraordinary item. Ian said quickly, but Lear's expression remained calm. Just when Ian thought Lear was going to refuse, Lear spoke. 2. He said lightly. Ian was stunned for a moment, then he gritted his teeth and nodded, I promise you. After receiving the reply, a smile appeared on Lear's face. He turned around and picked up the staff that Joseph dropped on the ground. It was also an extraordinary weapon. Ian wanted to say something when he saw this, but was interrupted by Lear. This is my spoils of war, not your compensation. Ian opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and finally said nothing. End of this chapter. Ian hurried away with the frozen Joseph, followed by another counselor, Bridget. Only Lear, Lorena, and others were left. The surroundings were in a mess, with blackened marks of burns everywhere. What was supposed to be a happy event for Lear almost turned into a funeral, but Lorena's expression was very happy. You, the speaker, don't seem to have much authority. Lear looked at Lorena and said, In front of Lorena, Joseph wanted to kill this senator who was personally appointed by Lorena. It was obvious that the other party did not take Lorena seriously at all. Hearing Lear's words, the smile on Lorena's face froze for a moment, and then she sighed helplessly. Joseph is in charge of all the fire mages in the council. This is a powerful force, so he is so unscrupulous. What about you? Have you, the speaker, been sidelined? Lear asked with a chuckle. Not really. At least the arcane mages support me. Lorena shook her head. Okay, let's talk somewhere else. Let's leave here first. Aren't we going to deal with this mess now? Lear glanced at the messy hall. Only the spiral staircase was intact. The arcane tower is built with special materials that contain magic power, and it is also carved with arcane arrays. It will absorb magic power and repair itself. Things here can be left to others to handle. Lorena explained, and without stopping, she walked up the spiral staircase. Lear and the others didn't say anything else and followed behind. The arcane tower has a total of 9 floors. Each floor is very spacious. The 6th floor and the spaces above it belong to the Kalia royal family. Lorena explained as she walked. Like a tour guide, everyone came to a magic circle on the 2nd floor. The spiral staircase only led to the 2nd floor. Lorena led Lear and others up to the magic circle. The magic circle was activated, and the stone slab on the ground engraved with the arcane magic circle rose up, like an elevator, carrying everyone upwards. This is the Parliament's arcane levitation array. Floors above the 2nd floor can only be reached through this levitation array. Lorena said again. Lear looked at the scene in front of him. The stone slabs under his feet emitted an arcane glow. Although the tower only had 9 floors, its height was in no way less than the dozen-story buildings in his previous life. The space on each floor of the tower was huge except for the 1st floor. The other levels seemed to be blessed with arcane arrays of space folding, which makes the actual space of the tower much larger than imagined. The floating magic circle climbed a considerable distance and passed the 6th floor. From here on, it's the royal territory. Only with the permission of the royal family can the floating array reach the 6th floor and above. Lorena said, but the floating array did not stop. Somewhere like a palace? Lear asked. You may think so. The Kalia royal family does not have any territory anywhere else in the royal city. The area above the 6th floor of the arcane tower is the palace of the Kalia royal family. Lorena nodded. The magic circle continued upwards and finally stopped. This is the 8th floor, and this is where I live. Lorena said as she walked out of the magic circle. Leaving the magic circle, there is a huge garden in front of you. The space is extremely vast, and there is even a light source like the sun in the sky. Rather than saying that this is one floor of the tower, it is more like an independent territory. Lear followed Larina onto the 8th floor, walked through the garden, and came to a villa, or rather a palace. Everyone entered the villa and came to a large empty room. Larina threw herself on the sofa beside her in a very ungraceful manner, as if she had released all the pressure. Larina only feels comfortable in her own home. Lear looked around the room in front of him. It looked like a reception room, with a huge table and chairs surrounding the table. In addition, there was a sofa for resting that protruded from the balcony of the room. He looked for a while, and finally his eyes fell on Lalina. Looking at the lazy Larina, it was the first time he knew the true nature of the Speaker of the Arcane Council. In his previous life, he thought she was a strong woman. NPC. Lear found a sofa and sat down. He coughed lightly and said, "Chairman Lalina, I spent a lot of effort to help you deal with Senator Joseph just now. How are you going to repay me?" Lalina came back to her senses. She sat up straight and looked at Lear. "I will not break my promise to you. As long as you are willing to help me win the next speaker election, I will agree to all your requests." "All?" Lear raised his eyebrows. "Everything," Lalina affirmed. "I want all the spells of the council to be open to me." Lear began to state his conditions. "Okay." Lalina agreed immediately. "From now on, as long as I don't do anything that harms the Parliament must help me unconditionally." Lear continued to add, "Okay. There is one last thing. I need the spell that Mina researched, but the agreement between us is invalid." Lear stated the last condition. When she heard this condition, Larina hesitated for a moment and looked at Mina beside her. She hadn't seen her daughter for a long time. She looked in good spirits. It seemed that Lear had taken good care of Mina during the time he had taken her away. Lalina was very satisfied with Mina's appearance. She thought that during the time when Lear and Mina studied magic together, some feelings would develop between the two. In Larina's imagination, Lear, who could create such a powerful spell as Arcane Counter, must be an arcane genius. Mina is also a genius. It is natural for two arcane geniuses to study spells together and have a common hobby so that they will end up together. As long as Lear accepted Mina, he would be on the side of the royal family of Curia, but now it seems that it is not what she imagined. Lear didn't know what Larina was thinking. He hadn't studied magic with Mina in the past few months. He was not an arcane genius. All the spells he created were based on his experience in his previous life and with the help of the game system. "Isn't Mina beautiful?" Larina asked after a long silence. "Princess Mina is very beautiful." Lear shook his head. "Do you think Mina is too old? If so, I can marry Maya to you," Larina said thoughtfully. As soon as these words were spoken, Mina and Maya's expressions changed. The former's eyes turned angry, while the latter's face turned red. "Mother, what are you talking about?" Maya ran to Larina. Helen, who was standing by, was also shocked when she heard Larina's words. "What did I hear? I originally thought that Lear was the gigolo that the speaker found for himself, but it turns out that he found him for the two princesses. When the blood cult really stood on the stage, he also wanted to give Milia a wedding." "Chairwoman Larina, I already have a wife, and I don't plan to find another one." Lear shook his head and clearly refused. He really didn't want to get involved with more women. Milia was enough. When the blood cult really stood on the stage, he also wanted to give Milia a wedding. Listening to Lear's serious tone, Larina sighed. She could hear the seriousness in Lear's tone. "Okay then, the agreement is invalid. If Mina develops some magic, I will ask her to teach you." Lalina agreed to Lear's request. Lear smiled and said, "Thank you very much. I don't have any other conditions. If you need me to do anything in the future, please tell me, Mr. Speaker. I will do my best to help you win the election." "Well, can you tell me about the current situation in the Parliament? There are also 3 other members," Lear asked. "You have also met the other 3 councillors, Joseph, Ian, and Bridget. Joseph has recruited most of the fire mages in the council, and Ian has recruited many frost mages. Bridget has not interfered with the power of the council. She has learned a wide variety of spells, including fire, frost, arcane, and even some unpopular spells." Lalina introduced them. In addition to them, there are some older generation extraordinary wizards in the parliament. After my father passed away, they also withdrew from the power class of the parliament, but recently Joseph has shown signs of winning them over. Does the parliament's electoral system include the votes of other wizards in addition to the votes of the members of parliament? Lear asked again. Yes, but the votes of the members of parliament are more important. Now that Joseph has joined forces with Ian and Bridget, they tend to let Joseph become the new speaker. That means you can only get 2 out of 5 congressmen's votes? Lear glanced at Alvin and Maya. Yes, if you become a member of parliament, my votes will be equal to Joseph's, and then it will be time to evaluate the votes of other mages above the beginner level. Lorena replied, how many votes did you get from those wizards? Lear asked again, about 40%, but there are still some mages who have not joined the team. Lelina replied, so you are at a disadvantage now? Lear roughly understood the current situation. The councillors' votes were evenly split, and the focus now was on the other mages on the council. How do you usually get votes for yourself? Lear asked another question, campaign for votes? Lorena was stunned. It's to promote the policies that I will implement after I become the next speaker. Lear explained patiently. Seeing Lelina's obviously puzzled expression, his expression suddenly became strange. You haven't solicited votes before, have you? Lelina was silent. I roughly understand what you mean, but what policies can the Speaker of the Parliament have? The arcane parliament has always followed the will of the goddess to spread the belief in arcane, and there is nothing else. After hearing Lorena's answer, Lear was speechless. As the Speaker of the Parliament, when the new Speaker was elected, Lelina didn't even ask for votes for herself? Isn't that a clear admission of defeat? How did you become the Speaker of the House of Representatives now? Lear suddenly asked a question. My father gave it to me, Lorena replied, not through elections? Election is a new decision proposed by Joseph in recent years. Since more than half of the councillors agree, I accept this proposal. So, the original system of the Speaker of the Parliament was inherited by your royal family, but now Joseph has changed it to an election system? Yes. Lear was completely speechless. The arcane parliament was equivalent to the war church of Nox, and the speaker could be said to be the leader who ruled Kalia. But Kalina actually let Joseph change the system of succession of the speaker. You didn't veto Joseph's proposal? Like a veto or something. No, Lelina shook her head awkwardly. That was 10 years ago. At that time, I didn't really want to be the speaker. The position was forced upon me by my father. After a few years, I found it very troublesome. It was then that Joseph proposed the election system for the speaker. So you agreed? Yes. Lelina nodded. I don't think the identity of a speaker is a big deal, but in recent years I found that Joseph even inserted his hand into the entire kingdom of Kalia. What he wants is not only the position of Speaker of the Parliament, but also control of the entire kingdom of Kalia. Lorena's tone became a little angry. After listening to Lorena's description, Lear didn't know whether to laugh at Lorena's stupidity or naivety, as she casually accepted the speaker's reform of the succession system. Maybe Lelina was still young 10 years ago, but it seems that Lelina should have been in her 20s 10 years ago, but she still naively accepted Joseph's proposal. The fact that Lorena can become a semi-saint level mage shows her talent in the arcane, but her wisdom as a leader is obviously not up to standard. Lear leaned back on the sofa helplessly, his right hand on his chin. So what are you going to do next? Go and win over those retired old wizards? Ask them to help get votes? Lorena asked tentatively. After Lear said that the electoral system could win votes, Lorena also reacted. All the previous votes were handled by Joseph, including her 40% support rate, which was also obtained through Joseph's statistics. If Lear hadn't reminded her, she would have foolishly believed that she had been too perfunctory in her work as speaker for so many years, which led to not many wizards supporting her. It now appears that Joseph was probably canvassing for votes. This is certainly what you need to do, but besides this, have you ever considered any other way? Lear showed a meaningful expression. What? For example, preventing Joseph from electing the speaker. Lear said lightly, that is, make Joseph disappear from this world. Lorena was silent. She had indeed considered such a plan, but gave up in the end. She didn't want to win the election in this way. If Joseph died, everyone would think it was her doing. She hoped to get the approval of the parliamentary wizards instead of gaining the right to rule by force. Looking at Larina, who fell into silence. Even though Larina did not answer, Lier knew Larina's choice. The opponent obviously doesn't want to win in this way. Lier shook his head. In the world of law where power is supreme, there is actually no need to follow the rules too much. Unlike the real world, the Arcane Council believes in the arcane, and powerful wizards will naturally be sought after. For the strong, rules are just used to restrain the weak, and Larina is obviously not a weak person. Moreover, Lalina is originally from the Orthodox royal family of Kalia, and Joseph is the pest who broke the rules. End of this chapter. Arcane Academy, Counselor's Office. Joseph held his only remaining arm with a grim look on his face. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How dare he do this to me? Joseph roared. Ian and Bridget sat aside, looking at the crazy Joseph with different expressions. You are too impulsive. Ian frowned. It is obvious that Lalina's decision to add a new counselor at a time like this is not that simple. To be honest, we were too careless and didn't investigate the identity of that Lier. He sighed again, recalling the scene of Lier and Joseph fighting just now. The opponent is a dexterity professional, the type that is most restrained against mages, and he also possesses both war and arcane powers. After Larina announced that this man named Lier would become the new senator, none of them cared. After all, in Larina's description, Lier was just a young man in his 20s, just a high-level wizard. Their arrogance as MPs took its toll. Bridget, you seem to know the man named Lier? Master Ian looked at the female wizard beside him. I've heard of it. Bridget nodded. You know? Hearing this, Joseph turned his head sharply and stared at the woman in front of him. I know. Then why didn't you remind me? Joseph roared. The one I know is Lier Stewart. The speaker did not state Lear's last name when he announced that he was a member of parliament. How can I be sure that they are the same person? Bridget glanced at Joseph. Even so, you should report it to us. Joseph was overwhelmed by anger. Report to you? Bridget's expression turned cold. Senator Joseph, you seem to have misunderstood the situation. I am not your subordinate. When I became a member of the parliament, you were just a fire mage with no talent. You. Joseph's eyes widened with anger as if he had been touched in a sore spot. Okay? Now is not the time to argue. Ian quickly interrupted the two people who were talking more and more fiercely. He looked at Joseph helplessly. Mages who majored in fire magic would gradually become irritable in temper, and Joseph, as an extraordinary fire mage, was no exception. What we should consider now is what to do next. Speaker Lalina has Lear's support, so our advantage in the election is not that great. And as for Lier Stewart, how strong is he? Ian analyzed calmly. Considering Lil Stewart's strength, in the worst-case scenario, we might go to war with Speaker Lorena in this election. Princess Mina is back too. You two should not have forgotten Princess Mina, right? When she left several years ago, she was already a high-level peak mage. Now she may have broken through to the extraordinary level. Do you mean that Lalina will attack us directly? Joseph's expression was uncertain. Maybe. After all, you've gone too far. Speaker Lorena didn't have much interest in the position of Speaker of Parliament before, but you shouldn't be so eager to insert your hand into the ruling class of Kalia. Ian glanced at Joseph. The original intention of establishing the Arcane Parliament was just to spread arcane laws, and it did not have much power. The Kingdom of Kalia was the Royal Kingdom of Kalia, and the Arcane Parliament had no power to interfere. However, all this changed after Joseph became a member of the parliament. In any case, you'd better restrain yourself from now on. If Lier Stewart wants to assassinate you, you may not be able to resist. You'd also better prepare the two extraordinary props to compensate Lier Stewart as soon as possible. Ian continued. Joseph lowered his head upon hearing this. His only remaining hand turned white from clenching his fists, but he was powerless to refute, and there was even a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. Arcane Tower. 5th floor, this is where the tower's library and archives are located, as well as a meeting hall. Lier was currently in the archives looking through some bills passed by Parliament in recent years. After Joseph was promoted to Member of Parliament, he first won over a group of senior members of Parliament and proposed an election system for the Speaker, and then began to extend his hand to the ruling classes in various parts of the Kingdom of Kalia. Excellent mages in the Parliament can directly enter the management level of big cities without taking any assessment, which is originally impossible. The city management class of the Kingdom of Kalia was originally selected from various arcane academies. No matter how outstanding a wizard is, after graduating from the Arcane Academy, he can only start from the grassroots level and then be promoted through continuous assessments. Joseph simplified this process, allowing many high-level mages to obtain the qualifications to be directly promoted to managers in big cities. Such a decision is naturally good for the high-level mages of the Parliament, but in fact most of the high-level mages who were assigned are old pedants who only know how to study. The arcane and have no ability to manage a city at all. After all, the truly excellent managers had been assigned out early on, and most of the mages who remained in the Academy and Parliament were only capable of teaching. It's not that they don't want to go out, but their abilities are limited. An excellent magician does not necessarily make them an excellent manager. Joseph's decision allowed these left-behind mages to gain more benefits, which also earned Joseph the support of many mages. Looking at the records in the file, the corners of Lear's mouth twitched slightly. In addition to promoting mages, there were also bills for various subsidies. Lear just felt it was too shameless. If it were in the previous life, Joseph would be a complete traitor and Lorena would be a tyrant. How could such a bill be passed? The original Arcane Council and Arcane Academy were just academic institutions, but because of what Joseph did, they were turned into power institutions. The power of the Kalia royal family has been seriously encroached upon. No wonder Lorena's support rate is only 40%. Joseph has made the treatment of the parliamentary mages so good. If Lear himself were a mage of the Parliament, he would probably support Joseph. Lear shook his head and put the file in his hand back on the bookshelf. He walked out of the 5th floor of the tower, took the floating array to the 2nd floor, and then walked down the spiral staircase. The scene on the 1st floor has been almost restored, and several mages are using spells to move building materials. It's been a long time since the 1st floor of the tower has been destroyed like this. "Who is fighting here?" said a mage while carrying building materials. "I heard that the new Senator Lear had a fight with Senator Joseph." Another wizard at the side replied. "What? I heard that Senator Lear is not a high-level wizard? Can he fight with Senator Joseph?" "You don't know this, I heard the news." Although Senator Lear is only a high-level wizard, he is a dual-law professional. He possesses the power of both the law of war and the law of arcane. The wizard said quietly, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can someone possess two powers of law? I'm not lying. This is what my cousin in the Arcane Legion heard from Lady Helen. Senator Lear is an extraordinary war knight. When he fought with Senator Joseph yesterday, he cut off one of his arms." The wizard's eyes widened when he heard this, and at this moment Lear walked down the stairs. When they saw Lear, they both turned their heads to look. It was a strange face that neither of them had seen before. "Who are you? Why are you in the tower?" One of the mages suddenly became serious. "Not just anyone can come to the Arcane Tower. Even students from the Arcane Academy outside have to make enough contributions to enter the tower, or they have to participate in the duel day for new students every year. The person in front of me is at least 20 years old and obviously not a student." "Lear Stewart." Lear gave his name with a smile. "Lear Stewart?" The two were stunned for a moment, feeling that the name sounded familiar. After a few seconds, the wizard who was questioning Lear widened his eyes. "Are you Senator Lear?" "It's me." Lear nodded. "Greetings, Senator." The two men looked at each other and saluted quickly. The wizard who knew that Lear had cut off Joseph's arm showed an expression of admiration. Lear raised his eyebrows and asked, "From what I just heard from you, it seems that it is not uncommon for the 1st floor of the tower to be damaged?" "It's like this, Mr. Senator. Every year when the Royal City's Arcane Academy recruits new students, they hold a freshman duel on the 1st and 2nd floors of the tower. Senior students will intercept the freshmen, so the 1st and 2nd floors will be destroyed once a year." The wizard explained hurriedly. "Oh, that's quite unusual." Lear nodded. "Yes, this has been the tradition of the Parliament. I heard that the old speaker made the rule." "Well, you seem to have mentioned the battle between me and Joseph just now," Lear said again. "Mr. Congressman, I just heard it and I didn't mean to talk about you." The wizard's face changed and he said nervously, "Don't be nervous. I'm not blaming you. I just want to know some information about the Parliament. After all, I just came to the Parliament and don't know much about it. The battle with Senator Joseph yesterday was also an accident." Lear waved his hand. Hearing what Lear said, the mage calmed down. However, after hearing the second half of Lear's words, his expression became excited again. "Mr. Congressman, do you mean that you really fought with Congressman Joseph yesterday? The broken arm is also, it's true. I'm sorry. I was a little too harsh." Lear waved his hand helplessly. After receiving Lear's reply, the two wizards looked at each other, and Lear saw a hint of joy in their eyes. He raised his eyebrows. The policies promulgated by Joseph allowed the mages in the tower to gain more benefits. He should be sought after by many mages, but the two mages in front of him didn't seem to like Joseph. "Can you tell me something about the parliament? I would also like to hear what the mages in the parliament and the academy think of the parliamentarians." Lear interrupted the two people's eye contact and asked his own question. The wizard came back to his senses, looked at Lear, and said respectfully, "What do you want to know?" "If you don't mind, please tell me what you think of the 5 members of parliament and the speaker," Lear asked. The two wizards did not refuse and started talking. Lear listened quietly. It could be seen that the wizards of the arcane parliament had no reservations about talking about the members. It seemed that they were not afraid of retaliation at all. All kinds of bad things came out of their mouths. What? It seems that Counselor Ian has homosexual tendencies. Counselor Bridget likes to study all kinds of strange spells and is familiar with spells from various factions. She is also beautiful, and many wizards in the parliament have fantasies about Bridget. And there is Joseph. Although he proposed policies that are beneficial to the parliamentary mages, such policies are only aimed at those noble mages. Simply put, you can gain power by paying money. Most of the mages in the Parliament and the Royal City Arcane Academy actually disliked Joseph, especially those mages who were of commoner origin. Even if they had better abilities, they could only stay in the academy to teach. Joseph cut off their path to promotion. Hearing this, Lear's lips curled up into a smile. He originally thought that Joseph's policy only gave the mages in the Parliament more power, but now it seems that the other party is also corrupt, which is a point that can be attacked. After talking about Joseph, the two started talking about Lorena. When they mentioned Lorena, their expressions became a little strange, and their eyes looking at Lear also changed. "Sir, are you really the new husband of Speaker Lorena?" asked one of the mages. The expression on Lear's face stiffened slightly. After a long silence, he sighed and said, "This is a rumor. I must correct your mistake. Lorena and I are just ordinary friends, and I already have a wife." The two wizards were stunned for a moment, and seemed not to believe what Lear said. Lear did not explain any further, as sometimes the more he explained, the more confusing it became. He said goodbye to the two mages and walked out of the arcane tower. He needed to confirm the words of the two mages again. After all, the words of only two people could not guarantee that they were true. Walking on the way to the college, Lear attracted the attention of many students, but his appearance had not been fully exposed. So many people did not recognize him. Many students were already talking about yesterday's battle in the arcane tower, especially the incident of Joseph's broken arm. Lear saw a gloating mood in these students' eyes. Lear also pretty much confirmed Joseph's reputation in Parliament. "I guess the noble wizards support Joseph. After all, power can be gained by paying money," but the number of noble wizards was definitely not enough for Joseph to get 60% of the votes, and the other party might have tampered with the ballots. As Lear was thinking, Helen, who had long blue hair, came over. When she saw Lear, her eyes flashed with joy and admiration. Next to her stood a female magician, holding a thick book in her hands. End of this chapter, Miss Helen. Lear greeted with a smile. "Senator Lear, I see you are here. Speaker Lorena has already started preparing for the ceremony to confer the title of senator, and she is looking for you now." Helen came to Lear. "I came out for a walk." Lear shrugged. After talking with Lorena yesterday, they moved into the 6th floor of the tower, which was used to entertain guests. As for the election of the speaker, it has been temporarily put on hold. Everything will have to wait until the ceremony of enthroning new members is over. "Who is this?" Lear looked at the woman next to Helen. He was about 20 years old, with strong magical fluctuations on his body, probably at a high level. He wore black framed glasses on his face and looked like an academic wizard. "I forgot to introduce you. This is the mentor of the Academy's Arcane School, high-level wizard Rosie Foster, and a student of Chancellor Lorena." Helen introduced to Lear. Lear raised his eyebrows. He didn't have much impression of this name. "Senator Lear, please come with me." Speaker Lorena also wants to discuss with you the ceremony of enthroning members of parliament. Helen continued. Lyre nodded and did not refuse, and followed Helen and Rosie back to the arcane tower. Arriving at the 4th floor of the tower, this is where members of parliament and high-level mages handle government affairs. Lorena usually works here as well. Although she says she works here, she actually just looks at the reports brought up by the mages below. Most of the reports are related to the Arcane Academy, while the important events that really concern the kingdom will be transmitted directly through the transmission channel inside the tower to Lorena's palace on the 8th floor of the tower. Arriving at the door of Lorena's office, Helen knocked on the door and walked in with Lear and others. In addition to Lorena, Mina, Maya, and Erwin, Lear also saw many unfamiliar faces in the office. A long table was placed in the middle of the room. Lorena sat at the head, with about a dozen people sitting on both sides. After Lear walked into the room, many people looked at him, with different expressions. "Senator Lear, you're here." Seeing Lear, Lorena smiled. Lear also smiled and glanced at the empty seat next to Lorena, which was obviously prepared for him. Lear walked forward and sat down without hesitation. "Your Majesty, is this the Senator Lear you mentioned?" After Lear sat down, a tall and handsome man on the other side spoke. Lear looked over and saw the man in front of him with sharp features and a sturdy build. He felt that he looked like someone who came from the army. The man called Lorena the Queen. Lyre raised his eyebrows. The mages in the parliament should call Lorena the Speaker. As for the Queen, probably only the nobles loyal to the royal family would call her that. "I'm Lear Stewart." Lear nodded politely to the man. "I've heard of the Stewart family. The Duke of Stewart is known as the Lion of Stewart, stationed in the Decision Mountains on the border of Brayfield." The man looked at Lear and said quietly, his eyes calm but with a hint of sharpness, "I'm Russell Field, commander of the Kalia Nightblade." The man introduced himself. Lear looked at the man in front of him, and he had some impression of him in his memory. Just like the Arcane Council has its own Mage Legion, which is divided into 3 major legions, Arcane, Frost, and Fire, the Kalia royal family also has its own legions, also 3 in number, different from the legions of the Arcane Council. The Parliament's legion is not large in number, all of them are mages above the beginner level, and there are only about 1,000 of them. The 3 legions of the Kalia royal family have more people, each with tens of thousands of people, and some even have hundreds of thousands of people. Of course, the large number of people also means that the average strength of the 3 major legions of the royal family is much worse than that of the Parliament's legions. Most of the 3 major legions of the royal family are only apprentice-level wizards who know few spells, and most of them major in the combat school of enchantment spells. "It's an honor to meet you, Commander Russell." Lear stretched out his hand towards the other party. He could sense that the other party was a powerful man of extraordinary level. Looking at the hand that Lear extended, Russell was silent for a few seconds, then he also extended his hand. "It's an honor for me too, Senator Lear." "Okay, Russell, I told you that Senator Lear is not an ambitious person like Joseph. Yesterday he helped me cut off one of Joseph's arms." Lorena interrupted their conversation with a smile. Lear and Russell let go of each other's hands, and neither of them said anything else. "Lear, I plan to notify all departments of the Parliament this afternoon and announce that I will hold a ceremony to confer you the title of Member of Parliament in 3 days. Do you have any ideas?" Lorena looked at Lear. "I'm fine with that. Just follow the rules of Parliament." Lear shook his head. "Since you have no objection, I will arrange it." Lorena nodded, and then she looked at the others below. "I called you here today to introduce them to you. Everyone here is a noble who is loyal to the royal family of Kalia." Lorena pointed at the people below. Except for Legion Commander Russell, who had just introduced himself, the others were all from the Kalia royal family and did not belong to the Arcane Council. They coordinate many affairs of the royal city of Kalia, including personnel management of major cities and taxation of the kingdom of Kalia. Lyre listened quietly, his eyes falling on one of the mages. The wizard wore glasses, had brown hair and a hooked nose. His name was Egon Hayes. He was responsible for assigning outstanding students from the royal city's Arcane Academy to work in other parts of the kingdom. Lear remembered the news he heard in the academy, that as long as he gave money to Joseph, he would be assigned a good job. He originally thought that it was Joseph himself who arranged it, but he didn't expect that the one who assigned the personnel was the wizard in front of him. "I wonder if this wizard has any connection with Joseph's case." Lear withdrew his gaze and did not linger on the wizard for too long. It wasn't long before Lorena introduced everyone present. In addition to them, there are 2 more Legion commanders, but they are stationed at the border, not in the royal city. I'll introduce them to you if I have a chance. Lelina continued. One of the middle-aged men with a big belly looked at Lier. It's an honor to meet you, Senator Lier. I'm Hubert Nelson, who coordinates the kingdom's commerce and taxation. If you need anything, please tell me and I'll do my best to help you solve it. As the middle-aged man spoke, the other nobles also greeted Lier. Everyone was very enthusiastic, but there was also a hint of fear in their enthusiasm. Maybe it's because of cutting off Joseph's arm yesterday. After everyone had been chatting for a while, Lorena coughed lightly and the room fell silent. Okay, today I'm just introducing you to each other. If you want to continue communicating, you can wait for the coronation ceremony in 3 days. Now I have other things to discuss with Counselor Lier. You guys go down first, Russell stay. Faced with Lorena's order to leave, everyone stood up obediently and left one by one. After everyone left, Lelina sighed. Senator Lier, what do you think of these nobles in the kingdom? What do you think? Lier replied, pretending to think. I think they are all very friendly. Is that so? Lelina looked at Lier for a while before saying, but I feel that they are no longer the Kalia subjects who were once loyal to the kingdom. Lorena's expression darkened. She was the queen of Kalia. Although she might not be a good leader, she was not completely ignorant of the affairs of the kingdom. This included Joseph and the kingdom's nobles accepting bribes to assign kingdom positions to other nobles and merchants, but she couldn't make up her mind to get rid of these parasites in the kingdom. These nobles were almost all much older than her, and they were all subjects who had followed their father all the way. As a daughter who inherited the throne of Kalia, she now had to take action against these nobles, which made her very embarrassed. Lier listened to Lorena quietly without saying anything anymore. After finding out that Joseph accepted bribes to arrange noble officials, Lier knew that not only the arcane parliament, but also the royal family of Kalia was corrupt. After all, he was only an extraordinary level senator and did not have that much power. The termites must be cleaned up as soon as possible, otherwise they will contaminate more places. Lier said lightly. After hearing what Lier said, Lelina took a deep breath. She had indeed made a decision, otherwise she would not have called Russell back. As the commander of the most powerful Ebony Legion in the kingdom, Russell's strength is unquestionable. The Ebony Guards under his command are the elite among the elite, capable of dealing with any emergency. So, Speaker Lorena, do you want to accept my suggestion? Just kill all those termites once and for all. Lier once again expressed his suggestion. He had suggested this to Lelina yesterday, but was rejected. Lelina fell silent again. After a long while, she struggled to say, I hope to give them another chance. After the election of the Speaker of the Parliament is over, I will completely take over and supervise the Parliament and the nobles of the royal city. If they can give up their power obediently, I will not pursue their affairs anymore. If they resist, Lelina didn't say anything else, but Lier and Russell understood. Lier shook his head. People who are too kind are not suitable to be leaders. Lorena is such a person. He still remembered that in his previous life, after the coup in the kingdom of Kalia, Lorena abdicated and handed over the position of queen to Maya. Compared with Lorena, Maya was a better queen. I hope you can help me. Lelina looked up at Lier and Russell. I will always be loyal to you, Your Majesty. Russell stood up from the chair and then knelt on one knee. He looked at the ground, with a sharp light in his eyes. The Field family guarded the border of the kingdom, bordering the Rhodes Empire. They had the most powerful army in the kingdom. Russell had also heard some rumors about corruption in the royal city, but he was a general guarding the border and had no right to interfere in the affairs of the royal city. But now it was different. Lorena gave the order herself, and he was willing to sacrifice his life for Lorena. I will help you win the position of speaker. This is our deal, nothing more. Lier shrugged. As for the affairs of the Kalia royal family, it is not appropriate for an outsider like me to interfere. However, if Counselor Joseph and those nobles intend to rebel, I can help you resist them. Then I would like to thank you in advance, Senator Lier. Lelina thanked Lier, and then she thought of something and said, but before that, I need to win the speaker election first. Do you have any good ideas? That's easy. Hearing this, Lier smiled and said, first of all, we have to ensure the fairness and openness of the vote. You said before that you have a 40% support rate. This data should not be obtained by yourself, right? Joseph placed the ballot boxes in the parliament, and then other members of the parliament counted the votes. Lorena replied, "That means the authenticity of this data needs to be verified." Lier waved his hand and picked up the pen on the table. "So the first step we need to take now is to make the election process public and transparent. How exactly should we do it?" Lalina asked. "Everything from voting to statistics must be open. Each wizard with the right to vote can only have one vote, and each ballot must be bound to the corresponding wizard. We can use arcane arrays to input the wizard's magic power into the ballot to make it impossible to falsify." Lier planned quietly. Lorena and everyone in the room also watched Lier writing and drawing on the paper quietly. "As elects, you and Joseph cannot interfere in voting matters to avoid suspicion." Lier continued. After writing down the election process on paper, Lier suddenly found that everything around him was quiet. He looked up and saw that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes. "What's wrong?" Lier frowned. "Senator Lier, is the election of the Pope of the War Church also based on a voting system?" Lorena said after a moment's silence, "Of course not." Lier shook his head. "Then how come you are so skilled?" Lalina blinked. "It's just an election. It's not a complicated system. You should be able to understand it if you think about it." Lier smiled. "I have the power to supervise the entire war church. How to make the system fair is also something I am good at," he added. Lorena didn't ask any more questions after hearing this, and Lier didn't say anything more. He quickly wrote down all the details of the election on the paper. After writing, he handed the paper to Lorena. "You can announce these things at my enthronement ceremony in 3 days. Also, you can use my enthronement ceremony to publicize the Parliament's assessment system and the mage promotion system after you are re-elected as a member of Parliament. Let more mages know how the Parliament will develop after you are re-elected as Speaker, so that you can also gain more supporters." Lier gave his final suggestion. End of this chapter. Lier only proposed all the matters and did not do them himself. After all, he was not Lorena's subordinate. Even after becoming a member of the Arcane Council, he would not care too much about the Arcane Council. Just like his current position in the Church of War, he only has status and power, but does not bear too many responsibilities, similar to a guest official. After handing the plan to Lorena, Lier did not ask Lorena what policies she planned to use to attract supporters. These were things that Lorena should consider as the speaker. What he cared more about now was his affinity with the arcane law. Lorena gave him the power to consult the Parliament's spellbook at will, but he also had to improve his affinity with the law before he could learn those extraordinary spells. As he stood up, Lier glanced at Maya. If he could make Maya have negative emotions, he could gain affinity with the arcane law. It sounded easy, but if he took the initiative to find Maya, he would definitely be seen as having ulterior motives. It seems that I need to plan it carefully. Lier withdrew his gaze and left the office. News of the investiture ceremony quickly spread throughout Parliament. In the academy classroom, Maya was giving a course on arcane spells, and the spell runes floating in the air were exactly Lier's arcane canon. These days, Lier's identity has been completely exposed. The extraordinary war knight, the dual law professional, and the special executive of the war church, these titles have attracted the attention of many mages. "Teacher Maya, I heard that you went to Soros Royal City some time ago? Do you know what kind of person Senator Lier is?" a female student asked curiously. "He is a genius, as evidenced by the arcane cannon and the flame extinguishing technique." When Maya mentioned Lier, a strange light flashed in her eyes. "Is it true that Senator Lier is a war knight of extraordinary level?" another student stepped forward and asked. "I heard that Counselor Joseph had his arm cut off because of the fight with Counselor Lier? What hobbies does Senator Lier have? May I ask if Counselor Lier is married?" More and more students came up. Maya opened her mouth, but when she heard the last question, she became inexplicably irritated. "Be quiet. It's not your place to ask about Senator Lier's affairs. As students of the academy, what you should do now is to learn magic well." Maya scolded angrily. After hearing Maya's scolding, the students around quieted down, but they didn't seem to listen to Maya's words. All the students in the academy knew Maya's character. She was just talking and would not punish them at all. Maya was helpless about the attitude of these students. When the bell rang, she left in a hurry. As soon as she walked out of the classroom, a figure coming from the opposite direction blocked her way. Maya frowned. The person in front of her was a man. He was quite handsome, with short, sharp, fiery red hair and luxurious clothes. "Your Highness, What a coincidence. Did you just finish class too? The man walked forward familiarly, struck a pose that he thought looked handsome, and raised his eyebrows at Maya. Maya sighed as she looked at the man in front of her. Freddie, what do you want? Your Highness? The weather is nice today. Would you like to have dinner together? The man named Freddie made the invitation. I'm busy. Maya refused mercilessly. This was not the first time Freddie had invited him. The other party was the son of Senator Joseph, a high-level fire mage. He had been pursuing her for a long time and had been rejected by Maya countless times, but he kept pestering her like a stink bug. Because Freddie is Joseph's son and did not do anything excessive, Maya had no way to punish him. Your Highness, I really invite you sincerely. Can you give me a chance? Freddie did not back down because of Maya's refusal. Instead, he continued to speak seriously. Maya took a deep breath. If it weren't for her tolerance as a princess, she would have wanted to curse. She glared at Freddie and was about to leave. At this moment, she saw a figure appear not far away. Lier walked into the teaching building. In order to improve his affinity with the arcane law, he had to go out and find Maya. In order to avoid misunderstanding his intentions, he deliberately chose the time period when Maya was teaching. Let's wait and see. As for how to make Maya have negative emotional fluctuations, we can consider it later. Arriving at the teaching building, Lier walked towards the classroom where Maya was teaching. According to his investigation, he turned a corner and was about to move forward when he felt a fragrant breeze blowing towards him. Not far away, Maya walked up to him with blushing cheeks, and under Lier's surprised gaze, she hugged his arms. Lier was stunned for a moment and didn't have time to dodge. Behind him, the magic students widened their eyes. Please don't bother me again. I'm already engaged to Senator Lier. Maya looked back at Freddie and said something that shocked everyone, including Lier. Lier raised his eyebrows, looked up at the young man not far away, and instantly understood the situation. As the princess of Kyla, how could Maya, who was so beautiful, have no suitors? It was probably another scene of a pursuer harassing him. Lier reached out and pulled Maya into his arms. He was worrying about how to improve his affinity with the law. Since Maya bumped into him on her own, he would not be polite anyway. Even if Lorena heard about it, I could just use the excuse that I was fending off suitors for Maya. Maya, who originally just wanted to use Lier as a shield, suddenly felt that Lier was hugging her. Her body instantly became stiff, and the earlobes under her hair turned red. She looked up at a loss and saw Lier's teasing eyes. Lier looked at Maya, reached out and pinched Maya's cheek. My lovely little princess, what happened? A soft voice sounded and fell into Maya's ears, and the girl's pupils trembled violently. The shyness emotional fluctuation value of the arcane law element carrier reaches 94%, and you gain 1% arcane law affinity. The system prompt appeared in front of Lier. Lier, who had not seen this prompt for a long time, showed a nostalgic look. This is how he treated Milia in the past. Making young girls shy was his specialty. Maya stared at Lier blankly. In her eyes, Lier's nostalgic look was like an extremely affectionate man looking at his lover. Does Lier like me? This thought came to Maya's mind. Let go of Maya. A voice like the angry roar of a monkey who failed in courtship was heard. Freddie stared at Lier, his fair face distorted with jealousy and anger. Who are you? Lier looked up and glanced at Freddie. Freddie Stevens. Freddie said his name proudly. Lier listened quietly. It was a name he had never heard of before, but even if he had, he would not care. He glanced at Maya, whose cheeks were red and she was at a loss, without leaving a trace, and continued to rub the girl's face unconsciously. As Lier moved, system prompts kept popping up, and Lier could also feel the girl in his arms becoming softer. I told you to let Maya go. Freddie saw Lier's actions, which made Freddie's anger escalate. He had already given his name, but Lier remained indifferent. No one in the entire Arcane Academy dared to look down on him like this. Freddie was so angry that he didn't realize what Maya's words calling Lier Senator Lier meant. Freddie took out his staff, arcane magic gathered, and flames rose up in the burning. He actually planned to take action directly. Maya, who saw the scene, also reacted. Her face changed and she broke free from Lier's arms. Freddie, you dare to do this in the academy? That bastard dared to attack you. I will not forgive him. Freddie was furious. He had been attracted to Maya since the first time he saw her as a child. He worked hard to become the best wizard in the Arcane Academy besides Maya in order to match Maya. Although Maya doesn't like him very much, Freddie has already regarded Maya as his wife. As long as his father wins the parliamentary election, his father can propose to Speaker Lorena. By that time, his father will be in charge of the parliament, which is a huge power that even Lorena will have to treat with caution. He is my fiancé. This is a matter between us and has nothing to do with you. Maya said angrily. Impossible. How could Speaker Lorena marry you to such an unknown person? Freddie didn't want to believe it. Didn't you hear me tell you Lear's identity? Maya looked at Freddie coldly. He is Lear Stewart, the 6th member of parliament. Your father was taught a lesson by Councillor Lear not long ago. Do you want to give it a try too? Maya's words calmed Freddie down a lot, and his expression gradually stiffened. He still remembered that his father's right hand was cut off when he came back yesterday, and he was probably still looking for someone to treat him. Are you Joseph's son? Lear finally knew the identity of the young man in front of him. Freddie stood there, unable to utter a word in response to Lear's words. Lear was just standing there without moving, not even emitting any aura, but the fear in Freddie's heart had been aroused little by little. That's Senator Lear? He's even more handsome than the portrait I saw. Councilman Lear is actually engaged to Teacher Maya? Damn it, Teacher Maya got there first. There was a whisper all around. Maya felt shy after hearing this, but Lear didn't care. He looked at Freddie and said, "Do you want to try fighting me? I don't need to use magic." Freddie's face turned pale and blue when he heard this. It has long been known that Lear is an extraordinary war knight. Wouldn't he be able to beat him even without using magic? I'm sorry, Senator Lear, I didn't know it was you. I apologize to you. After a long silence, Freddie bowed deeply to Lear with a very humble attitude. Looking at this scene, Lear raised his eyebrows. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. He originally thought that Freddie would say something harsh and then walk away obediently, but he did not expect that the other party would apologize to him in such a servile manner. In this case, it would be difficult for him to continue to attack Freddie. After all, there were so many people watching here. As a congressman, if he attacked a weak person who had already admitted his mistakes, he would inevitably be seen as petty and mean. It's a pity that I lost an opportunity to teach the other party a lesson. Lear shook his head and waved his hands. Go away, and don't bother Maya again next time. Hearing this, Freddie didn't say anything more, just turned around and left. When Freddie left, students from all the surrounding colleges swarmed over and surrounded Lear. Are you really Senator Lear? Mr. Congressman, are you really engaged to Princess Maya? Senator Lear, I am actually somewhat interested in swordsmanship. I wonder if you can teach me how to practice swordsmanship. Various voices rang in Lear's ears, most of which were female, making Lear feel a little headache. Just then, Maya outside squeezed in from the crowd. Stop disturbing Senator Lear. Go back to class. Maya said angrily, then grabbed Lear directly, and the arcane magic on her body vibrated, shaking the crowd away, and then she hurriedly ran away with Lear. The two rushed out of the teaching building, came to the empty park, and finally stopped by the lake. Maya glanced around and breathed a sigh of relief when she found that there was no one around. Although I don't mind you holding my hand all the time, do you really want to hold my hand like this? Lear's voice appeared in Maya's ears. Maya was stunned for a moment, then looked back at her hand that was holding Lear's. The next second her face turned red again, and she quickly let go of her hand. I'm sorry, Councillor Lear. Just call me Lear. Lear interrupted Maya and sat down on a chair beside her. Does the man named Freddie often harass you? Yes, he is the son of Senator Joseph. I rejected him, but he still. Maya nodded, hesitated for a moment, and sat next to Lear. So you're using me as a shield? Lear chuckled. I'm sorry. Maya smiled awkwardly. You don't have to apologize. I don't mind. But if such rumors spread, you will need to explain it to Speaker Lorena. Lear interrupted Maya. He really didn't care. After all, he didn't lose anything, and his affinity with the arcane law increased a lot, and he also took advantage of Maya. I will explain to my mother. Maya nodded, feeling inexplicably lost. She understood what Lear meant. Lear was just helping her get rid of Freddie and cooperating with her in acting. But when Maya thought of what Lear had done to her just now and the look in his eyes, her heart couldn't help but tremble. The two chatted for a while and then said goodbye. Lear was satisfied with today's progress. He could do more farces like this. It wouldn't be long before his affinity with the arcane law would be qualified to learn extraordinary spells. End of this chapter. The Flaming Hand Mage Tower, West District, Royal City of Kyla. Every member of Parliament has his own wizard tower, which is built at the expense of the Parliament after he is promoted to Member of Parliament. The Flaming Hand is the name of Joseph's Mage Tower. The Mage Tower has 6 floors, and the tower body is hooked with a pattern of a huge hand burning with flames. Freddy ran back to the Mage Tower with a gloomy look on his face. Many players around who saw this scene stopped in their tracks. No high-level NPC can escape the detection of the fourth scourge, and the same goes for Freddy, but these players did not approach him to get close to him. Someone had tried it before, and after saying a few words, he was burned to ashes by Freddy. Freddy is an extremely violent and arrogant noble wizard who discriminates against all civilians and is very dangerous to I. In the zoning strategy forum of the Royal City of Kyla, Freddy has been tagged, "What's wrong with this violent firemaster? Why does he look so ugly?" A player said cheerfully, "Don't worry about it. Don't forget the mission we received. Investigate the cases of outstanding mages in the Flame Legion losing control of their arcane magic over the years." The leading female player with the ID Yaume said unhappily, "Yes, miss, you are right." The 3 accompanying players nodded quickly. The 3 of them walked into the Mage Tower. No1 noticed the 4 demons. There were many players in the Mage Tower. The first and second floors were open to players, where they could learn apprentice level and basic fire spells. The 3 of them came to the second floor through the floating magic circle and found a wizard on the second floor. "Excuse me, is this the place to sign up to join the Flame Legion?" the demon asked softly. She looked around the room and saw a hook-nosed wizard sitting on a chair with a cigar in his mouth. He looked very rude. The wizard in the room raised his head and saw the 4 demons. "Yes, this is the registration office for the Flame Legion. Do you want to join the Flame Legion?" "Yes." Yaume nodded calmly. The mage opposite raised his eyebrows. As an elite legion under the parliamentarians, the Flame Legion usually only recruits students from the Arcane Academy. Of course, it also has a recruitment department in the Flame Hand Mage Tower to recruit mages who do not belong to the Arcane Academy. Many talented mages do not have the money to enter the Arcane Academy, and will be rejected even if they have good talents. If they want to learn higher level spells, they can only choose to join the Mage Tower in the Royal City and sign a contract to swear allegiance. Not just anyone can join our Flame Legion. The wizard in the room smiled meaningfully. His gaze fell on the female player, and a hint of surprise and lust flashed in his eyes. Such a beautiful mage is rare. Feeling the gaze from the opposite side, Yaume frowned. She was confident in her beauty and knew what kind of gaze that was. In real life, there would be people who looked at her like that. She looked down on such people, but she didn't expect that the NPC in the game would behave like that. Is this game too real? Yaume endured the unhappiness in her heart, as the mission was more important. After all, it was just an NPC data. "I think we should meet the requirements to join the Flame Legion." The demon said, "Really? Then I'll have to test you carefully." The mage looked away and nodded, "Come with me." After saying that, the wizard stood up, walked over to the demon, sniffed it rudely, and then walked out the door. "Follow me." Looking at the wizard's back, Yaume clenched her fists. Such a vulgar and obscene wizard should go to jail, she thought angrily in her heart, but still followed him. She and the 3 people around her were all mages from the Arcane Academy, majoring in fire magic. Later, because a new spell, the fire extinguishing spell, appeared in the academy, they switched to arcane magic. They came under the command of Helen, the commander of the Arcane Legion, and became Helen's students. Not long ago, when Helen was sorting out the information of the 3 major legions of the Parliament, she discovered that every year in the Flame Legion, many talented mages who graduated from the Arcane Academy died from losing control of their magic. If it was just 1 or 2. Occasionally, it wouldn't be a big deal, but it happens every year. Sometimes, 3 or 4 wizards die from out-of-control magic in a year. This caught Helen's attention. Coincidentally, at this time, Yaume and others arrived and learned about this matter, and spontaneously wanted to investigate for Helen. Helen refused at first, but Yaume wanted to help Helen investigate because she and others were extraordinary people and would not die. So I got this task. Yaume thought that if she wanted to investigate the Flame Legion, she must join the Flame Legion. Following the mage in front, everyone came to a room deep in the Mage Tower. Opening the door, there is a vast training ground. The magic towers of extraordinary magicians are all equipped with space-folding magic arrays. This is the basics, but it was the first time for Yaume and others to see it, and they all showed surprised expressions. This is the training place. I will test you here. The magician leading the demon walked into the training ground. My name is Falk Bailey, the logistics captain of the Flame Legion and a mid-level mage. If you want to join the Flame Legion, you should know the requirements, right? You must be at least a beginner wizard, and master at least 3 beginner fire spells, said the wizard who called himself Falk lightly. We know. Yame nodded. This condition is actually quite harsh. Generally, a newly promoted junior wizard can only have 1 junior spell. For the natives of the game, 3 junior spells are already considered an experienced junior wizard. After all, unlike players, the natives need to actually learn spell runes to learn spells, while players only need to click. Are you sure you want to take the test? The test fee is 1 gold coin, and there is no refund if you fail the test. Falk reminded. In his opinion, Yame and others were too young. Unless they were geniuses from the Arcane Academy, only experienced wizards could meet the requirements. Moreover, obtaining 3 different basic spells requires a lot of money. After all, spells are not something that can be found everywhere. Well, if you feel that you can't take the test, I have a rule here to reduce the difficulty of the test. As long as you sign a contract with the Flame Handmage Tower and pledge allegiance to Master Joseph for the next 10 years, the difficulty of the test will be reduced to only requiring you to demonstrate a spell. Falk continued. Also, as long as you choose to be loyal to Lord Joseph, you can immediately obtain 2 elementary spells for free. If you can be promoted to the intermediate or advanced level, you can also obtain a corresponding spell for free. After saying that, Falk took out 2 contracts, and Yame took them and looked at them. The contents of the 2 contracts are basically the same, both of which describe what benefits one can get after joining the Flame Legion. As long as one joins the Flame Handmage Tower, one can learn spells at a very favorable discount and receive a certain salary every month. The benefits and salary of the ordinary contract were not as great as those of the loyalty contract, and there was no free spell benefit. It seemed that choosing loyalty was more cost-effective, but Yame gave up the contract with better benefits without a second thought. After 10 years of loyalty, he still had to obey Counselor Joseph's orders unconditionally? Isn't this equivalent to selling himself? Moreover, the contract cannot be terminated, while an ordinary contract can be terminated at any time, but a penalty must be paid. We don't need this. Yame refused directly. Hearing this, Falk frowned, and his expression turned cold. In that case, then you can start the assessment. Cast spells at me, at least 3 basic fire spells. Falk walked to the side. Yame and the others looked at each other, and without hesitation, they started the assessment. 3 basic spells were nothing to them. After all, they were players and could learn as many spells as they wanted as long as they had money. And the fact that Yame and the others could join the Arcane Academy showed that they had no shortage of money. Under Falk's surprised gaze, all 3 of them successfully passed the test. Where do your spells come from? Falk couldn't help but ask. This should have nothing to do with the assessment, right? Yame did not answer it. Falk didn't ask any more questions, as the plan drawn up by Joseph did not include an investigation into the background of mages who signed up to join the Legion. He took out 4 ordinary contracts and handed them to the 4 Yameis. After signing this contract, you will join the Legion. From now on, you will need to obey the Legion's orders. I will give you the standard equipment of the Legion's mages. After joining the Legion, you are not allowed to quit within 6 months, otherwise you will be wanted by the Legion. Or you can pay the penalty and come to me to terminate the contract. Falk added. Yame and others took the contract and signed it. Seeing the 4 people sign the contract, Falk nodded and took out a badge. The badge was in the shape of a hand with burning flames. This is the badge of our Flame Legion. Please be sure to wear it at all times. If you lose it, you will be severely punished. This badge is a relic of law made by Lord Joseph. It has the ability to enhance the power of spells. You should know what the relic of law represents. Falk said seriously. Upon hearing the words law relics, Yame and the others were stunned. They were not novice players and knew what law relics were. This is an extremely precious and rare item. How could it be artificially created? Yame took the badge and cast a detection spell on it. Name, Flaming Hands Emblem category, Legal Relic, Fake, Introduction, a special item created by Joseph, a member of the Arcane Council, that contains the power of a mysterious relic of law effect. Wearing the emblem increases the power of your fire spells by 5%. Note, this emblem contains special powers. Wearing it for a long time may cause unknown effects. The demon's gaze fell on the last annotation, and her eyes lit up slightly. She had a hunch that there might be something wrong with this emblem. Okay, in that case, you guys go register for your accommodation and get your equipment first, and then come back for training tomorrow. Don't think about escaping with the emblem. The emblem made by Lord Joseph has a tracking function. Fok reminded again. Yame and the others nodded, took the emblem and left the training ground. After Fok got the red wizard robe equipment, he ignored them. Seeing Fok leave nonchalantly, the four Yame felt very strange. How could they just give them this kind of equipment and emblem? Although the emblem has a tracking effect, if they take it and run away, can they find the Flame Handmage Tower? Miss, what should we do now? Asked a follower. Yame thought for a few seconds, looked at the emblem in her hand and said, let's go find Teacher Helen first. After hearing Yame's words, the followers had no objection, and the four of them left the Mage Tower directly. On the top floor of the Mage Tower, in a dim room, Joseph stood in front of a bright red crystal. Flames were burning wildly in the crystal, and through the crystal he could see a heart beating constantly. Joseph reached out and touched the crystal. Flames continued to spread out from the crystal and burned his body. The veins on Joseph's forehead bulged, as if he was enduring some inhuman pain. Gradually, his broken arm was put back on, and the cut end began to move continuously, and finally slowly returned to its original shape. When the wound on his broken arm was completely healed, Joseph breathed a sigh of relief. He knelt on the ground and stood up after a long silence. Feeling his intact arm, his expression became somewhat ferocious. Damn Lil Stewart. He roared angrily, and the crystal in front of him had dimmed a lot. The power I have accumulated for so many years has been consumed just like this. Joseph looked at the crystal in front of him and the heart sealed in the crystal and was silent for a long time. Father. A sharp voice sounded from behind. Joseph came to his senses, turned around and walked out of the room. Outside was his study. After Joseph came out, the secret door behind him slowly closed. His son's voice came from outside the study again. Father, are you there? Come in. After making sure that the secret door of the study was hidden, Joseph shouted outside the house. The door of the study was pushed open, and Freddy walked in with a crying expression on his face. Father, you must help me. Joseph frowned at his son's appearance. What happened? Father, didn't you say that once you were elected speaker, you would ask Speaker Lorena to marry Maya to me? Why is Maya already engaged to that Lear? Freddy said unwillingly. When Joseph heard the word Lear, his expression darkened, and his arm, which had already recovered, inexplicably felt a phantom pain again. Father, seeing that his father didn't speak, Freddy wanted to say something. Shut up. Joseph interrupted Freddy harshly, looking at Freddy's face full of disappointment. It's already this late, and my son is still thinking about proposing marriage. How could it be so stupid? Lorena found Lear. She knew Lear's strength, and just watching Lear cut off her arm said it all. What he has done in Parliament over the years has already touched the bottom line of the royal family. I'm afraid Lorena will suppress him more strictly in the future. And her own son is still thinking about proposing marriage. Don't mention Lelina and Lear anymore, and don't go out anymore, just stay in the Mage Tower. Joseph decided to confine Freddy to avoid causing more trouble for himself. End of this chapter. The sun shines on the white marble floor. The severe cold of winter has receded, and the royal city of Kalia has become more vibrant. In the square in front of the Arcane Academy, a large number of Kalia's people gathered around. Some looked at the towering statue of the arcane goddess in the square and prayed silently, while others held cameras to record the major events that were about to happen today. A sixth member of parliament will be knighted today. It has been 5 years since the last time Maya became a senator. At that time, Maya had just been promoted to a high-level rank and created an arcane shock of no grade that was recognized by more than 70% of the mages in the parliament. Each new member of parliament represents a supreme power for the parliament, and will receive half of the tax revenue of a designated city and the title of Marquis of the Kingdom. The parliament will also help build a wizard tower in the royal city. There are now 6 wizard towers in the royal city. In addition to the royal wizard tower in the center, there are 5 wizard towers in the other 5 directions. I heard that this new counselor is from the Church of War? It seems he is also an extraordinary war knight. This counselor has been favored by 2 goddesses and can use the power of arcane and war at the same time. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, and Yame and others who were also in the crowd showed strange expressions when they heard this. Miss, why does the person they are talking about sound so familiar? The follower whispered. Yame didn't reply and continued listening. I also heard that this congressman even had a fight with Congressman Joseph when he first came to parliament, and cut off one of Congressman Joseph's arms on the spot. Is this true? Counselor Joseph is an extraordinary fire mage. My relatives in the Arcane Legion told me this. The new senator used a rapier, the man answered confidently. These words also reached the ears of Yame and others. They were students of the academy and they had indeed heard that Congressman Joseph had a fight with the new congressman, but they did not know the specific circumstances. These days they have been investigating the Flame Legion and preparing to infiltrate the Flame Legion. They had just sneaked in yesterday and had intended to find Helen to report, but due to the ceremony for the new congressman, they did not see Helen. Miss, the new congressman they are talking about could not be the special executive of the Church of War, the enchanting follower spoke again. Yame blinked her eyes. She hadn't seen any news about the NPC Lear Steward on the forum for a while. Many players were even offering a reward for Lear's location. Let's wait and see. If it really is Lear, then maybe we can try to get closer to him. Yame said after thinking for a while. She had watched the beta test video and knew everything about Lear, especially his shop, which contained many spells. She suddenly thought of a spell in Lear's shop, the fire extinguishing spell. The spell that affected the wind direction of the entire academy not long ago seemed to be called the fire extinguishing spell. While Yame was thinking, the gate of the Arcane Academy was slowly opened, and the Ebony Legion led by Russell spread out from both sides, lined up in 2 rows and knelt on one knee to eye in the back. Lorena came out with members of the parliament and a group of high-level wizards. Lear and Milia stood behind Lorena, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present except for Lear and the other two. Almost all the other counselors and high-level wizards present were familiar to the audience. Who are these 2 gentlemen? A native of the royal city of Kalia asked. Oh my god, it's Lear? Some players also exclaimed. Yame and others stood in the crowd, their eyes somewhat excited. Lear is undoubtedly the highest level NPC they can come into contact with. Not only that, there are many good things in Lear's shop. Amid cheers, Lorena brought Lear and others to the platform in front of the square, with the statue of the goddess of Arcane behind them. After a brief cheer, Lorena waved her hand, signaling for silence. Today is an important day. She stood on the podium and said softly, an outstanding person in the arcane field has come here and will soon become a member of the parliament. Lorena made way and let Lear stand in the center. He is Lear Stewart. He created extremely excellent spells. 2 of his spells have been included in the council and the academy. I believe that many wizards have already learned them. Arcane Cannon and Flame Extinguishing. Lorena continued, I don't need to say much about the excellence of these 2 spells, but I know that many people think that these 2 spells alone are not enough to gain the honor of being a counselor. There was complete silence in the audience as everyone listened quietly to Lorena's narration. The information about the Arcane Cannon and the Flame Extinguishing spell had already been known to many mid-level and high-level spellcasters. These 2 spells are indeed excellent, but they are not enough. When Lorena first announced that Lear would become a member of parliament, they also used this reason to oppose it. But now it seems that there is more to it than just that. Joseph, Ian, and Bridget on the side also showed puzzled looks. They looked at Lear as if they wanted to see something. Lear just stood there quietly, without moving. Everyone looked at Lorena, waiting for her next speech, but Lorena smiled and said, These are indeed not enough to gain the honor of being a counselor, but I will still give him the honor of being a counselor. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you the secret yet, but one day in the future you will know that the honor that Senator Lear received today is definitely well deserved. As Lorena finished her words, the place fell into complete silence. It was as if she had said nothing at all. Lear looked at Lorena. He thought Lorena was going to tell him the secret of Arcane Counter, but he didn't expect her to just brush it off like that. To those who are not in the know, doesn't it mean that I have high hopes for him, so I gave him the honor of being a member of parliament, and even suspected that Lear was a gigolo. Lorena also used the word secret, which made people more imaginative. In an instant, Lear felt all kinds of strange gazes directed at him. By the way, Senator Lear is also the special executive of the Church of War, a strong and outstanding extraordinary war knight. I believe that Senator Lear's arrival will definitely make the Parliament's battle magic school even more powerful. Lorena added, glancing at Lear while speaking, with an ambiguous tone. After hearing this, Lear regretted coming to Kalia to accept such a parliamentary title. After Lorena finished her last words, more glances came from the square, most of which came from male mages, and their eyes were full of hostility. It can be seen that Lilina has a great influence in Kalia. She is a widowed woman with 2 daughters, she is so beautiful, and she is also a queen. How could those old men who had been studying magic not be moved by such a person? Senator Lear, do you have anything to say? Lorena looked at Lear with a smile. Lear sighed helplessly. Mr. Speaker, your behavior will make people hate you. Is that so? Lorena replied in a puzzled tone. Lier shook his head. He always felt that the Speaker of the arcane parliament in front of him had a strange attitude towards him from the very beginning. I have nothing to say. If it's all right, let's just end it like this. Lear declined the invitation to speak. It would be futile to say anything when he could not prove that he deserved his status as a member of parliament. Just like Lelina said, one day in the future, when Arcane Counterattack officially takes the stage, he will be able to gain prestige in the parliament. And Lear feels that this day is not too far away. He glanced at Joseph standing aside. Lear didn't want to speak, and Lorena couldn't force Lear to speak. After saying a few simple words, Lorena looked at the statue of the goddess of Arcane in front of her. Senator Lear, I will pray to the goddess for you. Lelina said seriously. The other councillors standing behind her were also staring at the statue closely. The status of a member of parliament is not something that can be obtained simply by getting the approval of Lorena or other members of parliament. It is only the most basic qualification. True members of the parliament also need to be recognized by the goddess of Arcane. That's why Lorena jokingly said that it was because of a backdoor that Lear became a member of parliament. In fact, whether or not she can become a member of the parliament does not depend on her will. Lear also looked at the tall statue. He knew nothing about the affairs of the parliament members. As Lorena prayed, the statue began to shine, and a lavender light fell on Lear. The next second, Lear felt the scene in front of him change. Are you the mortal chosen by Croto? A curious voice sounded in Lear's ears. Lear was stunned, and then he saw the scene in front of him. There were scattered books all around. The scene in front of him looked like a library, with spiral bookshelves that stretched as far as the eye could see, and a large number of books scattered on the ground. On a table not far away, a petite figure was looking at Lear curiously. This is a girl who is only about 1.5 meters tall. She wears round frame glasses and a loose robe. Her white calves are exposed from the robe, giving her a petite Lolita feel. Are you the goddess of Arcane? Lear reacted and walked forward. It's me. The little girl nodded. She found a lot of books from the towering bookshelves around her. You have a lot of legal aura about you. This is very strange. Blood, that seems to be a very ancient law. I have only seen it in those remaining ancient books. Chen Xing is the strongest person in the previous era. Corrupt, dead gods. Blasphemy too, you killed them all. You accepted their power and didn't feel any rejection. The little girl kept talking while flipping through the books in the AIR. Lier looked at this scene, not knowing what the other party wanted to do. Arcane goddess, my name is Mitra. The little girl interrupted Lear and floated in front of Lear without saying anything. You also have my arcane law in you. This shouldn't have happened. Different laws and powers cannot coexist, but you broke such a rule. The little girl reached out and touched Lear, and Lear wanted to dodge reflexively, but in an instant he found that he could not move his body. The arcane light roamed over his body, as if searching for something. After about 10 seconds, the little loli frowned. How strange. The little girl floated away from Lier. There is nothing abnormal about you, but why can you accommodate other laws of power? And your affinity with the arcane law has been raised to the intermediate level, but I didn't even sense when it was raised. Mitra continued. Lier found that his body was able to move at this time, and he looked at the little loli in front of him vigilantly. The other party was a god. Although he didn't seem to be hostile, Lear was indeed a little angry when he came up and searched his body without any explanation. Are you angry? Mitra glanced at Lear, then said unhappily, I should be angry. You stole my power, but I knew nothing about it. Like a bullied little girl, Mitra sat directly on the table nearby. Lear said nothing, for he had almost guessed what Mitra was saying. He can obtain law affinity from the carrier of law source, which seems to not require the help of law spirit. In the game Cognition of Law, affinity for law is granted by gods, as is completing tasks. Although gods may have just arbitrarily set tasks and rules for obtaining affinity for law, it obviously does not include Lear's way. It is not right to let the carrier of the source of law produce negative emotions. It seems that you are not going to tell me the reason. Mitra looked at Lear and curled his lips, a little unhappy, but not angry. Humph, it's fine if you don't want to tell me, but I won't let you go easily. Mitra snorted lightly, and then a dazzling stream of light sank into Lear's body. Since you are the one that Croto has chosen, you must be special. That guy Jean has left traces on you, so of course I won't miss you. You have received the gift of the arcane goddess, and you have obtained 1% of the arcane law essence. You have obtained occupation information, mage. You can awaken the arcane law affinity for others and switch to the arcane law occupation. Your affinity for the arcane law has reached 90%. You gain intelligence plus 49, mysticism plus 21. Since you have not completed the attribute limit breaking task, the mystery and intelligence attributes are limited to 99. You have triggered the extraordinary mage. Professional advancement task. Mission, Extraordinary Mage's Professional Trial. Mission objective, create any high-level spell. Quest reward, Mage Professional Rank Upgrade. Qualification to learn extraordinary spells. The spell arcane counter is detected, and the mission has been completed. You have completed the Extraordinary Magician's Professional Trial. The Magician's Professional level has been upgraded, and you have obtained the qualification to learn extraordinary spells. A series of system prompts popped up in front of Lear. Looking at the information in front of him, Lear's eyes widened. This was the second or third gift he had received. The goddess of war had given him source material before, and so had Milia. As a result, his affinity with the law of Morningstar had reached 90%, and now the goddess of arcane had also given him source material. Doesn't this law essence cost money? End of this chapter. I will watch you. When the jumping system prompt stopped, Mitra's voice came again. The little girl had a smile on her face, and the next second the scene in front of Lear's eyes changed. The sun shone on Lear, and in front of him was a tall statue of the goddess of arcane, which was very different from the image of the little lowly just now. That's a gift from God. There were bursts of exclamations from all around. Lear came to his senses and found that Lorena and many high-level wizards in the parliament were looking at him with envy. You actually received the gift from the goddess. Lorena looked at Lear with a complicated expression. Even she, the speaker, had not received the gift from the goddess. Apart from his father, the only person in the parliament who had received the gift was Maya. Lear shrugged, glanced at the statue, and then curled his lips. It seems to be a gift indeed. Thinking of Mitra's last words, Lear had some different ideas about the source of law. Mitra said that he would always keep an eye on him. Could this law essence also have a marking effect? I can ask Miria when I get back. Except for my father, Maya is the only one in the entire parliament who has received the gift, and now you are the third one. Lorena glanced at Maya and then at Lear. Is this gift precious? Lear asked. Of course it is precious. This is proof that you are recognized by the goddess. People who receive the gift will find it easier to learn spells than ordinary mages, and they no longer have the bottleneck of law affinity. Maya's arcane law affinity has even reached 70% now. It should be the same for you, right? Lorena said again, with a hint of envy in her eyes. 70%? Lear raised his eyebrows. His was 90%. It seemed that the goddess of arcane was more optimistic about him. Although he had some other thoughts about the existence of the essence of law, Lear was still satisfied with the gift of the goddess of arcane. At least he would not be troubled by the affinity of the law when learning spells in the future, and he would not have to harass Maya anymore. I guess so. Lear nodded, without explaining the difference between himself and Maya. Now that you have received the blessing of the goddess, no one will question your identity as a member of parliament. Lorena restrained her emotions. If some people would say that Lear got the status of a member of parliament through backdoor channels, now that he has the blessing of the goddess, he no longer needs to prove anything. She walked to the platform and looked at the crowd below. Let us congratulate the new member of parliament, and he has also been recognized by the goddess. Lalina announced loudly, pointing at Lear, he is Lear Stewart. There were cheers from below, and a ceremonial smile appeared on Lear's face. After some polite words, Lorena announced that she would build a new wizard tower for Lear, and granted Lear the title of Earl, as well as the right to recruit mages to form the Wizard Tower Legion. Lear doesn't care much about these things, and he won't focus on Kalia. The ceremony ended successfully and the banquet was held in the evening. Lear followed Lorena back to the arcane tower. I in the crowd, Yame and others looked at Lear's leaving back and followed him excitedly. Arriving at Lorena's office, Lear and others walked in. Russell closed the door, and only people from Lorena's faction were in the office. Lear sat on the chair, looked at Lalina and asked, didn't you mention the election policy I mentioned to you before at the ceremony? That's your ceremony, it's not appropriate to talk about these things. I will bring up the election at the dinner, so you don't have to worry about it. Lorena waved her hand. It seems that you have already thought of the policy that can help you win the election. Lear smiled and wanted to ask Lorena how she made the decision. Just as Lear and Lorena were talking, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Lorena frowned. She had clearly told her not to disturb her before the party started in the evening. Mr. Speaker, there is a student of Lady Helen outside asking to see you. A voice came from outside. Lorena looked at Helen, who was sitting on the other side. Helen was also a little surprised. She didn't remember anything happening between her and her students. Seeing Helen's puzzled look, Lorena sighed. She thought the students outside were admirers of Helen. As a beautiful female teacher in the college, Helen is quite popular in the college. Some students have confessed in person before, but they were beaten up by Helen and calmed down. Lorena was just about to ask the wizard outside to send the students away when a voice came from outside again. They said they were following Lady Helen's orders and investigated the Flame Legion. Hearing the words Flame Legion, Helen raised her head. She seemed to have thought of something and said in a deep voice, "Let them in." Flame Legion? Lorena frowned and asked Helen, "Mr. Speaker, I found something wrong in the student files of the Academy. Among the mages who graduated from the Academy, many outstanding students who joined the Flame Legion have died. The information submitted by the Flame Legion shows that their deaths were caused by loss of control of magic power." Helen explained, "I only discovered this not long ago. I haven't had time to report it to you because I've been preparing for the ceremony." Magic out of control? Lorena opened her mouth. This was something that occasionally happened during a mage's training. When a wizard learns spells, due to his own lack of strength, his own magical power will become disordered and eventually out of control. In mild cases, the patient will suffer mental damage, while in severe cases, the disordered magic power will explode the brain and cause death on the spot. It is possible for magic to get out of control. Why do you feel something is wrong? Lorena asked again. If only a wizard died occasionally due to loss of control of his magic, it wouldn't be a big deal. But in the past few years, an average of 3 or 4 wizards from the Flame Legion have died every year due to loss of control of their magic, and they are all outstanding students who graduated from the Academy not long ago. Helen expressed her opinion. Hearing this, Lorena also heard something unusual, and at this time the office door was pushed open. The wizard outside the room led Yame and others in, and the last person left the office and closed the door. Everyone in the room looked at the people who came in. Lear also looked over. When he saw the girl in the lead, a strange expression appeared on his face. Charm. Looking at the ID above the girl's head, Lear felt it couldn't be more familiar. This was his mage partner in his previous life, a legendary mage known as the Fire Witch. The relationship between the two is very good, the kind that feels like close friends but also somewhat of a rival. Feeling the gazes of everyone in the room, Yame and the others inexplicably felt a strong pressure. These NPCs present are all at the top of the game. Lear is an extraordinary war knight and a dual law professional, and Lear's wife Milia is a godlike being at the dominant level. There is also the Speaker of the Arcane Parliament, the Commander of the Arcane Legion Helen, and another burly man. Although no one knows who the man is, he must be no ordinary person since he can sit here. Yame, it's you. Seeing Yame, Helen shook her head helplessly when she discovered the abnormality of the Flame Legion. She was caught by Yame and others. The enthusiastic aliens pestered her and said they would help her investigate, so she couldn't refuse. Teacher Helen. A smile appeared on Yame's face. She ran to Helen and hugged her. It is easy for women to get along well with each other. Not long after entering the game, she already had a good relationship with Helen. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me what you found. Helen slapped Yame's hand away in anger. Teacher Helen, this is what we found. Yame took out the emblem from the Flame Hand Mage Tower without hesitation. A Flaming Hand's emblem. The exquisite emblem carried a hint of the power of fire, which could be felt by everyone present, but no one felt it was strange. This is the emblem that everyone who joins the Flame Legion will obtain. This emblem has a tracking effect and is actually a relic of law. Yame said cautiously. As she spoke, she glanced at everyone in the room without leaving a trace. Everyone here had a calm expression, not showing any surprise at all. Of the people here are indeed big shots, and they are no longer surprised by the relics of the law. Yame was thinking in her heart and didn't notice Helen's strange expression at all. Is this what you found? Helen said helplessly. Yes, Teacher Helen, don't you find it strange? The Flame Legion can actually mass-produce relics of law, said the demon. Joseph's relic of law came from another relic of law. It just spread the power of that relic of law to the emblem. It can only be regarded as a forgery. Before Yame could say anything else, Lalina spoke first. Almost everyone at the top of the parliament knows about this, so it's not surprising. Lalina added, hearing this, the demons were stunned, and it took them a while to react. So actually everyone in the parliament knows about the flaming hand emblem. She lowered her head and glanced at the emblem in her hand. Her face gradually turned red. After all this time, she thought she had discovered some secret, but in fact, she was a clown. At this moment, Yame's toes were curled up in embarrassment. I know you Inhumans are all very enthusiastic, but the affairs of the Flame Legion are not so easy to investigate. Helen looked at the girl in front of her with amusement. Yame didn't say anything else, she just wanted to leave quickly. She took a deep breath, and just as she was about to apologize to Helen, a voice suddenly sounded, "May I see this emblem?" Lear asked. Yame was stunned for a moment. She raised her head and saw a gentle gaze, with handsome appearance and gentle temperament. The sunlight outside the window shines on Lear's face, and an elegant nobleman appears in front of the demon. She looked at Lear for a long time before she responded, Senator Lear, I'll show you right away. The enchantress walked up to Lear and handed him the emblem. In full view of everyone, Lear took the coat of arms and looked at it carefully. He felt a familiar power on the emblem, the power of fire mixed with an evil aura. Lear frowned. Blasphemy. He whispered a term, and then handed the emblem to Milia. Milia, can you feel it? Milia looked at the emblem in front of her and nodded. It's the breath of blasphemy. They had fought a real battle with the blasphemous spirits in the blood pool of the Blood King city, and were very familiar with the power of blasphemy. The emblem in front of him carried an aura of blasphemy, or to be more precise, the aura of fire released by blasphemy. Before coveting blood, the blasphemous spirit devoured many other weak laws, including this kind of fire. What are you talking about? Lalina frowned. There is something wrong with this emblem. Lear answered quietly, and he handed the emblem to Milia. Milia took over the emblem, and the azure light of the morning star lit up, covering the emblem. The next moment, a raging flame burned up, and a wisp of black mist also spread out in the flame. Now the expressions of Larina and the others also changed. They didn't sense it just now, but they felt it now. The power of this flame is different from arcane, it is pure fire, and the black mist is full of evil aura. Neither of these two powers belongs to the arcane. In other words, they are the power of heretical laws. The power contained in this emblem will constantly interfere with the holder's magic power, gradually causing the magic power to get out of control, and finally completely devour the holder's magic power. Milia has fully understood the information of this emblem. The eye in the face of the laws of Qinqing. This little trick could not escape Milia's eyes. Lalina hesitated when she heard this. She had heard about Milia, Lear's wife, the controller of the law of Morningstar, who was also a professional of extraordinary level and very powerful, but she knew nothing about the laws of Qinqing. Ms. Milia, can you let me take a look? Lalina asked. Milia handed the emblem to Larina. Russell and Helen, who were watching this scene, had some doubt in their eyes. It was the first time they knew that Milia was also a professional, and seemed very powerful. The power of law she possessed was different from that of the three major orthodox religions. She was actually a believer in heretical law. Feeling the gazes of the two, Lear casually explained, Milia is a believer of the law of the Morning Star and a professional of the extraordinary level. Hearing this, Helen and the others were even more shocked. Yame and others on the side did not make any movement, as they had already known the information about Milia. Larina took the emblem and sensed it. With her powerful mental perception, she indeed sensed a strange force, but she was not sure whether this emblem was the cause of the death of the Flame Legion's mage. Ms. Milia, are you really sure that this emblem will cause magic power to get out of control? Lalina couldn't help but ask. It's true, I can guarantee it. Milia nodded. If you don't believe it, why not let these aliens give it a try? After all, they are aliens, so even if their magic power gets out of control and they die, they can be resurrected. After these words were spoken, the room fell silent, and Yame and the others showed embarrassed expressions on their faces. They looked at the girl in front of them. It was hard for them to imagine that such a beautiful girl could say such cold and heartless words. It was a bit of a contrast, but there was nothing wrong with what Milia said. The aliens can indeed be resurrected. End of this chapter. Larina used magic to isolate the entire office, and then returned the emblem to Yame and others. You just wear this first, and report to Helen if anything happens. Larina also agreed with Milia's idea. Inhumans will not really die, so it doesn't matter even if their magic power gets out of control. If she could learn about the darkness within the Flame Legion in this way, Lorena could also take back Joseph's control over the Flame Legion. No need to go through so much trouble. Milia shook her head at this time. If you want to confirm whether this emblem can really cause magic to go out of control, you can try it now. Now. Lelina was stunned. Yes, I can forcibly guide the power out of it. Milia nodded. There are two kinds of legal forces on this emblem: blasphemy and fire. Perhaps the giant snake hidden in the Decision Mountains has been here before. Or it could be that someone got hold of a relic of the divine law of fire that was devoured by the blasphemous spirit. Milia glanced at Lear. They both had fought against the blasphemous spirit. Even the blasphemous holy sword of the blasphemous spirit was still in Lear's hand. The ability of the flaming hand emblem to increase the power of fire spells comes from the law of fire, while the power to cause magic to get out of control comes from blasphemy. The power of the law is not the same as that of gods, but gods are chosen by the law, so they become gods. Even if the gods die, the power of the law will not disappear. This is the power of rules. Now the blasphemy of the spirit is dead, but the blasphemy of the law still exists. Can you unleash the power in it? Lelina looked at Milia in surprise. That's right, so do you want to try it? Milia glanced at Lorena. Lelina hesitated for a moment, but before she could reply, the demon beside her stepped forward and said, "We are willing to contribute to the parliament." The demon had a righteous look on his face, like a loyal believer. Lear looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of him, and his eyes became gentle. The demon is still the same as in the previous life. Without any change, the room fell silent, and Lorena's perception of the demon changed. Although aliens could be resurrected, no one could guarantee that other mistakes would not occur when it came to things involving the power of the law. After all, if there really was something wrong with the Flaming Hands emblem, then many people would have already died at the hands of this emblem. Have you really thought about it? Lelina asked. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yame answered seriously, and the followers behind her echoed. The eldest lady has spoken, so how can they go against her will? Hearing the voice behind her, Yame nodded with satisfaction. She looked at Lorena again, but when she shifted her gaze, she saw behind Lorena, there, the handsome young man was looking at her with a gentle expression, and there was an emotion in his eyes that made Yame feel very strange. Appreciation? Or the lustful look a man has when he sees a beautiful woman. It doesn't seem to be. Being looked at by Lear made her feel uneasy, and a blush unconsciously appeared on her charming face. Although she didn't know why Lear was staring at her, Yame always felt weird under such a gaze. It was not like she had been looked at like this by other young masters before, but this was the first time she felt this way. Seeing the blush on the demon's face, Lear's mouth curled up slightly, and then he withdrew his gaze. It's still the same as in the previous life. Lear recalled the memories of his previous life. This was the case when he met Yame in his previous life. Yame was a real young lady in reality. Lear remembered that she was the daughter of a real estate tycoon and had been well protected since childhood, because she grew up surrounded by the attention of the public. Almost everyone around her respects her very much, and most of the men she comes into contact with behave like gentlemen, at least on the surface, until the demon entered the game of law and met Lear. At that time, Yame was already a well-known mage player. Because of her powerful background, she had a large number of fans among the player community. With the help of money and power, Yame's equipment and skills also reached the first-class level among the players at that time. Yame was very proud, and started to PK with various top players. Even the players from professional clubs would give Yame a little leeway because of her status, and would give Yame enough face even if they won, although it is not so easy to win. After all, Yame has all the top-notch equipment. Later, the demon came to Lear. Liurk didn't care about Yame's identity, he just beat her up and made her cry. From that time on, the evil spirit haunted Lear. Since you have made up your mind, I will not stop you from realizing your dream. Lorena took a deep look at the stranger in front of her. It has been some time since the aliens came to Kalia. This group of aliens are not afraid of death and are willing to do almost anything as long as they are rewarded. Lorena actually doesn't like aliens. She thinks such aliens have no loyalty. But now people like Yame have made Lorena's view of aliens slightly change. Although aliens can be resurrected from the dead, some curses from laws can be more cruel than death. If Yame knew what Lorena was thinking, she would probably feel embarrassed. After the player dies, all abnormal states of the player will be cleared, so she doesn't care about the law curse or anything like that. Since Yame and the others had already made their decision, Lelina also chose to fulfill them. She said to Milia beside her, "Miss Milia, I'm counting on you." Milia nodded and looked at Yame and the others. "Take out your emblems." Upon hearing this, everyone took out the emblem without hesitation. Milia stretched out her hand, the deep light of the morning star flickered, and the morning star scepter appeared in her hand. The morning star law relic exuded a mysterious and vast aura, and the azure light illuminated the entire office. The light fell on Yame and the others, and slowly gathered in the emblem of the hand of flame. As the light enveloped it, the emblem began to tremble violently. The flames rose from the emblem, raising the temperature in the office significantly. Seeing the flames burning, Yame and the others were shocked and reflexively wanted to reach out and throw the emblem away, but the emblem seemed to be stuck in their hands, sticking tightly to their skin. The next second, thick black fog dissipated and the ferocious shadow of a giant snake appeared. The moment they saw the giant snake's phantom, Lear and Milia's expressions changed. It was indeed a blasphemy against the true spirit, but the blasphemous true spirit in front of him was just a faint shadow, which looked very unreal. The big snake looked at the demon and others who were possessed by the emblem, and opened its bloody mouth directly. At this time, the demon and others felt that the magic power of their physical strength was overflowing uncontrollably. The magic is out of control. Lorena and others were shocked when they saw this scene. Milia was right. This emblem could actually cause magic power to get out of control. Just when the group of giant snakes were about to devour the overflowing magic power of Yame and others, the azure light of the morning star condensed into chains to bind the giant snakes. These giant snakes come from a heretical law. They will first lurk in the emblem and accumulate strength by absorbing the holder's magic power for a long time. Finally, they will burst out and cause the magic power to get out of control, and completely devour the holder's magic power. Milia quietly spoke out the secret of these giant snakes. Lier also watched this scene with a strange expression. The prototype of the big snake undoubtedly came from the blasphemous spirit. Why did the other party leave his power in Kalia? He shook his head. Now that blasphemy true spirit was dead, these things could no longer be verified. After witnessing the giant snake's phantom with her own eyes, Lorena had to believe that there was indeed something wrong with the Flame Legion's flame emblem. The giant snake's phantom before her was a heretical law. Although she was not particularly opposed to heretical laws, the giant snake before her was obviously evil. It devours the holder's magical power, causing the magic power to get out of control and explode, resulting in death. I'm afraid that once the holder's magic power is devoured, Joseph will come to take back these emblems. Lorena couldn't help but think of Joseph's past. Joseph used to be just an ordinary fire mage with mediocre talent, but later he suddenly emerged as a rising star, was promoted all the way, and finally became an extraordinary mage. Joseph's promotion was also a topic of discussion among many people in Parliament. No one knew how Joseph was promoted so quickly, and now that I think about it, maybe it has something to do with the heretical law. Joseph communicated with heretical spirits. The more Lorena thought about it, the more possible it seemed the giant snakes twisted in Chinching's shackles. Milia quietly waved her staff, and the azure light instantly annihilated the giant snakes. The out-of-control magic power in Yame and others also stopped at this time, and the emblems in their hands shattered instantly and were burned to ashes in the flames. They sat down on the ground, with a look of fear in everyone's eyes. Originally, the monsters thought they were extraordinary people who could come back to life from the dead and had nothing to fear. However, the feeling the giant snake gave them just now made them feel the real taste of death. It was like it would literally devour them, devour their souls. Lier looked at the frightened look of the demon, and he suddenly remembered a commotion in the law in his previous life, where a player turned into a vegetable in the game. Although he was physically intact, he lost consciousness after exiting the game. Thinking of this, Lear fell into deep thought. He already knew that the world of law was not a game, but a different world where the players were summoned by gods. Maybe he was summoned as a soul? So he can be resurrected after death, but what if the soul is devoured? Maybe the vegetative person in the previous life was the player whose soul was devoured. Lear took a deep breath. Lorena, who was standing by, saw Yame and the others sitting on the ground. She also realized the danger, and at the same time she admired Yame and the others even more. If Milia hadn't stopped the black snake, Yame and the others would probably have become zombies by now. She waved her hand and released her magic power to help Yame and the others up. Thank you for your contribution to the Parliament. I will give you due compensation. Yame and the others stood up, and a system prompt appeared in front of them, indicating that Lorena's favorability had increased. Not only Lorena, but also the favorability of everyone else in the room except Lear and Milia had increased to varying degrees. Everyone showed a look of joy, and just when Yame was happy, another system prompt sounded. Lear Stewart's favorability towards you has increased, and is currently close. Seeing this hint, Yame's eyes widened. Larina's favorability has been raised to friendly, and the others are also gentle, which is already very good, but what about Lear? Hatred, disgust, indifference, gentleness, friendliness, closeness. This is the level of favorability in the game. Being close to this is already a very high level of favorability, but she obviously did nothing and didn't even talk to Lear. The demon raised her head and looked at Lear, and saw that Lear was also looking at her. And their eyes met. Looking at Lear's gentle eyes, Yame lowered her head after just a few seconds. That look made her heart tremble uncontrollably. I will let Helen give the compensation to you later. Thank you for your hard work. You can leave for now. By the way, please do not disclose what happened today for the time being. Larina continued, although it has been confirmed that there is a problem with the Flame Legion's emblem, it is still not enough to capture Joseph. They need to directly obtain evidence that Joseph is communicating with heretics. Yame and the others left obediently. Before leaving, Yame couldn't help but glance at Lear. Milia also noticed this and looked at Lear strangely, but didn't say much. After Yame and the others left, Lalina sat back in her chair. She took a deep breath. I didn't expect Joseph to communicate with the heretic law to persecute the mages of the Legion. Everyone in the office had a serious look on their faces. This was already a betrayal of the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, do you want to arrest Joseph directly? Helen said angrily. Lalina shook her head. No, Joseph has already taken control of the Flame Legion. If we don't have substantial evidence, forcibly attacking Joseph will cause civil unrest in the Parliament. Besides, the election for the Speaker of the House is about to begin. If I take action at this time, people will think that I am taking action against Joseph in order to be re-elected as the Speaker of the House. Lalina said that there was no problem, and Helen could only clench her fists in anger. Lear and Milia were watching from the side. Why Joseph was something Larina had to consider. Now Lear was not interested in any of this. He just wanted to know where the power of the blasphemous law on the fire emblem came from. Flaming Hand Mage Tower, top floor. Freddy came to his father's office. He was confined to the Wizard Tower and could not attend the evening banquet. His expression was gloomy, but he could not disobey his father's orders. Just as he was arranging his father's bookshelf, a crazy shout came from behind the bookshelf. Damn blasphemy! You finally disappeared completely. There was a hint of anger and madness in the voice. Freddy was stunned for a moment, and at this moment, a book on the bookshelf fell down, and suddenly, the whole bookshelf shook. The bookshelf slowly moved away, revealing a secret door. Behind the secret door, the burning flames illuminated Freddy's eyes. End of this chapter. Arcane Academy, Great Hall Night has quietly fallen, and the banquet to celebrate the new term of parliamentarians has also begun in the evening. The high-ranking wizards of the Parliament and the teachers of the Academy arrived at the auditorium one after another. Everyone was looking around. After the ceremony in the daytime, their attitude towards Lear had changed a lot. The gift of the arcane goddess was enough to make them change their previous attitudes. Even those who were prejudiced against Lear's identity as a member of the War Church or those who admired Larina. In comparison, the expressions of Joseph and others were not very good. Joseph and Ian stood together, feeling unbelievable about Lear receiving the gift of the goddess of arcane. Why would the goddess bestow a gift on a barbarian who believed in war? This forced them to be cautious. If Lear publicly supported Larina, the outcome of the election would be hard to predict. The mages of the council and the teachers of the academy have absolute faith in the goddess and show respect to those who have received her blessings. In addition to Lear, May is also a wizard who has been blessed by the goddess. With the support of two beneficiaries, the balance will be broken. Moreover, even the previous support rate was actually somewhat false. Joseph's support rate was not 60% at all. It was only around 50%, the same as Larina. The public support rate was the result of fraud. Larina had never managed the election voting process before, but now it was obviously different. While the two were talking, there were bursts of commotion coming from not far away. Larina led Lear slowly into the auditorium, and the originally noisy auditorium suddenly became quiet. Everyone, don't be shy. This banquet is held to celebrate Lear becoming a new member of Parliament and to celebrate the Parliament becoming more powerful. Larina walked to the main seat in the center and picked up a glass of red wine on the table. Let's drink. She raised her glass high. The mages around showed expressions of reverence. Larina has always been like this. She doesn't have the arrogance of being the Speaker of the Parliament. She doesn't discriminate against anyone, nor does she use her position to oppress others. Although she is lazy and doesn't pay much attention to the general affairs of the parliament, Lorena still has the responsibility as the speaker at the critical moment. So even though Lorena doesn't often appear in front of the mages in the parliament, there are still a large number of mages in the parliament who love her. Many mages who had supported Lorena since she took office as speaker smiled. How long had it been since Lorena officially appeared in front of the mages in the parliament? The last time seemed to be half a year ago when the alien came and the goddess gave the oracle. An old wizard wearing a monocle in the crowd looked at Lorena with a hint of fondness in his eyes. Lorena is indeed a lazy speaker, but she is undoubtedly a good speaker. Lorena has been the speaker for more than 10 years. During these 10 years, the parliament has developed steadily and every mage has been treated fairly. Lorena rarely interferes in the affairs of the parliament, but that is because every mage in the parliament can get what he deserves. Every mage will also spontaneously abide by such rules, but this smooth development ended after Joseph took office as a member of parliament. The parliament began to become utilitarian, and corrupt policies were proposed one after another. The old wizard looked at Joseph and Ian not far away. These two MPs are the real black sheep. After Joseph became a member of parliament, he teamed up with Ian to deceive Lorena and implemented these corrupt policies. At that time, Elvin was still opening the Arcane Academy in the Kingdom of Breefield, and Princess Maya only became a member of parliament later. These two are the only ones who have the final say. By the time these old wizards who were indifferent to worldly affairs found out about it, the policy had already been implemented and could no longer be stopped. And now these bad apples want to completely take away Lorena's power, thinking that a woman who does not interfere in parliamentary affairs is not worthy of being the Speaker of the Parliament. The old wizard's eyes became sharp. If he had not retired, he would have even thought about intervening in the affairs of the Parliament again, but he still wanted to see Lorena be able to deal with these black sheep in her own way. Lorena is very good. If she can overcome her lazy personality, she will definitely become an excellent speaker, just like Lorena's father. The old wizard retracted his gaze and looked at Lorena again, or to be more precise, at the young man beside Lorena. Lear Stewart. After Lorena announced Lear as a senator half a year ago, he had investigated Lear's identity. He was a dual law professional, an extraordinary war knight, a special executive of the War Church, and he had even fought head-on with the incarnation of the Golden Law Goddess, and didn't lose. He didn't expect that Lorena would bring such a mysterious figure to the Arcane Council. In terms of strength alone, the old wizard's intuition told him that no one in the council could compete with Lil Stewart, including Lorena herself. This is a powerful and dangerous person, but if it can help Lorena become a truly competent speaker, it is okay to take some risks. The old wizard thought so before, but after seeing Lear receive the gift from the goddess of Arcane, his opinion of Lear changed. How can this be considered a risk? He is clearly someone who can become a pillar of the parliament. It would be such a waste to give such an outstanding talent to that kid Duval. In the center of the auditorium, Lear, who was also holding a wineglass, seemed to feel the gaze. He looked to the side and saw the old man with a white beard and a monocle. The old man also looked at him and adjusted his glasses with his hand, feeling quite fashionable. Lorena didn't notice what Lear and the old man were doing and drank the wine in her glass. There were cheers all around, as if a party was being held. Joseph was a little dazed watching this scene. In his opinion, Lorena's behavior was too degrading, as she was the speaker. Ian, who was standing next to Joseph, was also stunned, but unlike Joseph, Ian's expression was a little complicated. After finishing the wine in the glass, Lorena put it down, as if she was a little drunk. She said, "I know I may not be a good speaker. I am too lazy, but from today on, I will change." Lorena's voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. "I know there are many things in the current parliament that make everyone unhappy. These things should have been avoided, but due to my mistakes, those unreasonable policies were implemented. At that time, I will reorganize the policies of the entire parliament. The allocation of parliamentary mages will be re-evaluated, and the parliament will open a new evaluation department to ensure absolute fairness and justice." Lorena continued to speak, glancing at Lear as she spoke. These were some of the decisions she had thought of. Since Joseph's previous policies had made many civilian mages in the parliament dissatisfied, then they would start from here. Feeling Lorena's gaze, Lear just looked at his wineglass without looking away. He did not interfere with Lorena's decision, also to allow Lorena to think of countermeasures on her own. The old wizard in the crowd looked at Lolina with some admiration. If it was the old Lolina, she would never do such a troublesome thing. She was so lazy that she wanted to just be a hands-off person. Is this the policy that Lear gave to Lorena? The old wizard's eyes lit up. Joseph also felt something was wrong after hearing this. Is this something Lorena could say? I will also set up an office where suggestions can be submitted directly to the speaker. If there are any suggestions, they can be sent directly to the office once a month. Lorena continued to talk about her policy. In addition, Lorena also talked about some other policies, which made Joseph break out in cold sweat. Finally, I hope you can support me. If I am re-elected as Speaker, I will do my best to contribute to the development of the Parliament. Lorena said the last words with a sincere tone. Now even the most dull-witted mage could understand that Lorena was actually trying to get support for him. Joseph couldn't sit still anymore and walked out of the crowd. Mr. Speaker, you are, oh, by the way, there is also the matter of voting. I plan to create special ballots. Each person will only have one. They will be distributed to all wizards at that time. In order to prevent cheating, they can only be activated by inputting one's own magic power. Lorena ignored Joseph and continued. Joseph finally couldn't help it, and said with a sullen face, Chairman Lorena, we are in charge of the ballot matters, there is no need to do this, right? No need? Lorena looked at Joseph sharply. It is because the current votes are presided over by you that we need to change it. You and I are both electors of the Speaker. How can we maintain fairness if you are the one counting the votes? Of course I believe that you, Congressman Joseph, will not cheat, but many of my other supporters will also express doubts. Without giving Joseph a chance to speak, Lorena spoke sharply. So in order for everyone to see fairness, it is necessary to make the ballot public and prevent fraud. At this point, Joseph stood there with his mouth open and could only swallow the words in his mouth, his right hand unconsciously clenched under his robe. He knew very well what was going on with his current support rate. It was a false result. If the election was really open to the public, he would have almost no chance of winning. Senator Joseph, you should have no objection, right? Lorena looked at Joseph with a smile. Joseph took a deep breath and could only answer, of course not, elections should be open and fair. Joseph was in a bad mood as Lorena had been dragging him around the whole banquet. Lorena nodded in satisfaction, then said a few polite words, and the party began to move freely. Lear had been standing by, looking at Lorena with a strange expression. This was supposed to be a parliament to celebrate him becoming a member of parliament, but now it had turned into a podium for Lorena to canvass for votes, but Lear didn't care. He shook his head, picked up the wineglass filled by the maid and started drinking again. In the crowd, the old wizard wearing a monocle nodded with satisfaction. He was about to go and say hello to Lorena when suddenly a loud explosion was heard outside the auditorium. The entire auditorium shook and some of the glass on the windows was shattered. What happened? It was an explosion? Where? The mages in the hall started talking after a brief silence, and the old mage who was originally planning to go and say hello to Lorena also stopped. He turned around and looked at the night sky outside the window. To the west of the royal city, under the inky night, flames soared across the sky like soaring eagles. What is that? Flame? Isn't that the direction of the Flaming Hand Mage Tower? The mages who saw the scene started discussing again, and one of them mentioned the name of the Flame Hand Mage Tower. Everyone's eyes turned to Joseph in the crowd. That was Joseph's wizard tower. Joseph also reacted, as if he had thought of something, and his face changed instantly. Without hesitation, he put down his glass and rushed out. Everyone looked at each other. Lear and Lorena looked at each other, and they both thought of a possibility at the same time: the flaming hand emblem during the day. Everyone, there may be some problems in Counselor Joseph's mage tower. I need to go check on the public security in the royal city. Lorena also put down the wine glass in her hand. Let's end the banquet here today. With that, Lorena walked out of the auditorium, and Lear put down his glass and followed behind her. As soon as the two of them went out, they used the flying spell and flew directly towards the Flame Hand Mage Tower. Seeing this, many mages in the auditorium put down their glasses and hurriedly followed. Joseph, who had gone ahead, also arrived at his own wizard tower first. When he saw the scene in front of him clearly, his face suddenly turned red. His wizard tower had been completely engulfed in flames, and it seemed that it was not just an ordinary flame. The space-folding array inside the wizard tower had been completely destroyed, which caused the wizard tower to be directly crushed by the objects inside. and the entire wizard tower collapsed. Coupled with the burning of fire, it will probably become a ruin in no time. After a brief silence, Joseph was not blinded by anger. He fell from the air, grabbed a fleeing flame legion mage and shouted, "What happened?" When the wizard saw Joseph, it was as if he had seen his backbone. "Master Joseph, there is a devil rushing out from the 6th floor. It's a devil. Everything has been burned. Nothing is left." The wizard spoke incoherently, as if he had seen something horrible. When Joseph heard this, his face became even gloomier. The 6th floor is the top floor of the wizard tower and also his residence. Usually, only he and his son Freddy are there. And there is a secret on the 6th floor. A secret that allowed an ordinary fire mage like him to become an extraordinary one. Damn it! Joseph shouted angrily. For a moment, he even forgot that his son was also on the 6th floor and was not allowed to go out yesterday. The flames burned more and more, but Joseph was powerless. He was a wizard of extraordinary level, but all the spells he practiced were fire spells, and he had no means to put out the fire. Just when Joseph was helpless and furious, Lelina and other mages finally arrived. End of this chapter. Ice storm. A light shout rang out. Lorena picked up the staff, and the biting ice spread instantly. The ice turned into a storm and swept towards the flames that engulfed the wizard's tower. Other mages also came over one after another. Lelina cast spells while shouting, "Everyone, put out the fire!" Frost spells were released one after another, and the cold chill covered the flames, but the flames burning on the wizard tower did not dissipate. The flames seemed to have life, boiling in the ice and frost, instantly burning the covering ice and frost into water vapor, and finally disappearing. Lorena and the others who saw this scene all changed their expressions. In the flames, it seemed as if there was a pair of eyes staring at them hungrily, but the next second the eyes disappeared, and the flames burned even more violently. Seeing this, everyone threw more ice spells in, but they were unable to stop the fire. Lear stood aside. After experiencing the corruption, blasphemy and other aspects of the spirit of law, he became more and more sensitive to the breath of the spirit of law. There was something special in the flame, which was similar to the power of fire used by the spirit of blasphemy. If it was the law of fire that was devoured by the profane true spirit, that would be very strange. Can something that has been devoured still have a will? The frost spell and the fire were fighting against each other, but the flame showed no signs of subsiding. Instead, it was getting stronger and stronger. Joseph's wizard tower had become a ruin. In the ruins, a ray of light was quickly dimming. Lorena's face changed drastically when she saw this scene. That was the energy core of the mage tower. By regularly injecting magic power, the power inside could be activated to maintain the normal operation of the mage tower. The energy core is bestowed by the goddess of arcane and is the most precious thing of the parliament. Only members of the parliament will take out a core as an energy source when building a wizard tower. The academy's arcane tower is also powered by an energy core, but the energy core of the arcane tower is more advanced. No one knows how these energy cores work, not even Lorena. All she knows is that this is a miracle bestowed by the goddess of arcane. Now the energy core in Joseph's mage tower is being devoured. This is a blasphemy against the goddess of arcane. There was anger in Lorena's eyes. She no longer intended to hold back and used the most cruel spell to blast the blasphemous things in the flames into ashes. At this moment, Lear stepped back calmly. He wanted to confirm whether the creature in the flames was the god of the law of fire that was devoured by the blasphemous true spirit. When everyone's attention was drawn to the flames, a ferocious and burly figure slowly walked out of the shadows. The terrifying aura was not concealed at all, and Lorena, who was just about to fight, turned her head sharply. Under the night sky, the bloody king, dressed in a pitch-black robe, stood quietly on the roof, and the flames illuminated his hideous and terrifying face. Blood King? Lorena said the name of the figure in front of her. Long time no see, Lady Lorena. The Blood King spoke calmly. The sudden appearance of the figure attracted the attention of other mages. When they saw the appearance of the Blood King, they were all shocked. At the same time, the mages turned their staffs and pointed them at the Blood King. "Who are you?" a wizard asked sternly. The atmosphere between the two sides instantly became tense, and at this moment Lelina stood up and said, "Stop it. Mr. Speaker? He is the leader of the blood cult, the Blood King Mung." Lorena took a deep breath and introduced the identity of the Blood King. As she spoke, Lorena subconsciously looked back and saw Lear standing not far away. Lear looked indifferent at the moment. Lelina bit her lip and looked up at the Blood King again. Although she already had a guess in her mind, she would not say much without evidence. However, the appearance of the Blood King now made her more convinced of her speculation. Lear appeared, and the Blood King also came. It could hardly be said to be a coincidence. Blood King? All the mages present were stunned for a moment. They were all high-ranking officials of the Parliament. They quickly remembered that this was the blood cult that Larina had cooperated with some time ago. Larina allowed the blood cult to build the blood temple in the royal city of Kalia. "Mr. Munger, were you also attracted here by the explosion?" asked Larina. "Yes, Lady Larina." The Blood King came to Larina's side and looked at the burning flames. "I was attracted by the explosion, but now I have found something interesting," continued the Blood King. "Interesting stuff?" Larina was stunned. "There is a power of other laws in the flames, but the god of this law should have died long ago." The Blood King said lightly. The Blood King's words stunned all the mages present. The flame contained the power of other laws, and the god of the law was already dead. This is sheer nonsense. How can it be related to gods of other laws just for an explosion in fire? "Mr. Munger, the joke you told is not funny." Joseph walked up and looked at the demon in front of him with a cold gaze. "My mage tower just exploded and caught fire suddenly. How could it have the power of other laws? You couldn't have set the fire because you coveted my mage tower and are now looking for an excuse." He continued, as if he was planning to put the blame of the fire in the mage tower on the heretic in front of him. Most of the mages in the Parliament were opposed to Larina's cooperation with the blood cult. Now that Joseph had blamed the fire on the Blood King, many of the mages present immediately became more repulsive towards the Blood King. "Joseph, Mr. Munger would never do such a thing," Larina retorted sternly. "Speaker Larina, the other party is a heretic, and he just happens to appear here. If it is a coincidence, it is too coincidental." Joseph completely ignored Larina's rebuttal and continued to put pressure on the Blood King. Larina wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the Blood King. "Do you know that it's ridiculous for you to try so hard to blame the fire here on me? Are you afraid that what you hid in the mage tower will be exposed?" The Blood King continued. Hearing this, Joseph's face became even gloomier. "Damn heretic, it's obviously you who did everything, and you still want to frame me?" Joseph cursed directly, and at the same time he was extremely angry. What on earth did the heretic in front of him know? He hadn't told anyone about the things he hid in the mage tower. "Damned heretic, it must be you. I will make you confess everything." Joseph has lost his mind. The things in the wizard tower are even more important than his life and cannot be exposed to the Parliament under any circumstances. He raised his staff and was about to attack the Blood King, but the next second he felt the blood rushing up in his body and a strong feeling of suffocation came over him. The magic power condensed on the staff dissipated in an instant. He stared and saw the Blood King's big hand grabbing his head directly. "I hate threats, wizard, your ignorance will cost you your life." The Blood King grabbed Joseph with one hand like a chicken. Most of the mages were shocked when they saw this scene. Although the Blood King's name was very famous, most people here had never seen how powerful the Blood King was. Hearsay about his power would not be taken seriously, especially by mages like them who prided themselves on being arrogant. A wizard wanted to rescue Joseph. Senator Ian was already gathering his magic power, but he saw a look from the Blood King. The bright red eyes stared at him, and the terrifying magic and majesty swept over him like a tide, causing Ian's hands to tremble. "Don't resist recklessly, mage. I'm just teaching him how to be polite to others," the Blood King said calmly. The aura of a powerful man stunned all the mages present. Larina watched the scene helplessly. She had witnessed the battle between the Blood King and the incarnation of the Golden Goddess with her own eyes and had a deep understanding of the Blood King's power. "Damned heretic, you!" Joseph struggled and mobilized the magic power in his body to suppress the suffocating feeling of blood rushing up. Just when he was about to fight back, a huge force came. Joseph was thrown out fiercely by the Blood King, and his body hit the wall not far away. He didn't even have time to release his magic shield, and he was shocked to the point of spitting blood. "Joseph!" Ian on the side was shocked and ran over quickly. The other mages were also frightened by the Blood King's actions. Larina helplessly looked at Joseph, who was thrown out. It was Joseph who spoke out to turn first, and she didn't want to conflict with the Blood King, so she could only pretend that she didn't see it. Joseph stood up with Ian's help. The anger in his heart could no longer be contained. A few days ago in the Parliament Tower, his arm was cut off by Lear, and now a follower of a heretical sect was humiliating him so casually. Who was he? A member of the parliament. Apart from Larina, he has the most noble status, but now he is trampled on again and again. Damned heretic, you, Joseph roared, but the next second the Blood King's voice interrupted him. You said I caused the fire here? Then look at what this is. The Blood King came to the flames and walked straight into them. The burning flames could not burn the Blood King's body at all. The terrifying magic power directly isolated the flames outside. And the flames, the creature that had been hiding for a long time, finally appeared. The creature was made of flames all over, with devil-like horns on its head and a skull-like face. Its lower body was a vortex formed by flames. Mortal, get out of here. The fire demon let out a low roar. He had to show up. The power in the energy core could allow him to recover quickly, and he couldn't let anyone disturb him. Now all the mages could see the face of the fire creature clearly, and felt a strange fluctuation of magic from it. It was not arcane, and was different from the Blood King. It was pure heat. It turns out that it is really a creature of heresy law? What the hell is that? A fire demon? The mages all had solemn expressions on their faces. A heretic had unexpectedly appeared in the royal city of Kalia. One had to know that the council's mage towers were distributed throughout the royal city of Kalia, and the magic array formed by them covered the entire royal city of Kalia. Normally, it would be impossible for heretical creatures to enter the royal city of Kalia without being noticed, but now two of them have appeared. There is the fire demon and the Blood King in front of us. They could understand the latter. After all, he was Lilina's partner, a supernatural powerhouse, but the former, not. Only did the fire demon enter the royal city of Kalia, he also attacked Joseph's flame hand mage tower and burned it to ashes. What is the purpose of doing this? Is the true spirit that is recondensed by the law of fire. The Blood King saw through the true nature of the flame demon before him. The true spirit of the law of fire might have really been devoured by the true spirit of blasphemy, but it was not completely dead. The power of the law is the rules and will not be completely destroyed. As long as there is an opportunity, it will revive. This is the law of Lillian's blood, so Lillian can survive destruction again and again, and so can the fire demon in front of her. The law of fire was also revived. Hearing Lier directly revealing his identity, the flames around the fire demon became even more violent. Insignificant mortal! Get out of here! The fire demon roared again. The flames boiled in front of the Blood King, but the Blood King just watched quietly under the gaze of everyone. The Blood King took out a big sword. Countless snake heads and tiny arms were wriggling on the pitch-black sword, looking extremely hideous and terrifying. It is the blasphemous holy sword. The moment he saw the profaned holy sword, a human-like look of fear appeared on the fire demon's face. Damn it, take it away quickly. Why? Wasn't the blasphemy destroyed? Why does it still exist? The fire demon roared in horror, his body constantly retreating backwards. The memories of the dead kept reviving in his mind. The flame demon saw the scene of a giant snake devouring him. He finally left a little trace after being devoured by the giant snake. It took him who knows how many years to recover some strength. Until recently, the power of blasphemy completely dissipated, and until today, it finally revived. He can't be swallowed again no matter what. Just as the Balrog was thinking about abandoning the energy core of the mage tower and escaping directly, the Blood King spoke up. Desecration is indeed dead. I killed him with my own hands, and then seized this blasphemous holy sword. The majestic voice echoed in the night. The fire demon was stunned for a moment, then looked at the demon in front of him. You must be one of the weak gods that were desecrated and devoured. I didn't expect you to be still alive. The Blood King continued, Mortal, I give you a choice, surrender to me or be devoured again. The Blood King did not give the Balrog a chance to speak, and the blasphemous holy sword in his hand was pointed at the Balrog. In the distance, Lear watched the scene quietly. I originally just followed to see what happened, but I didn't expect to encounter a resurrected god. This should be what Joseph hid. The other party used the power of the spirit of the law of fire and the remaining law of blasphemy to make the wizard's magic power out of control, and finally swallowed up all the magic power in the emblem. Now, he wants to take away the flame spirit. End of this chapter. A living god must be more valuable than a dead one. Besides, the flame spirit has just revived and barely has extraordinary strength. Even if Lillian devours it, it won't be able to recover much power. It's a pity to abandon him, but he's not worth eating either, so why not recruit him into the blood cult and make him a subordinate? There is a god working in the Temple of Blood, and his presence is enough to sweep away the other three orthodox religions. Hearing the words of the strange-looking demon in front of him, the flame spirit became angry, and the flames on his body kept churning. However, when he saw the blasphemous holy sword with tiny arms and snake heads wriggling in front of him, the words he wanted to refute were swallowed back. He once hid in the depths of the volcano here to recover his strength. The giant snake appeared in front of him and devoured his power forcefully. He had no way to resist, and in the end only a trace was left before he was able to recover. Now someone holds the sword of the big snake and tells him that the big snake is dead and he should surrender. I don't have much patience. The demon in front of him spoke again, and the ferocious sword came closer and closer. The body of the flame spirit began to tremble, and finally, in front of the shocked gazes of all the mages, it bowed down and said, I surrender. Joseph, who was supported by Ian, watched the scene. When the fire demon appeared, he felt the aura on the other party, which was the aura of the treasure that allowed him to advance from an ordinary wizard to the extraordinary level. It was a heart, but it was not made of flesh and blood. Instead, it was completely condensed from fire elements and carried a black evil aura. Through that heart, Joseph's progress in studying fire magic was greatly improved. As long as he is within the range of the fire heart, his understanding of fire spells will become more thorough, and he will learn fire spells faster. As he continued to learn fire spells, his affinity with the arcane law also steadily increased. Later he discovered that the black aura on the heart also possessed terrifying power, which would continue to devour the power of the heart. So Joseph boldly intercepted the black aura and part of the power of the heart, cast it into a coat of arms, and then handed it to the magician of the Flame Legion. The emblem that can enhance the power of fire spells has become popular, and all fire mages worship it madly, but no one knows the real secret of this emblem. He relied on the emblem to devour the magic power of the wizard, and then absorbed the magic power in the emblem, thereby quickly being promoted to the extraordinary level and becoming a member of the Parliament in one fell swoop. That hard as his support die in the burning flames, the flame spirit crawled up from the ground, reached into his chest, and took out a heart. The heart, made entirely of flames, was beating, and its entire body was red. The moment he saw the thought in his mind, Joseph's eyes suddenly widened, and bloodshot appeared in them. That was exactly what he relied on. Unlike the previous heart, this heart is no longer surrounded by black air and has become even hotter. I am willing to offer my origin, I am willing to surrender. The flame spirit handed the heart to Lear. After experiencing the despair of being swallowed by the blasphemous spirit, the flame spirit now only wanted to survive. He is willing to give everything as long as he can survive. Lear looked at the heart in front of him with some surprise. He could feel the breath coming from the heart. That breath was similar to the breath Lillian revealed when she devoured the blasphemous true spirit. It seems to be the origin of fire. The flame spirit is actually willing to offer this. The Blood King was silent. The fire spirit's attitude was so humble that he even wondered if the thing before him was really a god. The Blood King did not speak, but the flame spirit was a little panicked. His heart was everything to him. If he lost his heart, his strength would be greatly reduced. The same would apply if his heart was in the hands of someone else. That person also controlled his life. The devil in front of me still not satisfied, the flame spirit was a little angry. He raised his head and saw the Blood King's bright red eyes. I admire your sincerity. The Blood King spoke and took the heart from the fire spirit's hand. Just as the Blood King was about to take the heart, a roar was heard. Give it back to me. Flames were raging in front of Joseph. He stared at the heart in Lear's hand with red eyes. The next second, he flashed closer. Flames burned around the body, and powerful fire spells such as flaming guns, fireballs, and even extraordinary level blazing nova were released. Joseph's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. The existence of the spirit of heretical law in the flaming hand mage tower was already shocking, but now Joseph is actually crazy and wants to attack this fire spirit. Seeing Joseph's crazy appearance and the rumors about Joseph, many mages showed thoughtful expressions. Before he was promoted to a transcendental figure and became a member of Parliament, Joseph was just a mediocre fire mage. In the past, some people would say that Joseph relied on his diligence to finally achieve transcendence. Perhaps the mages who have reached such a high position in the Parliament are not idiots. If hard work alone could make one extraordinary, then extraordinary mages would have been everywhere. The practice of any law power requires talent, and this is especially true for arcane law. The blazing fire spell attacked the Blood King, but no one stopped it. The Blood King had easily subdued Joseph just now, but that was a surprise attack. Everyone wanted to see how powerful this bloody king was. Only Lorena showed an embarrassment. It was not because she was worried about the Blood King, but because she was worried that the Blood King would kill Joseph in a rage. Although killing him would be a good idea as she could directly win the election, Lorena still wanted to see what it would feel like to be elected speaker after getting enough support. The atmosphere suddenly became a little weird. Except for Joseph and Ian, who was also ready to take action in the back, everyone else chose to wait and see. The Blood King held the heart in his hand, looking at the fire spell coming towards him without even raising his hand. The terrifying blood magic power gathered in front of him and turned into a shield to block the fire attack. Compared to a mediocre wizard like Joseph, Lear's magic power is several times stronger, and Lear is also a template for the heroic class, which crushes Joseph even. Though Joseph once had a heart and knew countless fire spells, he was still no match for Lear. The flames exploded on the blood barrier, spreading out a terrifying fire wave. The mages around them stepped back one after another, watching this scene with serious expressions. This was a true battle between extraordinary professionals. The scorching flame burned for a while, then slowly dispersed, as if it had the power to retreat to both sides, revealing a barrier of blood. The crimson barrier stood quietly in front of Lear, without any cracks or damage. The flames finally retreated completely from the barrier and converged on the flame spirit behind Lear. It's ridiculous that such a weak flame wants to harm the king I am loyal to, the flame spirit said disdainfully, and while speaking he glanced at Lear. He was somewhat glad that he did not fight to the death with the opponent. The oppressive feeling brought by the terrifying blood magic so close to him made him feel suffocated. He even had a premonition that this was not the true power of the demon before him. It was so terrifying. The Blood King glanced at the flame spirit beside him. The other party's flattering behavior was totally unlike what a god should do, but it was indeed pleasant to listen to. He chuckled, and the blood barrier in front of him slowly fell down, and then a number of blood swords condensed in the air. The long sword pointed at Joseph, who was not far away. The terrifying fluctuation of magic power made the mages present show horror even though the attack had not yet been launched, but Joseph was already overwhelmed by the heart in Lear's hand. He roared, "Damn heretic! Give me back the heart of fire!" "Give it back to you?" The Blood King laughed sarcastically. "When did it belong to you?" As he spoke, he glanced at the flame spirit next to him. "You tiny mortal. My heart has made you extraordinary, which is already a great gift from heaven. Now you actually want to take my heart for yourself?" The fire demon floated out from behind Lear and looked down at the mortal in front of him. Of course he knew Joseph. It was the other party who had been absorbing his power to forge the emblem, and also learning spells that simulated the power of fire through the aura of the origin of fire that he emitted. How could those simulated flames have the power of his real flames? There was a trace of disdain in the eyes of the fire demon. "Let me show you what the true power of fire is." As the fire demon finished his words, raging flames surged up. That scorching temperature was far beyond what the fire Joseph had just released. Not far away, Lear looked at the stronger and more terrifying flames and was not surprised. After he was promoted to the extraordinary level, he realized that arcane fire and frost spells were not real fire and frost elements, but were simulated through the power of arcane to obtain the status effects of fire and frost. Simply put, the fire spells and frost spells of arcane law are both counterfeits. The power of arcane law is essentially a kind of order. It can simulate most of the forces in the world, but it is 10% weaker than the real fire and ice elements. Therefore, a wizard under the arcane law can learn many spells, create many spells of his own, and have a wide variety of skills, so the wizard profession is extremely powerful in terms of comprehensiveness. However, this comprehensiveness is only for the players. After all, it takes a huge amount of time and energy for ordinary indigenous mages to learn different spells. It is already very good to be able to master the spells of one faction. Players don't need to do that. As long as they have money and affinity, they can learn any spell with just a click. The flames summoned by the flame true spirit enveloped the entire mage tower. No matter what, he was a god. Even if he had just revived, his status was not comparable to Joseph's. He, like Lear, is a hero and possesses the power of the origin of fire. Joseph's fire spells are like small flames in front of him. Joseph's face was twisted and hideous, and his arcane magic condensed into flames. However, no matter how he condensed the fire spell, as soon as the flame appeared, it would be attracted by the fire spirit, and finally sink into the sea of fire above, disappearing without a trace. Ian behind him was in an even worse situation. The condensed frost was baked into water droplets as soon as it took shape. They are all extraordinary beings, but the gap between gods and humans is huge. The corrupt spirit was defeated by the joint efforts of the Golden Church, Albert, and Lear. In the end, it was only with the power of the Morningstar scepter that the opponent was sealed. The flame spirit in front of him was not much worse than the corrupt spirit, and fire was the purest elemental power with absolute destructive power. Die. Bug. The flame spirit showed a ferocious smile, and the flame condensed into a sledgehammer in his hand, smashing it towards Joseph without any mercy. I gave you power, now give it all back to me. The flame spirit said again, and the flame hammer had already appeared in front of Joseph. Seeing this, Ian was about to flash away, but the space around him seemed to be distorted by the terrifying high temperature. The figure that had just disappeared appeared again not far away, and he could not escape the coverage of the sledgehammer at all. In the end, Ian could only release an ice barrier on himself, and his whole body was frozen in the ice sculpture, but Joseph only knew fire spells and had no ability to protect himself. Just when he was a little desperate, Lelina finally took action. She took out her staff, and the terrifying magical fluctuations instantly attracted the attention of the fire spirit. Among the people at the scene, if the aura of the Blood King made him feel terrified, then the woman in front of him made him wary. This woman is of the same class as him. She is not as powerful as the Blood King, but she should not be underestimated. The terrifying arcane magic power formed an arcane barrier in front of Joseph, which was mixed with magic arrays. Joseph had never seen such magic before. The flaming hammer hit the magic circle but was blocked forcefully. A buzzing sound came from the magic circle, causing Joseph to bleed from all 7 orifices. Once a mage is approached, his resistance to attack is the weakest among all professions. The aftermath of the collision between the flaming hammer and the arcane barrier alone was enough to injure him. After his attack was blocked, the flame spirit did not get angry but became excited instead. He did not have the courage to fight against the Blood King, but the woman in front of him could give him a good fight. He raised the hammer again, and flames shot up into the night sky. Enough. A majestic voice suddenly sounded. The flame spirit and Lorena looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. The Blood King walked out slowly. Mr. Munger. Lelina looked at the Blood King in front of her with some hesitation. The Blood King glanced at Lorena but said nothing. The long sword in front of him, which was condensed with blood magic power, turned into a beam of bloodlight and shot straight towards Joseph. No one reacted in time. The magic barrier condensed by Lorena was like paper. It failed to block the attack and was pierced through directly. The blood-red sword enlarged in Joseph's horrified eyes and finally cut off Joseph's right arm. Just as Lear cut off Joseph's arm before, the Blood King also cut off Joseph's arm, in the same place, not far away. Lear watched this scene, wondering how Joseph's arm was reconnected, but this time, it should not be reconnected to the arm that fell to the ground, under the erosion of the blood magic, instantly turned into blood. End of this chapter. Chapter 248. The wall fell and everyone pushed at you. Joseph knelt on the ground, holding his broken arm tightly. The severe pain almost suffocated him. When had he ever felt such pain? Even when Lear cut off his arm last time, he lost consciousness because of the ice barrier. But now, the dark red blood magic power continued to erode the wound on his broken arm. He could only continuously release magic power to resist, but the process of resistance was extremely painful. Ever since he became a superb wizard and obtained a seat in Parliament, Joseph has become high and mighty. No matter what the occasion, as long as he used powerful spells, he would amaze most people. He spent most of his time studying fire spells and did not pay much attention to actual combat. High-level professionals cannot break through his arcane shield. As for extraordinary professionals, there are not many in the entire kingdom of Kalia. Who will come to fight him? Joseph had indulged himself in his pride of supernatural power, and now his pride had cost him. This is my punishment for you. The Blood King not far away said calmly, as if cutting off Joseph's arm was just a casual act. Such an opponent is not worthy of any attention. He has the power of an extraordinary wizard but lacks the combat ability to match it, just like those academic wizards. I have cooperated with your speaker, and the blood cult is about to build a temple in the royal city of Kalia, so I forgive your rudeness. The Blood King spoke again, his tone still as domineering and condescending. The mages around looked at each other when they heard this. Some of them were angry, some were panicked, but no one spoke. Lorena heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. She didn't think the Blood King in front of her was arrogant at all. She had witnessed the battle between the Blood King and the incarnation of the Golden Goddess with her own eyes. She was already very grateful that such a ruthless man could spare Joseph's life. She remembered her guess again and glanced at Lear standing in the corner without leaving a trace. Lear did not move at all, as if he was watching a good show. Lorena frowned, remained silent for several seconds, and finally sighed helplessly. Let's go. The Blood King glanced at Joseph, who was still kneeling on the ground and trembling all over. He put away the flame heart in front of him, and then called out to the flame spirit, "Yes, my great king." The flame spirit returned to the Blood King. Its huge body shrank and finally became the size of an ordinary adult. It completely lost its majestic and domineering posture. He no longer had the slightest resistance to submitting to the Blood King. He did not break the arcane barrier released by Larina, but the Blood King simply released a long sword condensed with blood magic power to pierce through it. The gap between the two was not a little bit. A bright red portal appeared in the night sky, and the Blood King walked straight in. After a brief hesitation, the flame spirit gritted his teeth and followed. Only the mages of the Arcane Council remained in the ruins. The flames have stopped, but the Flame Hand Mage Tower has been burned to ashes. In the ruins, the energy core of the Flame Hand Mage Tower still emits a faint light. Larina flew to the energy core and picked it up. This is a gift from the goddess of Arcane. Fortunately, it is still intact, but a lot of its power has been consumed, and it will take a long time to recover. After putting away the energy core, Larina turned around and found that all the mages were looking at her, as if they were dissatisfied with her for letting the Blood King go. Larina sighed and looked at Joseph, who was kneeling on the ground. "You shouldn't have acted impulsively against Mr. Munger." Hearing this, Joseph was stunned for a moment. Not only Joseph, but even the mages around him frowned. "What did you say?" Joseph looked at Lalina with a twisted expression. "I had one arm cut off by a heretic, and you didn't help me. Now you're telling me not to be impulsive? Didn't you ask for your arm to be cut off?" Lalina responded coldly, "What's going on with that fire demon? I'd like to ask you, why would a heretic fire demon appear in your wizard tower?" Lalina continued, "That fire demon said that it was his heart that helped you achieve transcendence." "Senator Joseph, shouldn't you explain yourself?" Lalina's voice was so powerful that Joseph was stunned. The flame heart was his biggest secret, and now it was exposed, but he couldn't admit it. His reputation in Parliament is that of a diligent man who achieves excellence through hard work, and he cannot become a cheater who achieves excellence through heresy. After a few seconds of angry silence, Joseph said sharply, "None of this is important. What is important is that I am a member of the Parliament and you are the Speaker of the Parliament. You should assist me from the standpoint of the Parliament instead of accusing me for a heresy." Joseph tried to change the subject, but the mockery on Lalina's face became even stronger. "It's because I stand on the Parliament's side that I reprimand you." Larina said coldly, "What did you say?" Joseph was stunned. "Do you know who the Blood King is?" Lalina continued, "He is the ruler of the Blood Cult, a professional of extraordinary level, and has cooperated with the War Church. Even the War Pope has to show respect to him. Half a year ago, he built a temple in the capital of Nox. 3 extraordinary professionals from the Golden Church wanted to purge heresy but were easily defeated by him. At that time, even the incarnation of the Golden Goddess appeared, but was still defeated by the Blood King. That's a being that can go head-to-head with the incarnation of the Goddess of Golden Law. Do you want the Parliament to declare war on such a strong being just for you? Besides, this conflict was originally started by you. That fire demon must be something you hid, right? If that demon wreaks havoc in the Kalia King City, can you stop it?" Larina's voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears, and many people understood what kind of existence the Blood King was just now. "Can you go head-to-head with the incarnation of the Golden Goddess? Is this possible? How do mortals fight against gods?" Some people showed doubtful expressions. What Lalina said is true. At this moment, an old voice sounded. An old man wearing a monocle slowly walked out of the crowd. "Master Archer," someone said the old wizard's name. "Uncle Archer." Larina also recognized the visitor. Archer Isaacs, the extraordinary wizard who once commanded the Council's Flame Legion, retired more than 10 years ago. "Larina girl, I'm glad that you can stand up and reorganize this corrupt Parliament." Archer bluntly stated the current situation of the Parliament, and while speaking he glanced at Joseph on the ground. Hearing Archer's words, Larina was stunned for a moment, a guilty look on her face. The Parliament is indeed too corrupt now. This was due to Joseph and others, as well as her own reasons. As the Speaker of the Parliament, she ignored the Parliament and should have stopped Joseph's behavior. "Sir Archer, do you think what Speaker Lalina said just now is true? Is there any basis for it?" a wizard asked. The other wizards also looked at Archer. It was obvious that the affairs of the Blood King were more important to them than the affairs of the Parliament. Archer didn't hesitate and took out a crystal from the storage props. It was a photo crystal, a prop for recording images. This is the evidence I obtained in the royal city of Knox. It records the entire process of the Blood King's battle with the goddess of golden law after he established the Blood Temple. Archer said lightly after saying that. He opened the photo stone. A huge picture was projected into the night sky, and the figure of the Blood King appeared in front of everyone. The scene played, and soon the goddess of golden law arrived, but the target of her sword was another person, Lear Stewart. Some people recognized the people in the picture, and all eyes fell on Lear in the corner. Lil Stewart, you are the heir of the Border Duke of the Kingdom of Brayfield, a special executive of the Church of War, and a transcendent professional who possesses both war and arcane laws. Your wife is also a transcendent professional who believes in the law of the Morning Star. She does not follow the laws of the three major Orthodox religions, but she is very powerful and once easily defeated the former saint of the Golden Church. You even have more than 2 laws on you. You can also use your wife's Morning Star law. Archer also turned his gaze to Lear, and told him little by little all the details that Lear had exposed. The old wizard had stripped Lear almost naked, except for the Blood King's priest. After hearing the old wizard's words, all the wizards were stunned for a moment, and then looked at Lear with horror. A super professional of the 3 laws? This is simply a fantasy. Old sir, you know me quite well. Lear was stunned for a moment and looked at the old wizard with some surprise. When Lorena announced that you would become the new senator a few months ago, I went to the royal city of Knox to investigate you. After all, I couldn't let just anyone deceive Lorena. Archer said lightly. Do you think I deceived Speaker Lorena? Lear raised his eyebrows. No, your strength is beyond doubt, and you may even be no weaker than that Blood King. If you want to attack Lorena, no one in the Parliament should be able to stop you. Archer shook his head. But you can get the gift of the goddess, so you are one of us. Out of his belief in the gods, Lear, who was blessed by the goddess of Arcane, was obviously regarded as a security guard by Archer. Everyone had a new understanding of Lear, and their eyes looking at Lear became respectful. Joseph and Ian on the side had ugly expressions on their faces. If what Archer said was true, then Joseph's provocation to Lear was just like that of a clown. They have already witnessed the power of the Blood King, but Lear is not weaker than the Blood King. The pictures taken gave them the answer. After seeing that Lear was fighting against the incarnation of the goddess of golden law without losing, the wizards looked at Lear differently. The images continued to play, and soon it was the Blood King's turn to appear. As the oppressive scarlet incarnation of corruption descended, the night became silent. Archer and Lorena also looked at the hideous demon in the picture. Even though they had seen it before, watching it again still made them feel afraid. Lorena couldn't help but look at Lear again. Is Lear really the horrible demon in the picture? She took a deep breath. She couldn't be sure whether Lear was the Blood King, although all signs and her woman's intuition told her that they were the same person. The video was played in silence. The silence lasted for a long time before being broken. Is that demon the Blood King from before? What kind of monster is that? Fortunately, we didn't really have a falling out with that monster. In just a moment, all the dissatisfaction towards Lorena disappeared, and what was left was only the fear of the Blood King and the dissatisfaction with Joseph. All eyes fell on Joseph. Was it Joseph who had just taken the initiative to provoke a dispute with that monster? To be honest, the Blood King didn't do anything excessive. It was just that the heretic creature hidden by Joseph appeared, and the fire demon burned down the wizard tower. The Blood King only came to subdue the fire demon, and to be honest, he helped the Parliament a lot. After all, that fire demon looks like someone who was not easy to mess with. Does anyone still think that Lorena should help Joseph fight the Blood King? Archer turned around and looked at the many wizards present. No, the speaker's decision is absolutely correct. That's right. It's all Senator Joseph's fault. We should hold Senator Joseph accountable. And also about the matter of the fire demon. Why did that demon appear in the Flame Hand Mage Tower? There is endless condemnation. As the saying goes, when a wall falls, everyone pushes it. Joseph, who was in the limelight with 60% support in the speaker election not long ago, is now being condemned by everyone. Joseph's face was gloomy, but he was unable to refute. I think Congressman Joseph may not be suitable to be the new speaker-elect. Another wizard spoke up. Hearing this, Joseph finally couldn't help but raise his head. He had worked so hard for the speaker election for so long, but was he going to fail here? Let's talk about this later. Now let's seal off this place and see if there are any survivors. Lorena glanced at Joseph. She finally tried hard, but before she could make a move, Joseph fell down. Even if she had to retain her qualification to run for speaker, Lorena felt that she would definitely win. Well, there is also the matter of the Flaming Hand Mage Tower. If it needs to be rebuilt, you will have to pay for it yourself, Joseph. Lorena added, the council will pay to help you build the Mage Tower, but only once. I will keep the energy core of the Mage Tower, and I will replace it after you have rebuilt the Mage Tower. The energy core of the Mage Tower belongs to the Parliament, even after the Mage Tower is built. The parliamentarians only have the right to use the energy core of the Mage Tower, not the right of ownership. After Lorena gave the order, the mages took action. They began to clean up the ruins of the Mage Tower. Not long after, a lavender protective shield was dug out from the ruins. Inside was Freddy, Joseph's son, whose body was extensively burned. End of this chapter. Arcane Tower, Speaker's office. Lorena sat in her seat, feeling very happy. Yesterday's sudden accident had spread throughout the Parliament and the Academy, and even throughout the entire city of Kalia. Joseph's previous image of a diligent genius was shattered, and the fact that the other party was hiding heretical creatures became known to everyone, which caused Joseph's prestige in the Parliament to plummet to the bottom. Lorena has basically secured victory in the speaker election. Everything changed so quickly that Lorena felt like she was in a dream. She rubbed her eyes with some emotion, then turned her head to look at Lear beside her. All the credit for this should go to the Blood King, or rather, Lear. Lorena couldn't help but want to ask, is Lear really the Blood King? Is it a skill similar to that of a clone? Lorena was thinking, and at this moment, Helen knocked on the door and walked in from outside the office, holding a bill in her hand. Mr. Speaker, this is the damage caused by yesterday's fire. Helen handed the bill to Lorena. The Flame Hand Mage Tower was almost completely burned down, and the arcane array inside was also completely destroyed. If we want to completely repair it, it will be no less than rebuilding a new Mage Tower. Some surrounding buildings were also affected, and we may need to pay some compensation to the affected citizens. Looking at the bills in her hand, Lorena frowned slightly, and then said, give all these bills to Joseph. Everything was caused by the fire creatures he hid, and he should bear the compensation. And his Mage Tower. Since it's already destroyed, Joseph will also have to bear the cost of rebuilding it. The Mage Tower that the Parliament built for the Councillor for free does belong to the Councillor himself, but it is also the wealth of the Parliament. The Councillor needs to be responsible for his own Mage Tower. The damage to the Mage Tower will affect the arcane magic covering the royal city. Notify Joseph as soon as possible. If he refuses to pay for the reconstruction of the Mage Tower, his title and power as a councillor will be taken away. Lorena said a lot of things in a row. These rules have existed since the moment the Arcane Council was established, but they have never been enforced, and no council member's wizard tower has ever been destroyed. After all, every Mage Tower has the ability to resist ordinary extraordinary professionals. Joseph's Mage Tower was destroyed because it was destroyed by the fire demon from the inside. I understand. Helen nodded, without any sympathy for Joseph. She had never had a good impression of Joseph. By the way, if Joseph refuses to rebuild the Mage Tower, the matter of reclaiming the title of senator can be postponed. Lorena suddenly added, push it? Helen was puzzled. It was obvious that if Joseph's status as a member of Parliament was stripped away, Lorena would win the election for Speaker without a fight. Yes, push it aside, and then settle accounts together after the Speaker election. Lorena nodded. She wanted to wait until Joseph was officially defeated before settling accounts for all that Joseph had done over the years, including the persecution of the mages of the Flame Legion and his collusion with the nobles. Helen did not comment upon hearing this. She almost understood Lorena's thoughts and nodded in her heart. Her expression suddenly became serious. There are some more things. Some mages from the Flame Legion stayed in the Mage Tower in yesterday's fire. 5 mages died in the Mage Tower. Helen took out another document from the storage items. After hearing that 5 mages died in the fire, Lorena's face became much heavier. Notify their families and give them the compensation they deserve. These compensations will first be made with the resources in the royal treasury, and then Joseph will return them all later. Lorena said in a deep voice. Helen nodded and looked at Lorena with a hint of admiration. She had been with Lorena for a long time. Although Lorena was a very lazy queen, her character was worthy of admiration. After talking about Joseph, Helen did not stop and went to settle the score with Joseph. She left the office, leaving only Lear and Lorena. Lear closed his eyes, his expression somewhat lazy, as if he was resting. His mind at the moment was not on Lorena, but on the Blood King of the Blood King City. Old dream, Blood King City. The Blood King came to the royal city with the fire spirit. The tall fire demon attracted the attention of many blood elves and even players. Some players didn't know what was going on. After casting a reconnaissance spell on the fire demon, they discovered that it was actually another god. The flame spirit had a blank expression on his face at this moment, but he was already panicking inside. He followed the Blood King, and after entering this old dream, he regretted it a little. The aura here made him feel oppressive, and there was also a familiar smell, just like the big snake that swallowed him. The Blood King did not explain anything to him. After bringing him here yesterday, he temporarily placed him outside the city. The flame spirit also did not ask anything until the two of them entered the Blood Temple today. Arriving at the magnificent throne hall, the Blood King sat on the throne, and the flame spirit stood below, waiting for the Blood King's orders. He had no other choice. The Heart of Fire had already been handed over to the Blood King, and now he had come to the other party's old dream. He is a god. Although he is not very powerful, he knows about the affairs of gods. Such a large old dreamland was undoubtedly derived from the broken divine domain. A law god who could possess the divine domain was totally beyond the capability of a weak god like him to contend with. Welcome to join my blood cult. The Blood King on the throne spoke. Your Majesty the Blood King, I don't know how you plan to arrange me. The flame spirit asked carefully, keeping a very humble attitude. You don't need to be so humble. My blood sect welcomes other gods to join. In addition to you, the sect already has 3 gods. The Blood King said lightly. 3? The flame spirit was surprised. Blood, Qinsheng, and Ancient Dragon, they are all members of the Blood sect. The Blood King nodded. When hearing the words Qinsheng and Gulong, the flames on the flame spirit's body trembled. These 2 names are simply well known. Qinsheng is the most powerful god in his time, no doubt about it. There is also the Ancient Dragon, the ruler of the sky. It is equally powerful, and now these 2 powerful gods have joined the blood cult? They seem to be inferior to the blood. The shock in the flame spirit's heart took a long time to subside. He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. I will let you leave a legacy of laws in the Blood Temple and open it to outsiders. As for whether anyone chooses to believe in your law of fire, that depends on you. The Blood King continued. Are you willing to let me spread my faith? The flame spirit was shocked again. In his impression, gods would even fight each other for their beliefs, but the Bloody King in front of him was willing to share his beliefs. Yes, Blood, Qinsheng and Ancient Dragon all left their laws in the Blood Temple, and you are no exception. The Blood King nodded. Lear didn't care at all about anyone trying to compete for the player's faith. The power of the Blood Law was obvious to all, and the Ancient Dragons could not compare to it. Morningstar might be very powerful, but Lear had limited the number. As for the flame, in Lear's opinion, it is probably only able to compete with the 3 major orthodox professions. Players are not fools. Even if the flame law profession is listed in the Blood Temple, not many people will choose to change their profession. It will only add a new feature to the Blood Temple. The flame spirit did not know the specific situation of the Blood Temple, but the fact that the Blood King allowed him to spread his faith was enough to make him excited. He is not afraid of competition. Even if he is weak, as long as he can drink some soup, it will speed up his recovery. Your Majesty the Blood King, your selflessness is as noble as the sun. The flame spirit immediately began to flatter him. There's no need to say such meaningless words. I will let you spread the faith in the Blood Temple, but I need you to stay in the Blood Temple of Kalia and be responsible for managing the affairs of the Kalia Temple. The Blood King stated his arrangements for the flame spirit. No problem, I will live up to everyone's expectations. The flame spirit agreed immediately. The Blood King nodded. He did not have many people at his disposal. The Temple of Soros was managed by the Blood Saint, Afianina. As for the other extraordinary blood elves, they still needed to work on restoring the Blood King city. Those ruins behind the fog will one day see the light of day again. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, you have been devoured by blasphemy? The Blood King got to the point. Upon hearing the word blasphemy, the flame spirit's body began to tremble, as if it was recalling its past tragic memories. The Blood King ignored the reaction of the fire spirit and took out the holy sword of blasphemy again. "You should be familiar with this sword, right?" he asked again. "I know." The flame spirit nodded. "Tell me about the blasphemy of the true spirit and why you appeared in that wizard tower." Upon hearing this, the flame spirit took a deep breath and had no intention of hiding his past. "I have been lingering on since the destruction swept the world clean. My dynasty and followers were wiped out. Nothing is left. My power has dropped to freezing point. I can only survive here under the volcano." "Volcano?" The Blood King was stunned. "Yes, there is actually a dormant volcano underground next to this city. I was there from the beginning." The flame spirit nodded, and then continued, "I don't know how many years have passed. The trauma brought to me by the destruction made me recover very slowly, until one day, a big snake came here." "That is blasphemy. He is more powerful than me. His power can devour my fire magic. I can only be devoured by him. At the last moment, I left my trace in the heart of the fire and sank into the magma of the volcano. Only then did I retain a slight chance of recovery. Later, a human came into the volcano. He was the human named Joseph outside. He got my heart and took me out." The past of the flame spirit was simple. It was just a weak god who survived after destruction. It was discovered by another god who relied on devouring to strengthen itself, and then devoured. The last trace left was found by Joseph. Lear didn't know whether to say that Joseph was lucky or unlucky. After all, Joseph became a super wizard through the heart of fire. "I think blasphemy should know that you left your heart behind," the Blood King suddenly said. The flame spirit was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. "He should know. There is the power of law left by the blasphemous spirit in his heart, which is constantly devouring his recovered strength, as if it was treating him like a piglet and would kill him again after he was fattened up. But later, the power of the blasphemous law that remained in the heart of fire weakened, until today when it was completely defeated by him. It looks like he was killed by the Blood King in front of him." The flame spirit carefully looked at the huge holy sword of blasphemy in the hands of the Blood King. Many years ago, the blasphemy spirit was able to devour him. After so many years, the strength of the blasphemy spirit had increased a lot, but he was still killed by the Blood King in front of him. This is enough to prove the power of the Blood King. "Then it seems that you should thank me. The blasphemous spirit has been killed by me." The Blood King chuckled, and suddenly a huge black shadow was thrown down from the sky. It was a shriveled corpse, and the hideous snakeheads had lost their life. When seeing the corpse of the giant snake, the flame spirit subconsciously took several steps back with a look of panic on his face. After several seconds, the flame spirit came back to its senses and its expression became complicated. "Really dead, and seemingly still devoured. Although the snake corpse still has the aura of blasphemy, it no longer has the original power. Blasphemy is dead. From now on, you will be a member of the blood cult. As long as you are loyal to the sect, I will not treat you unfairly." The Blood King said lightly that he already knew everything he wanted to know, but there was still one thing that puzzled him. The blasphemous spirit was killed by him long ago, but the power of the blasphemous spirit still exists on Joseph's flaming hand emblem. Although the relics and power of the law will not disappear after the death of the gods, the power manifested on the emblem of the hand of flame is the phantom of a giant snake that blasphemes the true spirit. The shadow of the giant snake inexplicably gave Lear a feeling of spiritual intelligence. Lear was silent for a moment. After a few seconds, he controlled the body of the blood incarnation and said to the flame spirit, "You go down first. I will have someone take you to where you will live. After the temple is built, I will arrange your duties." Upon hearing this, the flame spirit bowed respectfully and left the throne hall. "Senator Lear? Lear?" In the speaker's office, Lorena called Lear several times. Lear reacted, his mind returning from the old dream. "Chairwoman Lalina? It's already evening? Do you still want to stay in the office? If you are tired, why not go to the guest room in the tower to rest?" Lorena said helplessly. Lear turned his head and looked out the window, where the setting sun was shining. Is it evening already? Lear frowned. Time flies by so fast when one is not paying attention. "Then I'll go back first." Lear nodded. End of this chapter. Lear stood up slowly, his thoughts still on the flame spirit in the old dream. In another month, Kalia's blood temple should be completed. By that time, Larina should have won the election and placed the fire spirit in the temple. Then he could return to Soros' royal city. There was just one thing that made Lear very helpless. After returning to Kalia, Mina's magic research still had no progress, which was very different from the original plot. Is it because of my own interference? Lear couldn't help but ponder to himself. He shook his head gently, trying to shake off these disturbing thoughts, and walked to the door of the office. Just as he stretched out his hand to open the door seemed to be pushed by an invisible hand and slowly opened. Helen was standing at the door in a hurry, and the two of them almost bumped into each other. What happened? Lear asked with a raised eyebrow. Helen reacted and replied in a heavy tone, Congressman Joseph is missing. Hearing this, Lear and Larina in the office were stunned. Joseph is missing? What happened? Lalina frowned. I went to Senator Joseph's office and the academy to ask, and since last night, Senator Joseph has not returned to the academy or the tower. Helen walked into the office and said in a deep voice. She paused, then continued. There is also the Flame Hand Mage Tower. The mages of the Flame Legion there have not seen Senator Joseph either. They only saw Senator Joseph leaving with Freddy last night. Have you looked for the teacher's residence at the academy? I remember that after the Flaming Hand Mage Tower was burned down, I should have arranged for Joseph to live in the academy. Larina asked again. I looked for him, but Senator Joseph didn't return to the college yesterday. Helen shook her head. The two talked, and Lear listened quietly on the side. Joseph was a member of the parliament and usually lived in the Mage Tower. It was normal for him to be arranged by Lalina to live in the academy after the Mage Tower was destroyed, but the other party did not go. Maybe he has other properties in the royal city. As a member of parliament, it is normal to have other properties, but Lear feels that things are not that simple. Not only did he not come to the academy, but even the mages from the Flaming Hand Mage Tower had not seen Joseph again. This was obviously very abnormal. The Mage Tower can be rebuilt if it is destroyed. These mages and even the entire Flame Legion are the forces that Joseph truly controls. It's impossible that because of what happened last night, Joseph threw away the strength he had accumulated over the years and just ran away. That's just too stupid, Mr. Speaker. Could it be that Congressman Joseph has fled for fear of being punished? Helen suddenly said. Her eyes were filled with anger. Because of what happened yesterday, he hid the heretic creatures and used the power of heresy to persecute the mages of the academy and the Flame Legion. He ran away because he was afraid of being discovered by us. This was the most reasonable explanation Helen could think of. When Larina heard this, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Thinking about it carefully, this was indeed very likely. She did intend to settle accounts with Joseph and those nobles after the speaker election. Sighing helplessly, Lalina waved her hand and said, Let the mages of the parliament and the guards of the royal city keep an eye on Joseph's whereabouts. We'll talk about this matter later. Helen nodded when she heard this. This was all she could do. Lear left the office and rode the magic circle to his residence in the tower. Just as he was about to return to his room, he saw Mina and Maya in the garden. Mina and Maya stood together, seemingly discussing something. Sister, you have been with Senator Lear for such a long time. What do you think of Senator Lear? Maya's slender fingers gently fiddled with the beautiful flowers in the garden, but her eyes drifted to Mina, who was sitting on a chair beside her, her eyes flashing with curiosity and expectation. Hearing the word Lear, Mina loosened the arcane book in her hand. Thinking of the time when she was imprisoned by Lear and the way Lear monitored her every day afterwards, she became furious. He's a hypocritical, nasty bastard. Mina said viciously. Maya felt a little embarrassed when she heard her sister's comments. What did Lear do to her sister to make her so angry? Although her sister said that Lear was a bastard, Maya had a good impression of Lear. He was handsome, had a strong talent in arcane, and was very gentlemanly. Maya thought about the time when Freddy was harassing her and she let Lear use her as a shield without even saying hello to him. In the end, Lear was not angry and seemed to be unconcerned. Thinking of this, Maya felt inexplicably lost. Why did Lear not care so much? Lear clearly hugged her and pinched her cheek. Maya felt that she should be beautiful. She could feel how the male mages viewed her when she was in the academy: adoration, amazement, and even some more sinister thoughts, but in Lear's eyes, none of these thoughts existed. You're not falling in love with that bastard, are you? Looking at Maya's shy and lost expression, Mina said with a strange look on her face, she is older than Maya, and countless men have fallen in love with her. People who pursue her are as numerous as crushing carp swimming in the river. She had a keener insight into matters of the heart, and in her eyes, Maya's current state was like an open book, clear at a glance. No, how could that be? Maya was startled like a frightened deer and quickly denied it, but there was a hint of panic in her voice that was hard to conceal. Do you really like Lear? That bastard already has a wife. Seeing Maya's reaction, Mina became more certain of her judgment. I didn't. Maya denied stubbornly. Seeing her sister's stubbornness, Mina shook her head helplessly. It's okay if you don't admit it. Lend me your tower authority. I have something to go out for. Go out? Didn't Mother forbid you to go out? Maya frowned, then seemed to have thought of something and said, Sister, are you planning to run away again? No, I really have something to do. Mina denied. What's the matter? Maya looked at her sister suspiciously, with a look of distrust on her face. Mina had no choice but to confess. She opened the spell book in her hand and said, It's about this spell book. Maya looked at the spell book in Mina's hand. Lear had imprisoned Mina for half a year just for the spells in this spell book. She had also heard that this seemed to be the spell book left by their grandfather, which recorded forbidden spells related to the soul. This spell book had been sealed in the treasury of their royal family until it was stolen by Mina a few years ago. What's wrong with this book? Looking at the contents of the spell book, Maya also became interested. She and Mina are both geniuses. Mina can study magic, so there is no reason why she can't. Lear wanted the magic inside it. If she could figure it out, maybe she could attract Lear's attention. Thinking of this, Maya checked it carefully. After reading for a while, she frowned. The content was completely different from the spell book she had read before, and even some of the spell symbols made her feel unfamiliar. Mina didn't notice Maya's abnormality. She sighed and said, You should know that this arcane book was left by my grandfather. It contains spells related to the soul. I have been studying this arcane book for several years. Although I have learned all the theories, I still cannot construct the spell at the last moment. I always feel like something is missing. What's missing? Maya looked up in confusion. She didn't understand what Mina meant. I don't know either, but I can feel a calling. Mina shook her head, then nodded. Maya frowned. Such a mysterious explanation made her feel as if she was listening to an illusory myth, full of unreality. Anyway, I need to leave the tower. Mina mentioned her request again. I can't give you the authority. Maya shook her head without even thinking about it. Why? Mina looked at Maya. Mother asked you to stay in the mage tower. I won't take you out unless you get Mother's permission. Maya said as a matter of course. Is it because of this? Mina blinked, trying to persuade her sister to change her mind. You don't have to listen to Mother completely. It's okay to rebel occasionally. I'm not you. Maya glanced at Mina and said unhappily, Don't you want to know what is calling me? I can take you to see it. Mina tried to induce Maya with unknown temptation. For a wizard, all unknown and mysterious knowledge is full of attraction. Seeing Maya holding the arcane book and observing it, Mina knew that her sister had been attracted by the spell book. I believe in myself more than what you said about summoning or calling. Maya rolled her eyes at Mina, then put the spell book directly into her arms. What are you going to do? Mina was stunned when she saw this scene. Since you can't figure it out, why not let me try? Maya replied, You also want to study this arcane book? Mina was a little surprised, and then seemed to have thought of something. You don't want to research the spells and give them to Lear, do you? So what? If I can figure it out, it will be a good thing, right? After all, this arcane book was promised to Lear by my mother. Maya was still stubborn. Seeing Maya's stubborn look, Mina shook her head and had no intention of taking the arcane book back from Maya. She just chuckled and said, Then you can try it, but I have a condition, too. What condition? Within a month, I will teach you all the arcane knowledge in this arcane book. Then, if you can feel a certain calling like me, you will leave the mage tower with me. Mina replied. Do you really want to run away? Maya frowned. I told you, I felt the calling. Mina shook her head. Maya was silent. What do you think? Such conditions shouldn't be excessive, right? Mina continued. I promise you. Finally, Maya nodded. The two sisters reached an agreement, but they didn't know that Lear was watching the whole scene not far away. Lear did not step forward to interrupt their conversation. He became interested in what Mina said. How could this arcane book make people feel called? What is calling? He didn't think Mina was lying. Perhaps this was the reason why Mina hadn't been able to decipher the arcane book for so long. He kept Mina locked up in the old dream of the Blood King city, preventing her from going to the place where she was called. Lear thought to himself, then turned around silently, walked around Mina and Maya, and returned to his residence. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half month, Kalia seemed calm, but in fact there were undercurrents. The mages of the parliament and the guards of the royal city searched everywhere for Senator Joseph, but found nothing. It was as if he had disappeared without a trace, like a gust of wind. Even Lear felt very strange. It seemed that the other party really abandoned the Fire Mage Legion and left. It would be a bit too reckless to just give up the power accumulated over the years. Joseph's disappearance has made the upcoming speaker election somewhat awkward. Ian and Bridget, two congressmen who were in the same group as Joseph, had no intention of becoming the speaker, which resulted in Lorena being the only elector left. Was there still a need for an election? Lorena was very angry about this. This victory without fighting made her feel that she had no sense of honor at all. Moreover, some people in the parliament said that she was the one who caused Joseph's disappearance. Lorena had no way of speaking out her pain. Before Joseph appeared, she had no way of proving herself. She has issued a nationwide search warrant for Joseph, hoping to find Joseph and bring back this cowardly and hypocritical man. As the parliament gradually calmed down, Maya and Mina were immersed in the study of the arcane book all day long. Mina and Maya are both geniuses. Under Mina's guidance, Maya quickly learned all the spell runes in the spellbook, but in the end she encountered the same situation as Mina. She couldn't construct the spell no matter what. It's like having all the pieces of a puzzle, but not the complete picture. The spells that were put together at random had no effect, which made Maya confused. What made her even more confused was another point. She also felt that illusory calling. Mina did not speak. There was really something calling them. It was near the royal city of Kalia and seemed not far away. You felt it, too. Now you should understand that I didn't lie to you. In the laboratory, Mina sat on the sofa, quietly looking at Maya, who was in a trance. Maya came back to her senses and turned to look at her sister. So, are you ready to fulfill your promise and leave the Mage Tower with me? Mina looked at her sister. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. End of this chapter. The night was as dark as ink. In the lavender halo, two figures carefully came to a vacant building. After looking around and making sure that there was no one around, the two walked in. Lear was now standing on the roof, watching the furtive figures of Maya and Mina. He looked at the building in front of him. The overall shape was a spire within a tall tower. It looked a little odd, but there were many buildings like this in the royal quarters of the Arcane Tower, and most of them were vacant. These buildings are not inhabited by anyone, they are just placed there, and maids come to clean them every once in a while. Lear didn't know what these buildings were used for, and he had been keeping an eye on Maya and Mina these days. Mina says she feels the calling, and so does Maya, which piques Lear's interest, and he becomes a dangerous man stalking the girls. Lear's figure leaped down from the sky, and then a faint blue fluorescence flashed, and his body seemed to turn into nothingness and disappeared. This is the new skill that Milia gave him, or rather the skill he asked for, which allows him to hide his body in the night, and has the same special effect as the night rose that has not been enhanced by the blood vortex. Simply put, it is stealth. Mina and Maya entered the spire without realizing that someone was following them. They arrived at the spire hall. The interior of the tall spire is very empty, with something like a celestial globe hanging in the center. Mina looked at Maya and frowned. Why did you bring me here? Aren't we leaving the Mage Tower? I'm here to take you away from the Mage Tower, Maya whispered. The floating magic circle outside has a surveillance effect. Do you want to be discovered by Mother? Hearing this, Mina frowned. She didn't know that there were other ways to leave the tower besides the floating magic circle. Just follow me. Maya walked into the hall without further explanation. Mina hesitated for a few seconds and followed. Lear hid beside the two men and followed them quietly. Entering the depths of the spire, Maya came to a statue. It was a statue of the arcane goddess, which was very common in high towers. The arcane goddess could be seen in almost every building. Maya reached out and touched the statue, took out a lavender crystal from her arms, and placed the crystal in the hands of the goddess statue. What are you doing? Mina didn't understand Maya's actions at all. Just when she wanted to say something else, the ground suddenly shook, the surrounding walls emitted a faint purple light, and the furnishings in the hall began to float. This situation lasted for about 10 seconds, and then after a soul-shaking feeling, everything returned to calm. Mina held the staff, and the mage's alertness made her release the mage barrier. When she felt that the surroundings had become calm, she felt relieved and looked around. The goddess statue in front of me has disappeared, replaced by a door. The original furnishings in the hall have also changed. The celestial globe above the head is still there, but it seems that the direction of rotation has also changed. What's going on? Mina asked, puzzled. Hearing her sister's words, Maya smiled slightly and pushed open the door in front of her without any explanation. Mina looked up, but was stunned. In front of her was a dark night sky with twinkling stars, and below was a bottomless ravine. Is this the back of the tower? Mina reacted. The arcane tower is located in the deepest part of the royal city of Kalia. Behind it is a bottomless abyss. The arcane tower is actually built on the edge of a cliff. However, this abyss is invisible in the Arcane Academy and the royal city of Kalia. Only at the top floor of the tower can one have a glimpse of the abyss. Yes. Maya nodded with a smile. What is going on? Mina asked in surprise. This is a secret I discovered by accident. This spire has a space-distorting magic array. Once the array is activated, it will distort the space and connect directly to the outside world. Maya explained. Coming out from here won't alert the surveillance array on the floating array, and my mother won't know about it. Maya's tone became a little proud. Mina raised her eyebrows and walked to the edge of the cliff to look at the scenery outside. She had never imagined that there was such a secret passage in the high tower. This is probably a way of escape set up to prevent the tower from being captured? It took me a lot of effort to discover this secret. I have left the mage tower several times in this way, and my mother has never found out. Maya continued. As if she was showing off, Mina shook her head and looked at her sister with amusement. How could such a facility escape my mother's surveillance? I'm afraid my mother knew about it when I activated the magic circle, but she just didn't care. Okay, stop talking and let's leave quickly. Mina didn't say any more nonsense. She didn't want to wait and be discovered by her mother and then be caught. After saying that, she flew directly into the air. Seeing this, Maya didn't say anything and flew out to follow her. After the two left, the door slowly closed, and then a faint lavender light came on again. At the last moment, Lear also flew out. On the top floor of the tower, Lorena sat on a chair, looking down at the clouds below. She could clearly see the two figures in the clouds. She sensed it when Maya and the other person entered the spire, but did not stop them. She has also been paying attention to what the Mina sisters have been doing recently. The arcane book was left by her father, and she is very curious about what is inside it. Looking at the direction the two people left, Lorena thought for a moment, then pointed the spellbook in her hand and flew out. Kalia was a bit cold at night, especially behind the tower. The abyss below was shrouded in clouds and mist, and nothing could be seen. Mina and Maya kept flying forward, and that special feeling of calling became clearer and clearer. About half an hour passed. When the two came to the place where they were called, they found it was a high mountain. The towering peaks are bare, with no vegetation, only dust and gravel. Maya and Mina looked at each other, and they both saw the answer in each other's eyes. Their perception was the same. It was right below. Maya, please move aside. Mina said softly. She had already sensed with the powerful mental power of a transcendent wizard that there was another space beneath the mountain. Maya obediently flew some distance away and blasted the mountain open, which naturally allowed a superb wizard like Mina to come more quickly. When Maya flew away, Mina picked up the staff without hesitation, and a dazzling light flashed, and then condensed into a scorching flame. The flames formed a fireball in the air and hit the mountain directly. The terrifying high temperature softened the rocks on the mountain, and before long, the rocks collapsed, revealing a gap. Seeing the gap, Maya and Mina were both delighted, and the feeling of being called became even deeper. When the flames burned the rubble at the gap into magma that was wrapped in magic power and thrown out, a deep passage appeared in front of them. Not far away, Lier was invisible and sensing the breath in the passage. A familiar feeling came to his heart. On the other side, he also saw Lorena. The speaker also watched Mina and Maya's actions quietly. The pendant around his neck emitted light, as if it could block perception. If Lorena had not been able to detect him because of his invisible state, the other party would have flown towards him, and Lier would not have sensed Lorena's presence. It seems that Lorena still cares a lot about her two daughters. Lear thought to himself, Mina and Maya's actions in the Mage Tower did not escape him, nor could they be hidden from Lorena. Although Lear did not know what that mysterious call was, the unknown often meant danger. Maybe Mina doesn't care because she is an extraordinary wizard and therefore has confidence, but sometimes self-confidence can bring destruction. Watching Mina and Maya fly in, after waiting for a few minutes, Lorena also flew in, and her figure gradually disappeared. Looking at the disappearing Lorena, Lear was a little surprised. Does a wizard also have a spell that can make one invisible? He had never heard of it and had never seen it in his previous life. In his impression, invisibility only existed under a law called the Law of Shadow. However, compared with the invisibility of Shadow Law and the invisibility given to him by Milia, Lorena's invisibility effect is obviously much worse. Some outlines of the characters can still be vaguely seen, but combined with the shielding perception function of Lorena's pendant, this kind of invisibility can be considered excellent. Lear paused for a moment, and when Lorena also entered the passage, he stood up and flew over it. Entering the passage, it was pitch black all around. There was a faint light coming out from the depths of the passage, and the light was getting farther and farther away. It should be Maya and Mina. Lear followed the light forward for about 10 minutes, and then he felt a slight burning sensation. The deeper you go, the higher the temperature becomes. Finally he reached the end of the passage. The fiery red light illuminated everything, and below was flowing magma. The light emitted by the magma illuminates the surrounding scene. This is a huge cave, and the flowing magma leads to deeper places. Seeing this scene, Lear couldn't help but think of the flame spirit in the past he mentioned previously. The flame spirit was recovering in a volcano, and then it was devoured by the blasphemous spirit, and then its heart was left hidden in the magma. Is this where the fire spirit is hiding? Lear raised his eyebrows. But what does this have to do with Mina's arcane book? Lear thought for a while. Lorena had already flown over, and Mina and Maya also walked away. The four of them were like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, and they kept moving towards the depths of the lava cave. After walking for another 10 minutes, bursts of crying and shouting came from the depths. "Father, I am your son, how can you do this to me?" The terrified cry echoed in the corridor. Mina and Maya, who were walking in the front, suddenly stopped. "My child, you were born by me, and everything about you belongs to me. You should feel honored to be my strength." Another voice sounded. Compared with the previous frightened and miserable voice, this voice was obviously older and crazier. Hearing these two voices, Lear, Lorena, Maya and Mina all stopped. Lear's expression became a little strange, and he felt that both voices sounded familiar. Lorena's expression also changed. As for Mina and Maya, after a brief silence, they looked at each other. "Is that Freddy, Joseph's voice?" they both said at the same time. Maya had been pestered by Freddy for so long that she was very familiar with Freddy's voice, the crying voice. As for the other, it was undoubtedly Joseph. It turns out that Senator Joseph disappeared and came here. Mina frowned. She felt something was wrong. Both she and Maya came here through inner calling, but how did Joseph find this place? Moreover, there was something particularly wrong with the conversation between father and son. The two women hesitated for a long time, and finally decided to go and find out. As they went deeper into the cave, the smell of sulfur in the air became stronger and stronger, and the heat of the magma made everyone's skin sting. Mina and Maya held their staffs tightly, ready to cast spells at any time in case of any unexpected situations. Lorena and Lear also followed quietly. The four of them passed through cave after cave. Each cave was hotter than the previous one, and the sound of flowing magma became louder and louder. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Below is a huge underground cavity where magma has formed a huge lake. In the center of the lake is a small island with an ancient altar. The dark mist formed the shadow of a giant snake in the lava, surrounding the small island in the center, on which were Joseph and Freddy. Freddy was tied to a stone pillar, stripped naked, and strange lines like tattoos were drawn on his body with an unknown liquid. "My child, it's time to give everything for your father." Joseph's face was full of madness. Not far away on the exit stairs of the passage, Mina and Maya watched this scene. The picture of the cult sacrifice scene shocked them both. Lorena and Lear also walked out of the cave. They were not far away, but Lorena had no idea that there was someone beside her. They both looked at Joseph and Freddy on the island. Lear's gaze quickly shifted away from Joseph and he looked at the huge snake formed by the black mist in the magma that was wriggling around the island. He would never forget the aura of that person. That is the power of blasphemy. The blasphemous spirit of the Blood King city has been killed by him, but how could the power of blasphemy still exist here? Lear frowned, but thinking that the flame spirit was able to leave behind a heart to revive it, perhaps the blasphemy spirit also left behind some backup plan. He shook his head casually. No matter what kind of backup plan blasphemy had left, he didn't care much. He could even kill the true spirit of blasphemy, let alone the black mist snake in front of him that had not even condensed into shape. On the lava island, Joseph had no idea that he had been discovered. He was now overwhelmed by the power, and the arm that was severed by the Blood King could not be reattached. He had no chance of winning the subsequent speaker election, but he was unwilling to accept this. End of this chapter. Give me your soul, and I will give you everything you want. A cold voice sounded deep in Joseph's heart. He couldn't remember how many times he had heard this sound since the moment he saw the Heart of Fire many years ago, when he was still a mediocre fire mage. A mission outside caused him to fall into the cave of this volcano. Just like in many stories, an ordinary person falls into the ruins, obtains a treasure, and then becomes a legend. With this in mind, Joseph went deeper into the cave. Then he saw the heart wrapped in a huge black snake. The heart was beating rapidly, and with every beat the surrounding magma would follow suit, carrying with it the manic magic of fire. Joseph was attracted, but the big snake made him feel the breath of death. It was a snake-shaped shadow made entirely of black mist. It seemed to be a shadow without substance, but it seemed to have life. The big snake bites on the heart, and the magic power of the flame will weaken with each rhythm. When the heart is weakened to a certain extent, the big snake will loosen its mouth. Joseph watched the scene. He was just a mid-level wizard at that time. He could feel the fluctuations of magic power from the big snake, although it made him feel scared, but the magic fluctuations were not much stronger than his. After a long silence, he made the decision that changed his destiny. He wants to snatch the heart from the snake's mouth. He walked up to the big snake and came to the small island in the lava. The black snake stood tall, a pair of bright red eyes in the mist full of evil. But after Joseph took out the staff, the snake did not attack him, but said to him, "Do you crave power?" The big snake said, "So. Give your soul and you will get everything you want." The big snake loosened its body that was wrapped around the flaming heart, crawled in front of Joseph, and wrapped his body around Joseph. Joseph's body was shaking, his body was eroded by the dark mist, and he heard the voice of the giant snake to exchange the soul for power, the heart of fire. Everything can be given to him. Joseph then gained the ability to create the flaming hand emblem. Black mist merged into the emblem, and anyone who held the emblem for a long time would lose control of their magic. The serpent devours the soul of the holder, and the magic power is stored in the emblem. Using the flame heart's understanding of fire magic and the magic power stored in the emblem, Joseph gradually emerged and eventually became an extraordinary wizard. The moment he became a member of parliament was the most glorious moment in his life, and it was Orochi who brought him all this. Offer your soul, that voice sounded in Joseph's heart again. This was a contract with the giant snake. By offering his soul, he could gain the power of the giant snake. There was also a rule at the end of the contract. By sacrificing your most important relatives, you can gain more powerful power and enough power to rule everything. Joseph looked at his son. His wife had died earlier and Freddy was his only relative. A father. Freddy's face was full of horror as he watched his father take out a dagger from his arms. It is called a dagger, but it looks more like a twisted little snake. It is completely black, and you can see snake scale-like patterns on the blade. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. When I gain power and rule the entire Arcane Council, I will let everyone remember you. Don't you like that woman, Maya? I will bury her with you. Joseph said this with a smile, and the dagger in his hand emitted a dark mist, as if it had turned into a real poisonous snake. Looking at his father walking towards him, Freddy struggled desperately, but the chains that bound him made him unable to move at all. And not far away, Maya and others who were watching this scene had different expressions. Maya raised her eyebrows when she heard Joseph say that he wanted to bury her and Freddy together. Go ahead, sister, this kind of evil ritual shouldn't exist. Maya said indignantly. Mina raised her eyebrows. Although she didn't say anything, she agreed with Maya. They both took out their staffs at the same time. Arcane magic gathered on the staff, but Joseph was more decisive than them. The venomous snake dagger pierced Freddy's heart without hesitation. With a heart-wrenching scream, the black mist instantly corroded Freddy's body. Blood gushed out of his 7 orifices, carrying with it the dark mist. Gradually, the blood turned black, and the body of the giant snake surrounding the island in the magma became more solid. Under Joseph's excited gaze, Fred's body gradually turned into a mummy and then turned into a ball of dark mist and merged into the body of the giant snake. The giant snake stood tall, and its pair of bright red eyes became even more evil. How delicious, that soul full of despair and hatred. The big snake opened its big mouth and spoke cold words. There was a hint of teasing and cruelty in that voice. I have offered my son's soul according to the contract. You should also abide by the contract and give me strength. Joseph said with anticipation. Power. The big snake raised its ferocious head. What kind of power do you want? Didn't you say that as long as I sacrificed my important relatives, I would be able to gain the power to rule everything? Joseph asked stupidly. Before he could react, seeing Joseph's matter-of-fact expression, the snake suddenly laughed. "Ha, you little mortal, your stupidity is really laughable." The big snake sneered wantonly. The power to rule everything? Where in this world is there any power to rule everything? Even the most powerful gods can only be destroyed and liquidated. Do you think that your son, a humble soul, can be exchanged for power? The serpent moved closer to Joseph, staring at the mortal before him with his scarlet eyes. His voice echoed in the cave, and the expression on Joseph's face gradually solidified, and then became more distorted. "You lied to me," he said, trembling all over. "How does it feel to kill your own son with your own hands and get nothing in return?" The snake did not answer Joseph's question, but asked instead. Hearing this was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Joseph went completely crazy, and the restless arcane magic power burst out of his body. "You damn heretic!" he roared, took out his staff and attacked the snake directly. The flames gathered above the staff. In such a place full of magma, the power of the fire spell became even stronger. But the snake just smiled contemptuously, and the dark mist burst out of Joseph's body. "Where do you think your power comes from? The magic power that supports you to achieve extraordinary things was all devoured by my power." The big snake sneered. Just as Joseph was about to use a fire spell to burn the snake to ashes, he suddenly discovered that the magic power in his body was rapidly decreasing and his rank was constantly declining. In just a short while, he had fallen from the extraordinary realm. My power! The extraordinary spell that was condensing on Joseph's staff went out of control because of his own class. Drop of the flames exploded on the staff, blowing Joseph away and onto the edge of the lava island. Feeling the burning pain on his body, Joseph just crawled up from the ground in panic, and the magic power in his body was still degrading madly. It was not the use of spells that caused the consumption of magic power, but the level of magic power was decreasing madly, and soon it had dropped to the level of a mid-level wizard. It was as if he was back to many years ago when he stood in front of the big snake. After his level was reduced to that of an intermediate wizard, the fluctuations of magic power in Joseph's body stopped. He raised his head and saw the big snake looking down at him. "Everything you have was given by me, and now it's time to return everything to me." The giant snake growled in a low voice and opened its pitch-black bloody mouth. Just as the snake was about to devour Joseph, arcane light rushed over and pushed back the snake's body. Amina and Maya showed up directly. Although they didn't know what the giant snake was, Joseph was a member of parliament after all, so even if he had to be tried, it had to be left to parliament. Moreover, the aura of the giant snake in front of them had become very powerful because it had devoured Joseph's magic power. If it also devoured Joseph's soul, they would not be sure they could fight against the giant snake. "Who is it?" The big snake roared, turned around and saw Mina and Maya. "Is it you?" Joseph also saw Maya and the other girl and looked shocked. "Senator Joseph, shouldn't you explain what this monster is?" Mina glanced at Joseph and asked coldly. Joseph fell silent. The big snake roared, its bright red eyes filled with anger. "Are you in the same group?" Hearing the roar of the big snake, Mina and Maya ignored it and responded with magic. The matter of Joseph can be interrogated after the big snake is dealt with. What interests the two women more now is the big snake in front of them. Mina can feel the arcane book in the storage space trembling. The call in my heart also points to this big snake. Are the soul taboo spells hidden in the arcane book related to this giant snake? Mina and Maya looked at each other, and thinking about how the big snake devoured Freddy's soul and was now trying to devour Joseph, both women felt that they had found the truth. The battle is about to break out. The big snake attacked the two women frantically. Not far away, Lorena and Lyre were watching this scene. As the mother of Mina and Maya, Lorena would naturally not let her two daughters fall into danger, but the big snake in front of her was not enough to make her take action. In her perception, this giant snake was just of extraordinary level. As for Lyre, he fell into deep thought. Mina and Maya came here at the call from the arcane book, and the source of that call should be the giant snake in front of them. The blasphemous spirit is dead, and the big snake in front of him might be the backup plan left by the blasphemous spirit to revive him. But how is the law of blasphemy related to the spell of soul taboo? The power of blaspheming the law is to devour other laws. Lyre has always believed that by devouring the power of other laws, he can improve himself. Whether it is blaspheming the true spirit or blaspheming the holy sword, there is a similar effect. Lear thought about it and suddenly thought of another profession under the law of blasphemy, mesmer. This is another profession under the law of blasphemy besides the spell thief. One can only change his profession by implanting the crystal bestowed by the blasphemy spirit into the brain. Lear had kept those crystals in his storage ring and had never used them. A mesmer has the ability to control other people's minds, which in a sense is perhaps the ability to control their souls. While Lear was thinking, the fight between Orochi and Maya became more intense. All kinds of spells were thrown at each other, and for a moment neither side could do anything to the other. The black mist on the big snake was mixed with the magma from all around. The magma that popped out forced Mina and the other girl to dodge. The spells that the two girls cast were instantly weakened a lot when they came into contact with the black mist. That was the devouring ability of the blasphemy law. Lear had seen it before, but the devouring ability of the big snake was obviously much weaker than that of the blasphemy spirit. Mina had a serious expression. To be honest, this was the only opponent of the same level she had fought after she was promoted to the extraordinary level. Excluding Lear and Milia, she raised her staff and prepared to cast her most powerful spell, but at this moment, the pendant on her chest emitted a dark mist. The arcane book appeared out of thin air, and dark mist exploded in front of Mina without warning. In just a moment, the black mist poured into Mina's body, and the arcane magic gathered in front of Mina suddenly got out of control. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the snake itself did not react until it saw the book in the air. Then it angrily said, "Damn it, are you the descendant of that bastard?" The voice of the big snake echoed in the cave, as if there was some irreconcilable feud. Mina's out-of-control magic power exploded in the air, blowing Mina away directly. Lorena finally couldn't sit still anymore. She lifted her hiding position and flew out directly, hugging Mina. "Mother?" Maya exclaimed when she saw Lorena suddenly appear. Lorena did not speak, but looked at Mina. At this time, Mina's face was pale, and a dark mist lingered on her face, as if she was possessed by an evil spirit. Lorena's powerful mental power enveloped Mina. She could feel that the black mist was a special power of law, but why was there the power of heretical law in the spellbook left by her father? According to Lorina's spiritual perception, the legal power of the black mist seemed to be aimed at the soul, and they were making some changes to Mina's soul. As she continued to perceive, Lorina's expression became uglier and uglier. She had no idea how to intervene in this power of heretical laws. Looking at her daughter with a painful expression, Lorena turned her head sharply and looked at the giant snake below. "What did you do to my daughter?" Lorina said angrily. Faced with the questioning of the woman in front of him, the snake showed an even angrier expression. "What did I do? It was you despicable thieves who stole my power," the snake roared. When these words came out, everyone was stunned, and Lear, who had been hiding not far away, also showed a strange expression. End of this chapter. In the darkness, a lavender light flickered. Mina curled up on the ground, looking a little dazed. She slowly opened her eyes, and the darkness around her made her feel a little overwhelmed. "Has anyone solved the mystery I left behind?" A light voice sounded in the darkness. Mina was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and turned around abruptly. She saw an illusory figure with white hair, handsome face, and wearing an old-fashioned suit, giving people a gentle and elegant feeling. "Who are you?" Mina subconsciously wanted to raise her staff, but found that her hands were empty. "Don't you remember me?" The white-haired figure said with some emotion, "I was the one who gave you the name when you were born." Hearing the shadow's words, Mina was stunned for a moment, and her distant memories slowly revived. Then she widened her eyes. "You are Grandpa? It seems you remembered." The shadow nodded. Mina looked at the shadow in front of her suspiciously. Although the figure looked similar to her grandfather, she clearly remembered that her grandfather had died many years ago. It was also at that time that Grandpa handed over the position of Speaker of the Arcane Council to Lorena. Mina was a little confused. "I know what you are thinking. I am indeed dead. What you see now is just the phantom I left in the arcane book." The shadow said lightly. Mina was even more confused, but soon she discovered that the grandfather in front of her had changed, and a large black mist emerged from his body. "This is the spell about the soul that I left behind," the shadow said lightly, walking towards Mina step by step. "You are a believer in the arcane, and have even reached the extraordinary level. Then you should understand the essence of the arcane." The phantom came to Mina and stopped. Arcane represents a kind of power of order. By compiling spell runes, various magical spell effects can be achieved. Flame. A flame appeared out of nowhere in the darkness. A frost. An ice arrow also appeared, and arcane. A lavender light lit up in the darkness. Mina watched this scene quietly. She knew all of this, but she didn't understand why this grandfather said this. In fact, the fire and frost you see all come from other laws. It is the arcane that comes into contact with other laws and then simulates them to form spells. The major schools of fire and frost spells were born from this. The shadow continued. Hearing this, Mina was stunned. She knew that the arcane frost and fire were simulated, but she didn't know that these two powers were simulations of the other two laws. She suddenly remembered the fire demon that burned down Joseph's wizard tower. Joseph's fire spells were vulnerable in front of it.so. Does arcane fire spells come from the law of fire that the fire demon believes in? While Mina was thinking, the shadow in front of her emitted a thicker fog, and the black fog almost swallowed Mina's soul. That is the power derived from the law of blasphemy. The forbidden spells about the soul in this arcane book were also taken away by me from the law of blasphemy. The shadow said lightly. Mina looked up. Blasphemy. She had no idea what that was, but she soon thought of the huge black snake in the lava. If seeing through Mina's thoughts, the shadow nodded. Yes, that is blasphemy. When I found him hiding in the volcanic cave and consuming the flames, I took action against him. Any unknown law is worth exploring, so I took away the soul power from blasphemy and constructed this soul forbidden spell. As the shadow's voice fell, a familiar arcane book appeared out of thin air in the darkness. Immortality, this is the spell I created. It can give you the power of immortality. As long as your soul power is not extinguished, you can be reborn. As the shadow continued to speak, the arcane book floated from in front of him to in front of Mina. Listening to Grandpa's story, Mina was completely shocked. Immortality? What kind of crazy power is this? Mina was a little bit unbelievable. If this spell could really make people immortal, then why did her grandfather die anyway? In the end, only this book was left? You don't need to doubt it. I will die because I have been cursed by a blasphemous curse. The power of taking souls from the blasphemous gods has cursed me. Even this forbidden spell cannot bring me back to life. The shadow explained. As he said that, he changed the subject. Besides, I can't learn this spell, or rather, no one can learn it. What? Mina was stunned again. The power of undying death possesses the authority of profane souls and contains the power of the arcane. This spell is my most outstanding work, but to learn this spell, you need to have both profane and arcane law affinity. It's impossible for a person to have affinity for two laws at the same time. The shadow sighed. Only at this moment did Mina finally understand why she had not been able to learn the spell of immortality until the end. It turned out that this spell was impossible to learn? Then what was the point of being imprisoned by Lear for so long? Mina bit her lip, but then she thought, if she couldn't learn it, then Lear wouldn't be able to learn it either. After all, one needs to have affinity for both the laws of arcane and blasphemy at the same time. Lear has the dual laws of war and arcane, so it is impossible for him to have affinity for the law of blasphemy. Thinking of this, Mina felt much better. She wondered what Lear's expression would be when he told him the news later. Do you want to learn this spell? While Mina was thinking, the shadow in front of her spoke again. Can I learn? Mina was stunned. Yes. The shadow nodded. Normally, a person cannot have two kinds of law affinity at the same time, but this arcane book has become a law relic. Kill the big snake and integrate its law power into this arcane book. Then you will have the affinity of the law of blasphemy. The shadow's tone became serious, and Mina opened her mouth. Was this the reason why the arcane book called her here? As long as I kill the big snake, I can learn this spell? Mina was a little excited. Yes. The shadow nodded in response. Hearing the affirmative answer, Mina smiled. As long as you kill the big snake and integrate it into the arcane book, you can learn the spell. But Lear can only watch but can't learn it anyway. She couldn't wait to cut the giant snake into pieces. Go, my descendants. The shadow in front of him began to become illusory, and finally only left one sentence before disappearing. As if it had completed its mission, the darkness before her eyes quickly dimmed, and when Mina opened her eyes, she was back in the burning cave. In front of her was her mother's face. Lorena was holding her and looking at the giant snake in the lava with a cold expression. Mother. Mina was a little dazed looking at the mother in front of her. Mina? Lorena turned her head and saw that Mina had woken up. She was stunned for a moment, then asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Mina nodded, then stood up from Lorina's arms. "What happened just now?" Lorina ignored the giant snake in the lava and asked Mina. "I know the secret of the arcane book." Mina smiled, but did not explain. Instead, she turned her head and looked at the giant snake not far away. "Mother, let's kill this snake together, and I will explain it to you later." Hearing her daughter's words, Lelina frowned, but didn't say much. She picked up the staff. The mother and daughter didn't waste any more time and attacked the snake directly. Maya on the side was also not idle. Various spells were cast towards the snake, but after Lorina joined in, how could the snake resist? It was soon forced into a desperate situation. At the last moment, the snake roared, like a roar of despair, "Damned mortals, let's bury them together." The giant snake roared, and a terrifying black mist poured into the magma below, and then the entire cave began to shake. "What's going on?" Maya managed to steady herself. "This damned giant snake is actually planning to detonate a volcano?" Lorina saw the giant snake's intention. This volcano is not far from the royal city of Kalia. If it explodes, even the royal city of Kalia will be affected. The staff in Lorina's hand emitted an even brighter light, and a powerful spell was condensed to kill the snake on the spot. But how could the snake let Lorina do what she wanted? She dodged desperately. At this moment, a flash of sword light appeared. The big snake that was frantically dodging Lorina's attacks suddenly stopped and looked at the big sword sticking out of its chest with an expression of disbelief. The densely packed snake heads and tiny arms on the greatsword bit into his body, and he could feel his strength being devoured. That is the blasphemous holy sword, his relic of law. He saw that scene when his main body was killed. The blood demon left him no room for resistance, and he could only face death, and now this blasphemous holy sword appeared before his eyes. Lear? The sudden appearance of the figure startled Lorina and the other two girls, but soon their attention was attracted by the ferocious sword in Lear's hand. Lear smiled. This blasphemous holy sword had never been shown to Lelina and others. "Let's do it." Lear looked at Mina, as if he knew her secret. Mina was a little hesitant. Looking at the terrifying sword, she felt uncomfortable all over, but she quickly made a decision and came to the big snake. The arcane book emitted light and black mist surged out, finally binding the giant snake. The big snake did not resist at all. It was already frightened by the profanation of the holy sword. Everything went smoothly, and soon the big snake was swallowed into the arcane book. When the giant snake was swallowed into the arcane book, Mina felt like she had gained a new spell. She successfully learned the immortality and death spell that she had never been able to learn before. Seeing this scene, Lier smiled. The fluctuation of magic could not escape his eyes. He said to Mina, "You should fulfill your promise and teach me the spells in this arcane book." Hearing this, Mina smiled slyly. "Of course, I will keep my promise." Without saying a word, Mina directly outlined the spell runes of immortality and death, which were mixed with a hint of blasphemous power. Lorina and Maya also looked at it curiously, but the two girls gave up after just a short while. Both of them were geniuses in the arcane, and they also felt the mystery of this spell. This is not just arcane power, but profane power as well. Mina was a little proud. She wanted to see Lear's disappointed expression after he failed to learn the spell, but Lear disappointed her. Lier looked at the runes in front of him, and the information of the spell appeared in front of him, requiring 40% affinity for arcane law and 10% affinity for profane law. Lear successfully learned it under Mina's shocked eyes, which made Mina furious. Everyone returned to the royal city of Kalia. A few days later, Lorina successfully took office as a member of parliament. All of Joseph's evil deeds were made public, and those royal nobles were also held accountable. A month later, Lear returned to the royal city of Soros and waited until the war with the Rhodes Empire. A large main quest was launched, and a large number of players joined the quest. With the help of the player group, Lear won the war. Emperor Rhodes was unwilling to accept the defeat, so he ordered the high-ranking officials of the Golden Church outside the Decision Mountains to come, but they were still defeated by Lear. Emperor Rhodes abdicated, the ancient dragon princess inherited the throne, and Lear established the Blood Temple in the Rhodes Empire. Afterwards, Lear returned to Soros, only to find that something had gone wrong with the war trial. The Mad Beast spirit reappeared, possessed the player, entered the trial space, and released the forbidden beast of extinction. The extinct beast was about to awaken. At the critical moment, the goddess of war took action and asked the believers of the Church of War outside the Decision Mountains to rush over, including the queen who created the Aslan royal swordsmanship. The current queen is not yet a queen, but a princess of the empire. After seeing Lear's Aslan's royal swordsmanship, the two of them fought each other. Lear and the princess fought fiercely, and in the end they were evenly matched. Afterwards, everyone entered the trial space, trying to deal with the extinction beast that was about to break the seal, but because the extinction beast had swallowed the crown of blood, its strength became too strong to eye. In the end, only Lear, a professional who also possessed the law of blood, was able to fight. With the help of Lillian, Lear barely resisted the Beast of Extinction's control over blood, but he still couldn't win, so Lear chose to retreat temporarily. He needed to be promoted to a saint. The goddess of war descended and temporarily sealed the entrance to the trial space, but it could not be sealed for too long. The fact that Lear was the Blood King was also exposed because of the battle with the Beast of Extinction. Lear did not explain, but returned to the old dream, ready to complete the task of exceeding the attribute limit and instantly be promoted to a saint. When Lear came back, he had become a saint and broke through the restrictions of the rules. Lear then successfully killed the Beast of Extinction. The Seal of Decision Mountains was also opened, and the game entered the next version. Lear returned to the Fortress of Pharaoh. Ancient Dragon, Morningstar, Blood and Flame all came to the Fortress of Pharaoh and established a city of heretical laws. End of the book, end of this chapter.